welcome to the space for Saturday Showdown pre-show. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler once again. We're here to talk about this very special Saturday Showdown that we have. This is, of course, the telecom war between T1 and KT. Should be a banger, especially with KT actually coming up in the rankings nowadays. But how are you doing, Chronicler?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Valdez. How are you doing, Valdez?
Oh, I'm great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Awesome.
Feeling excited for some league?
The voice just keeps going up and up.
Nice. And keep going higher, but I don't think we should. You know, eventually I'm going to hit a pitch that's just not very pleasing to the ears.
I think it fits you. That's pretty good.
Should.
Guys, let's take a look at the matchup here between these two teams because this is a match that's been going on for a very long time, right? This is the telecom war. This is something that even predates League of Legends existing as a game. It is a 20-year history between these two teams that have been in esports since the StarCraft Brood War days.
What is the big win, though, is that we have had a lot of telecom wars over the last few years that have not been particularly engaging. KT kind of having a downward trajectory ever since 2018. But this year and this split, KT have, even with their loss to D+, looked so much better than we have seen from them in a very long time, with a roster where we weren't quite sure how they were going to end up. So even when KT was looking a little bit more shaky, it was a free game series. So today should be really, really good.
Should be a fun day. I think that it's going to be closer than people would expect. There's a lot on the line here for both of these teams. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two teams as well, because as you were mentioning, this is a match that has been kind of T1 favored for a very long time, and you would expect that in the history. You know, it's going to be pretty T1 favored, but there were a couple of years there where it was like, oh, you know, T1 having some troubles, and KT were able to take the advantage of them at that time.
Yeah, at large, as we can see, it's 2018. That's the year. And then 2014, but even that is like, it's 4 versus 5. 2018 is the big year where KT was able to slap back and try and make a big move, get some numbers on the board, and then that was the only year for a very long
2014.
Even in 2022, when KT had a pretty serviceable roster, it didn't really amount to that much by the end. So this is the first time in a long time that we can go into a telecom war and be like, sure, T1 is favored, T1 is looking like the best team within the league, but KT have shown that they can fight with the best on a good day, and that makes it really cool to see if they can pierce through the veil that is the T1 drafts.
Yeah, I don't think anyone understands the T1 drafts, including T1 themselves. We did see that Carrier was practicing Kog'Maw support.
Full lethality Kog'Maw support, yes.
I don't know if that's going to happen or what is going to happen, but definitely something to talk about in the future as well. And these two teams have had pretty long win streaks, especially T1. You remember from last year, even 2022, they had some of the longest win streaks, a 24-win streak.
Yeah,
that's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing. And this also goes into playoffs, right? Not just regular split, but even when the pressure was mounted, the team was able to do an incredible job. An 8-win streak is still really impressive. And against most other organizations, KT will be like, look at us go. But you're up against the most successful org in the LCK. So even an 8-win streak isn't really going to impress anyone too much. And it's the same roster for T1. Like, it's the same players that did this last spring. So
we did this last time, and something to note, this is, of course, series, not just games.
Yeah.
18 series in a row, and they did go undefeated. Just really crazy stuff from both of the rosters. But yeah, you know, we weren't 100% sure what to expect from the KT roster this time around. But BDD is on it, and you'll note that this match record, these guys have played against each other 84 times. 84 times, Chronicle.
It's what's cool to me is that it's a lot closer than one might initially suspect, and it's that 2018 that obviously was a really dark year for T1, but even in 2017 when BDD was still relatively new, was able to get a lot of win records, and even if we go down the line, BDD in 2020, 2021, part of a Gen G lineup that while they might not have met the highest expectations, was still quite good.
Chronicler, I think there's someone behind you.
Yeah.
You might want to check. You might want to look behind you. Oh.
I could
That's Faker and Beanie.
No, I know. Yeah, I could see already.
Let's take a look at the Azir matchup here between these two characters because they're both really good at Azir. And Faker was featured in a video as Azir. BDD still waiting for his Azir. We're not going to look at that just yet, actually. Just going to take a look at the standings graph here for T1 versus KT Rolster. As you can see, KT did bounce up to second, but then they did suffer the loss to DK. And that is why they are currently sitting at fourth.
But them being fourth is, kind of hazy because they are, of course, very even with many of the other teams. There is a big cluster of teams, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, that are all on very similar scores. So KT being middle of the pack there, but with a win here today, could shoot back up and try and match Gen G for the second place.
Yeah, it's incredibly close at the top of the standings right now. Let's take a look a little bit at what T1 has been up to in recent times. They did recently go up against Live Sandbox, and this was one of the drafts where we were like, okay, who's playing Lee Sin? And now who's playing Gragas? And who's playing Yasuo? You don't know. You just don't know when you watch this team.
There were actually like 2-3 possible setups, which is mind-blowing. And T1, even without any of these traps, are a really good team. We saw this in 2022, right, where they were able to have an incredible spring just at the back of their early game mechanical dominance. But what often has been criticized for them, which is their draft, now seems to be working to their advantage, with them being able to consistently find new answers. Like Gragas mid came out of nowhere, was picked in game number 1 as an Azir counter, then yeah, Sandbox had the Azir swap, but then they were like, oh, you know what, Gragas mid is actually just good, I guess, now,
yeah.
And we just pick it blind the next game, and they could still flex that, because Gragas is of course also flexible towards top, and Zeus is also an insane Gragas. So that really complicates things, and even when they're a tad over-enthusiastic, doesn't end up mattering too much. The Yasuo being back on the table as well is something that I think is really cool. Yasuo generally has not been that great, and yeah,
If you look closely,
there's a Jhin,
there's a bunch of people all just
they're hiding in the tent. They're waiting. They're setting up. We promise you. There we go. Getting closer.
Yeah, they're in there.
There they are.
Okay, yeah, you can see Jhin, Caitlyn, and Gragas somehow fits in there with those two.
It's a pretty big tent.
It's not a large tent. Well, okay, we're on different pages here. That's okay.
Okay, for my Dutch standards, that's a pretty big tent. Okay, we don't have a lot of space in my country, so we need to make efficient use of everything.
What about this?
Well, it's a nightmare to draft into. The Gragas can go jungle as well and would have been perfectly fine in the game where he was played. We've already seen that the Jhin and the Caitlyn are used with great efficiency, and Caitlyn being kind of a permaban status, unless you're on red side, in which case you have to make some really bad choices between Elise, Ashe, or Caitlyn, is not bad enough as is. When you're playing against T1, they can also flex it, so they can both deny you the Caitlyn, and then also, if they feel like it, get the Jhin, which is generally a great answer. So you're kind of going to be forced to pick the Jhin early on, but then you're stuck with Jhin, and then there's so much that you have to take into account.
Beyond that, it's just T1 are winning pretty much all their matches, so you can't ban everything, right? But they look great on so many different picks that it feels like, you're just kind of lost. You got to ban out what's doing the best for them. So let's see what KT have prepared, and let's take a look at what KT have been doing in recent times. It has been a bit of the solo laner show. It has been kind of Keen and BDD really stepping up once again to their best form and having some insane play.
And I do think that Aiming and Lahans are a great bot lane, and Aiming actually is having an incredible split. But yeah, the story for me when it comes to this KT is, do the solo lanes perform? Because they look completely different from when BDD and Keen are on preferably counter matchups or on matchups where they can have a lot of agency. So that will be the Jax. Obviously, is we're gonna keep. Well, we were like a little dip with the D plus loss, but that one was. That's D+, they're a good team. So we're not gonna really get ready. And as we can see here, there's a lot of creative picks. The Aurelia would be a big one for me, the Yone, and then add to that the Jacks.
These are all undefeated.
Yeah,
by the way,
all 100% win rate, and that to me really signals that, and ideally you'd slam a Sejuani with like half of these as well, that when BDD and Keen get on counter matchups that have a lot of agency, this team looks a lot better. Because if they don't, then their team fighting doesn't look as good. Neither of them is able to really enable aiming to the largest extent that I think the team would then need. And if they can't find that against T1, then they're in trouble. But against T1, we already established, like, what are they going to do? You don't know. Yeah, it's the trickery.
You don't know what T1 are going to pick or what's going to come out of the box. Who knows?
If they lock a Gragas on R3, like, you don't have any information.
Yeah.
I could even go to carry at this point. Like
they can lock in Lee Sin first, and it can go into the support role if they really feel like it.
And as a result, I've already pointed out the Sejuani works really well with both what Keen and BDD have preferred. And the Karma is just generally a great laner that provides prio. Also has gone up in stock now that Heimerdinger has been nerfed and hasn't been able to just permanently find Shove. And provided Ashe's Band is one of the stronger supports. But BD and Keen are somewhat reliant on getting good matchups, but against T1, actually getting counterpick is so hard. Even loading into the game, you're gonna be like, whoa.
Yeah. You don't really know until you know.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the coaches' comments and see what they had to say about this matchup, because it should be pretty interesting. You know, you've heard our opinions, but Bengi says we'll be the winners of the telecom war against KT and keep first place. This will be pretty straightforward. From here, he says, I hope to take today as an opportunity to learn from the strongest team, T1, and declutter a bit.
Declutter the drafts. That would be a good shout. I'm not a big fan of blaming everything on drafts, but when KT have looked truly KT in the bad way, where they like the 2-0 loss against Kwangdong, the 2-0 loss against D+, I do think that it was largely draft related, right? They when they get a good matchup, they can fight with the best of them, but they need to be a little bit more flexible, because losing hard in game number 1 on a bad draft is fine, but then the Cassidin blind against Kwangdong and then the total inability to kind of pivot against D+ were very disappointing, and in particular against T1, you can't afford to do that.
They need to have a real plan today. It's not going to be an easy matchup for them, but should be a very fun one. I'm expecting at least a 2-1 either way. You know, we don't really know coming into this one. There's a lot of pressure on both teams, but should be a lot of fun, guys. You are in the right place for Saturday's Showdown, and we're done here on the space. Let's throw it to the intro and to the casters for this Saturday Showdown.
Okay, it's time for Carria's Kalista support.
T1 will take the game in 45 minutes.
What an impressive game from KT.
Dominant Game 3 victory, we never doubted them.
Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. It is the Saturday Showdown. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for this one, the Telecom War. It cannot be a better time to have a Saturday Showdown than when it's Telecom War time.
It's a matchup that has extended 20 years back since 2003. It was mentioned on the Space.
Yeah.
2 decades of history between these teams across multiple games. But tonight, KT trying to break that T1 winning streak. They're on an 8-series streak. It's been all the way back since 2021 that T1 had the upper hand. We've had some close series, but KT has never been quite able to cross the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a rough one for KT ever since 2018, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Yes, they were able to win a series in 2021, but it's been so T1 favored ever since what was the dark time of 2018. Let's have a look at the standings, though, to see what this all means, because that's actually a very important point, because KT, of course, they're in that 7-4 zone, you know, the zone that can get you 3rd place or it could get you 6th place. We have so many teams in our top 6 that are well and truly ready to make that leap towards the top or the plunge towards the bottom.
So certainly true. A loss today would drop KT down to 6th place, just above Brion. A win would still, keep them where they are, but it is a very competitive set of teams, as you mentioned, the same scoreline right now. 6-win streak here, a Telecom Derby. KT on an 8-match loss streak against T1 since 21 Spring. We mentioned that specific result. It has been a long time. And T1, they have pioneered this meta. They are always pushing the boundaries of what we accept to be true in a region where people are tired of the same drafts. They're bored with the meta. T1 makes it different each and every time.
Yep.
The #1 team in the LCK, also the most exciting to watch.
They absolutely are. And we were having a look at, where these flex picks can go, and we had a couple of things. I'm pretty sure like half of those picks were 4-way flexes, to be perfectly honest. Like, it is ridiculous what T1 can do with certain champions on the Rift right now. It makes it really, really difficult for KT, who are largely a team that they want to get a stable draft. They want to play out Sejuani Karma, and really try and keep it solid and have a predictable game state, right?
Yeah.
That's not what you get when you face off against T1. Understandable that it's 86% in favor of T1, because even KT fans voting for their team feels like the wrong decision to do.
Yeah, it's a tough one to predict here for KT. Valdez, the only one on our team who actually predicted KT to do it. That was, of course, before the collapse against Dallas earlier this week. And taking a look at the early game stats here, T1 has been the best early game team for about 2 years now, but taking a look at what it's like this season, you see that KT has come online much later. Look at the goal difference here at 25 versus 14. It's the aiming angle. It's the scaling 80 carry on Zeri. Most of the time, it's his most played. He's 5-1. He's 6-0 on Ezreal this season. They've relied so much on that Karma pick. So if you can survive that T1 pressure, you can, let maybe a turret go, maybe a Herald goes down, but you can team fight, stop that soul point, stop that soul, get aiming to that late game. That's KT's angle.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, given KT's penchant for being not all that consistent, and also, all of the KT memes that have existed for forever. But the one stat that really stood out to me that we were looking at there was the win rate at 25 minutes. Only one loss if they don't have a lead at 25 for KT. And so it shows that if T1 can just play out the early game as they have, as we welcome them here to LoL Park, it should be a pretty comfortable victory for them, because coming back into games, that's not necessarily been the KT MO. What they've been good at is winning from ahead, which I know sounds a little bit weird, but they've done it so often, solidly held on to advantages and pushed it forward. Only one loss in that instance. But T1 don't give up advantages very often.
It's that T1 will take a lead at 8 minutes and turn it and triple it by 25. It's the snowball. It's the turn a small lead into a massive lead type of playstyle we've seen be so successful for them over the last 3 seasons of play in particular. That's been so problematic. And KT, this has been their best season in a long time with this roster. It seems unlikely, right? You have these players who have such storied pasts, but it's past, not present, right? And I think a lot of people look at BDD as the big player on this roster. Sure, you got Keen, but he had a weaker last year. But for me, it's this new generation of KT Rolster with Lehens leveling up last year and aiming on the bottom side.
Yeah.
He may become KT Rolster's new franchise player, an organization that has historically done well with top-tier rosters and top-tier individual players. You think about players like Flash in the past, Nalra, Yellow, Mind, if we're going all the way back to the KTF, Magic, and StarCraft Brood War. You think about players like Zest, you think about players like Stats. This team, this organization has always relied on star power, but it's usually built through the organization, not purchased. And I think that Aiming could be their guy. He could be the future of KT Rolster.
He certainly could. I mean, you say that all of these incredible names, and we don't even mention Score, right? One of the most incredibly storied players in League of Legends history. Now, of course, coaching for Gen G, but he was the heart and soul of KT for so long. Of course, 2018 is that time where we're talking about the KT power, and that was when they were able to actually take consistent telecom wars.
And that's the thing, you know, you talk about that 2018 roster, Score was not the purchased power in that roster. No. He was the power that was built through
the
KT.
Franchise player,
exactly.
Right?
And that's what I'm talking about. I look at Aiming as potentially that player. Now, Keen, moving into this matchup here, this is one that could be won by him. It's going to be very matchup dependent. And I think that KT would be wise to stick to red side in this best of 3 because they can play weak side AD carry so extremely well. You put Aiming on Zera, you put him on Ezreal. You can even put this guy on Ziggs. He's going to survive through that Guma Carrier lane. Get counter picks for your solo lanes and try to play around that strong point here and just survive and scale. Get that lead at 25 like you were talking about. And then that should be the angle KT approached with tonight.
Yep, and I think the Keen test definitely upgraded, but the Zeus exam is what's really been the main focus of the LCK for the last couple of years. I think this is a really important matchup for that top side. It's why we highlighted it as our key player matchup. You saw Stats looking great on both sides. But Keen's going to have to step up from his performance against Canna in the previous series, right? He was crocodiled. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate in that particular matchup, but Keen really has been, in my opinion, one of these players that has had a resurgence, really found himself. The first time that he's ever moved away from what was the Afrika Freaks when he first started, then Kwangdong. He was their franchise player, and he's now coming over to KT, the team that we've already told you guys is the team of franchise players. It could be the new start here for Keen. He could be that guy for KT instead of floundering on Kwangdong for so long.
I think that's the story is T1 will pick blue side here. I think that's the story of the whole top half of the map here, really, for KT. When you think about Keen bouncing between, moving to a new team here, but Cuz and BDD as well, bouncing and finding a lack of success elsewhere. Maybe this is the roster they find that power in. As here we go, game number 1 draft, T1 will have first big priority. A little bit less power on blue side here for T1's crazy counter picks.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I actually think that you're right. With KT wanting to sit on that red side for as long as possible, try and deny the amount of flexibility that T1 has. Although, if they go for the mega flex, where we just don't know, even after 5 champions are locked in, we just still don't know what's going to be going where. That can be when T1 can still utilize that flexibility even on the blue side. As 3 junglers already taken away. The Ashe ban has actually been figured out here by
Karma.
KT. Good at Hangman, these guys. Is I really love this Karma ban. It forces the Caitlyn to be banned away and might mean that we just have the good old Lucian Zeri handshake.
Now, what's really interesting here is KT have the Annie. So they don't have Karma to stave the pressure off here and control that lane, but they can play Annie. They have not played it yet. And this is something that I think really caught KT off guard in that D+ series where they didn't really have a plan for this type of scenario. And Zeri could be locked in here with an Annie. You don't necessarily have to grab a jungler just yet here, but we are opting into, and I think this is exactly how KT should play it, is play Zeri into the Lucian. You'll be laning fine there. Save those counter picks for the 4th and 5th. Let's see what they lock in with it. It will be the Wukong that we've seen paired with this Zeri so often with the Elise band, Sejuani gone. You feel pretty comfortable about the tier list right now.
Yeah, I would have really loved to see the Annie pick, but I guess BDD doesn't want to run into the potential Faker counter pick. I mean, these teams may have figured out that Orianna exists, and it can be very difficult to play. BDD and Faker, both of these players, extraordinary Orianna players in the past. So I don't know whether they want to take that risk, as Nami is going to be hovered here.
I wonder if T1 will be bold enough to try to play the Lee Sin. You know, you don't have the Elise, but Lee Sin kind of in this meta, the second best thing that you could dive with, and will have a lot more power before Wukong can really come online and defend.
Oh, he's doing it!
Take the Annie away.
Well, now it means that KT have the opportunity to ban away Vi, deny that from Ona. They do now have to lock in the Lulu, otherwise they'll lose it. So you're not able to actually go for any counter pick at this particular point in time because the Lulu is so important.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll just see like Lee Sin, Vi bans here, take those away from Owner, and then KT will just see what T1 are going to play here first, because the Annie is face up. You know, this is not going to be flexible with the Nami already locked in. They're actually going to instead put the focus on to Zeus' Jace, which I think is wise.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be the first ban. We'll see whether KT actually do decide to ban away a Renekton or go for the R4 just for a little bit of safety there. T1 still making their minds up as far as what these bans are going to look like.
Jax, I mean, Keen, he's 7-0 on this pick, and it is right now in the LCK even blindable at this point in time, so just going to take that one away. So this is thinning out the pool quite a bit. There's the Lee Sin I was talking about, prioritizing it even over the Vi here. With Annie being locked in for Faker already, and not as much setup guaranteed in the mid lane here for the Vi. You're not going to have any flexibility with something like an Ahri, so I do like this Lee Sin ban more, especially because it's Owner. See what this final ban is going to be here. Could be something like a Fiora, and just take away Keen's ability to side lane and slow this game down for the Zeri to get those items online.
They are taking their time on this one, as the Victor will be taken away. Of course, has been the more common answer to the Annie. It's not my personal favorite, but that's BDD's Azir, and he's going to lock it in. I
don't like this Victor ban that much because, it's strong in the matchup, but it's BDD. He's got the Azir fallback, and it might just be Azir Renekton here for KT now. Could still, of course, consider that Fiora here, but with the Gnar locked in, feeling much better about a Renekton pick. And the Vi feels so obvious with the jungle tier list so thinned out. We'll see if it is going to be that Renekton or if Keen has something special planned. That Fiora kind of second best option for me right now in terms of slowing the game down and getting to a point where we hit that 25-minute mark, Zeri's online, aiming is ready to play the game.
I just hope that it's not a Sylas lock-in. Because I don't think it worked out very well for Live Sandbox yesterday. Going for the weird Azir Flex situation.
Not a big fan of that one myself either.
Does he just... Okay, it is the Camille.
Okay.
I like this. Keen just trying to fight fire with fire here. We've seen it can be very dangerous in the early game. But this is a really fun matchup, right? Because this is Zeus' Gnar. It's a very different Gnar to most of the others. It's what he debuted on. He was extraordinarily powerful on it. Still is to this day. But Keen... he has the late game power now with the Camille. You can survive the laning phase if played well.
Yeah.
So I think the Keen test and the Zeus exam are looking like they're going to be pretty interesting this game.
If you're a fan of either of these top laners, this is going to be an incredible game to watch. And for the bottom side of the map here, Aiming and Lehens, I think, are going to be quite left out to dry here, as BDD needs to get prio here against this Annie pick in mid, and then maybe you can operate around topside. But if you try to play the Camille into Zeus' Gnar alone, because we have seen Camille's beat Gnar in this straight up 1v1, but if you don't commit resources there and you're hoping you're going to win that, you're trying to make an impact bottom side, I think the map just kind of falls apart for KT so early, because T1 are so good at reading that type of jungle movement and then taking more advantages across the map, trying to even all-in a Camille under turret, for example, something that Zeus is so good at.
Yeah.
So I think that resources have to be given to Keen, and this is KT trusting that Aiming and Lehens will get it done with the nerfs to Lucian Nami, how great Aiming Zeri has been in the lane. I think that you're trusting here as KT that Cuz can put more of his power through mid and top side and then try to get this Camille ahead, be a guaranteed split push win condition later on.
It's a very pretty picture there.
Very, very sick.
Very, very cool. Oh man, we're just drawing everyone. That was like a Katarina just ganking someone. Kind of cool. But T1, this is pretty cookie cutter draft, right? Like, this is looking at the tier list, picking the champions that are at the top, and KT doing a similar thing, but there is so much KT flavor here, right? There is split push potential, there's late game power, there's all those things that KT's relied upon. It's just whether they can survive to that stage of the game. Let's hop into the Rift, get into game one. Oh, you can hear it in the fans here in Lowell Park. This is a completely packed stadium, of course.
It is every night, you know.
It is, but
it feels denser today because it's the telecom war.
Dense is the perfect word. It's so much esports fandom in here.
Someone's like, there's 2 people in 1 seat, you know. Like
yeah. Even the laps are full. You know, that's how this one's going. Is Gumiushi, this could be. You don't want game over at level 1. That's not what we don't want that.
Yeah, we don't do resets here, you know. This is not a Super Mario 64 speed run.
No, it is not. This is not simply, this is the LCK. Okay, Gumiushi is going to be okay.
Yep.
Lehen's going to poke his head out, sees that Kerry and Gumiushi are coming over here, and looks like we are just going to have regular laning. And
good ward here from Faker, actually. BDD, you know, down on the bottom side of the map, so he gets this one off for free, so we'll be able to tell Cuz is pathing, and this is really important information for Zeus in particular to make sure he's safe up there to try to use the range advantage versus this Camille early. As we see first strike Annie again, will be the first strike Azir too. Very common.
Yep, Scorching in that mid lane, Scorching in the bottom lane as well. It's just Scorches all over the place here. As this, oftentimes we talk about the top lane being completely irrelevant. I think it's going to be very relevant in this game because so much of T1 is going to be relying on whether Zeus finds those angles, whether Zeus and Faker are on the same page. But Keen's control of side lanes is going to be important. And there are some nightmares in my brain that still exist, right? Of Keen playing Fiora and then trying to team fight and things like this. Of course, Camille much better at team fighting, similar to Jax in that regard. But you still need to take control of sides because that's where you have so much extra power. Let's see whether BDD can save this horrendous loss streak that Azir is on right now.
2-13 on 13.3 has been a really rough pick, but you know, these are the 2 players in mid right now that you trust more than anyone who might be able to help remedy some of that. As Cuz path bottom side here, and he does not have the same sort of information about where Owner is, but is going to check Try.
Yeah, Gumiushi dashing forward. Lehen's taking so much damage here. The Ignite still ticking down as Aiming trying to fight back. There is the tempo heal.
Really feels like KT wanted to try to bait an exchange here so that Cuz could come down and make something happen, but they just get outplayed. Cuz doesn't commit, and that's not the trade you wanted here in this 2v2.
Yep, Kane getting some vision down, pinged immediately as Aiming and Lehen's gonna have to use their summoner spells this time around. They'll have theirs back a little bit later, as Kane was just being frustrating here. Zeus was just time to himself towards that top side.
They do get level 3 first. Can't make anything of it, not really denying any CS, but that was a really good move from Keen to try to deny some farm and also verify, of course, where Owner is on the map, which is really huge for this lane that's pushing against the Lucian Nami as Cuz backed away. But now this lane back fully in control of T1 will be an earlier back here for Aiming and Lehen's. All vision down in the river, including that Scuttle Crab. Wow. Looks like Aiming's going to stick around to catch this wave.
Oh, Zeus baiting Keen here just a little bit. Tactical sweep comes in. Kane's completely out of mana and Owner is coming in. Is the flash going to work out is the question, as Owner's just holding onto the Vault Breaker. There it is. Guarantee that they can kill him in the CC. Beautifully done.
And this is exactly the opposite of what I thought KT was going to do with this draft. I thought instead of hovering bottom side with Cuz, they would just let Aiming and Lehen's kind of be left to their own devices, grab an early ward with that level 2 where you have some power with the Zeri Lulu, and then just kind of sit down there and farm while trying to get advantages to Keen. That ward from Faker meant that they knew exactly where Cuz was. Cuz then shows on the map, and so Owner paths topside here, knowing he has topside Scuttle control and that additional ward on Raptors, so there's no way the Wukong could be here, and now suddenly your Camille is behind. So everything going wrong here for KT Rolster in this early game.
Yeah, and continuing to play on vision here as well. T1 with so much control. I was going to talk about it earlier, but Keen decided to go ahead and dive up towards the top side, so I got a little bit interrupted. BDD is struggling so much in this lane right now. Bubble going to connect onto Lehen's. Owner's here as well. And Aiming, he might pay the price for it. There's the flash forward. Beautifully lands the Vault Breaker, and Aiming down to 200 health. This is all going wrong.
Oh, Extendo!
Yeah, that was an attempt on to carry it.
Yeah.
It did have to flash.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where I'm like, I don't know if you need to flash that, but he decides to force it. Extendo goes down. He's like, maybe Cuz is here. I don't know for sure. I don't have that same sort of vision control in the river, so he does flash after taking a turret shot there. But kind of cheeky move. So getting a flash on Anami feels okay, but not great considering the state of the lane here. The Dirk is ready for Guma already, and this is exactly how you want this Lucian Nami lane to be going, minus, of course, it lost Flash here. And they've made big impacts now on top side and bottom side. His owner is just running this Rift. You know, both making the play top side and now finding something bottom here. Cuz is in the fountain, and owner is just like, I'm down here. I've already done my work top side. They've got control ward vision here below the mid lane. They've got it there on top side. So Zeus knows he's safe to continue to use that range advantage top. And this is just T1 winning everywhere.
Yeah, and Carrier would have died. He's in turret range, just trying to kill aiming. Speaking of aiming, he is going to get helped out by the polymorph from Lehens, but he's still getting taken down very, very low. Another ignite used just to get control. As Cuz moving on over, but he doesn't really have an angle. Owner once again getting aggressive. Tibbers goes down. That's a real dead. Oh, no, never mind. Shift some sands. Get after the flash. He'll be okay. But does have to use everything to get out of this.
KT group up here for a potential punish, and now they're just kind of awkwardly grouped for Drake that they can't take. And this is a lot of time lost here as Amy's going to get some honey fruit, but they're going to have to back away. So BDD really losing out. You mentioned him having a weak laning phase here so far as Cuz.
Well, Tib is very, very low. Going to get smoked as the stun is ready. Cuz is very low. Does need to be careful.
Got to get that Tibbers money, I guess. You know, whatever you
Hell yeah.
get.
That's worth as much as a Nexus, man.
same value.
Yeah, dude.
Same amount of gold earned.
I feel like you should just win the game by killing Tibbers for that reason alone. That makes sense. It's the same. It's worth the same.
Yeah, that Drake, half the value.
Yeah.
So, look, I'm worried about how this game is going for KT because Keen, you know, he was struggling in the laning phase, as you mentioned. Now he's down to Flash. He bought Merc Treads first. I mean, that's the kind of state of the game we're watching here with this Azir pick, which he chose to opt into the Annie, hoping he's going to get an early lead. You know, he has that range advantage, can play around the stun. He's so behind now. Speaking of behind.
There's the culling. Minion Wave turns up in the nick of time. But Gumi Shikari are just absolutely running this lane. And I just don't see the light at the end of the tunnel at this point, right? Because T1 are only going to get stronger from here. Their 2-item spikes across the board, absolutely terrifying. And KT, I don't think that you can just try and wait for a 30-minute win condition when T1 are so good at closing out games.
Yeah, and you didn't get first Drake, which was, you know, that's not normal with this composition, but you kind of gave that over even though you're grouped in the area. You didn't have any cross-map power. This Camille slightly behind here. It does finally have this Sheen, but played steel caps to match it. Zeus isn't afraid of anything. You can't fight for this Rift Herald, but you don't want to give it up either because you're like, I know what T1 can do with this. They're already 1,500 gold ahead. They could put it wherever they want realistically here. They can get the Lucian super fed, get that Gale Force accelerated. They could try to accelerate this Annie towards that Rod of Ages. Like, whatever T1 gets with the Rift Herald is amazing, but you can't fight. Cuz has 6, but you're still a Zeri comp. You know, BDD doesn't have Flash. Keen, not in a position to where he can threaten the Gnar before this Herald, so you just have to give it up and just continue to be sad about your current game state.
Yep. I mean, Keen needs 2 items before he's really happy about any situation in this game as Faker turns back up into this mid lane. BDD's going to look for the sweep, gets the flash out of Faker there. That's all you can really hope for as Lehens and Cuz were lying in wait. Good flash there from Faker, but it does mean that the return gank is a possibility.
And aiming's, you know, pressure here should be somewhat relieved by the fact that they don't know where this Wukong is. So Guma and Keria have to respect that he still does have flash ult. Like, Cuz just going to stick around here and grab Raptors, not going to hard force or anything like that.
Zeus is having a good time here in this top lane. Oh dear. I just don't, we can't even see it from the play from KT, right? Yes, they get the flash out of Faker, but I think that T1 are more than happy to give that one up because that's 3 people being used to get some pressure in mid lane when the Rift Herald goes down at the same time. Zeus is proxying between waves. Gumu Shikaria are more than happy to continue shoving this lane forward. We need to see more from KT, but their composition doesn't offer them a lot of that.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And you're just going to be weathering the storm here. It looks like Zeus is considering, at the moment, going to drop that Herald bottom, but actually now pathing mid. BDD is backing here, does have teleport, so he can kind of coast between these 2 lanes, try to identify where Cuz is right now, and Cuz is just kind of lurking here in the tri-brush, has that flash engage available, but there's so much vision here in the river. Nothing he does outside of being on top of this turret is going to be a surprise to T1, you know, unless they're like literally in melee range of this turret.
Cuz is going to move on over and look for owner here. Lehens was alongside him, but they're not going to be able to actually close in. And of course, the vision control is just ridiculous.
Yeah. T1's just like, all right, cool story, bro.
Yeah.
Back to what we were doing down here. I see you over there. I've also got the Scuttle for extra movement speed. And Cuz here, if he flashes onto Guma, you're still going to have a hard time killing him. And you don't want to commit your flash. You're just hoping for an overextension here. As Cuz just has to be here so that Aiming and Lehens don't get dove further.
Well, there's the Vault Breaker onto Cuz. Cease and Desist comes through as well as Tidal Wave is going to get the knock up. The Wild Growth is going to be there. Good bubble. Connects onto Lehens. Is now Cyclone going to be the owner. Diving forward. BDD and Faker fighting towards the top side of Gumayusi. A lot of damage onto Aiming, who does ult, and immediately T1 get out of there. Don't want to give Zeri her certification as Lehens. He has to flash. As now KT, can you do anything here? Kerry is flashing onto them. The ebb and flow value is just absurd. And that is going to be the third kill here. Carrier picks that one up. Now Aiming, I don't know about this one, as that's a real dead Zeri. Emperor's Divide onto Faker underneath the turret here. One shot will come forward as, and he's just pretty tanky, man.
BDD was mid that whole time. That exchange was so extended that he certainly could have rotated over and tried to set up for an Emperor's Divide. He had Flash as well. And then when Faker comes over, he Emperor's Divides him, but Faker Flashless still gets out. And this has just gone from bad to worse here as Cuz is trying to force a play bottom side instead of helping out his top laner. Like, everything here is disastrous because T1 can dive this turret, right? If Cuz actually isn't here. So he decides, okay, I'm going to come into this exchange. Tidal Wave follow-up hits him. He has Wild Growth, but this fight is already lost. And look at BDD. He just opts out. Faker has no flash. He does, but he's like, I don't think I can turn this, you know? Tibbers is up. He's taking a bad trade. Can't be here. And if Cuz tries to play around topside where Zeus is also winning at the same time, by the way, then they just dive the bottom turret and get the whole thing and get the kills. They get the kills anyways. Carrier takes some of the way. Great ebb and flow here. But, you know, at the end of the day, the T1 are still winning topside. You can see the Gnar on the top. And then Faker comes back to mid to try to catch BDD, survives. And already grabbing that mandate. I mean, this is the spike that you want here with the early kills. I mean, sure, you would have liked them to be on the Lucian, but you'll take the advantage regardless.
I actually think that it's totally fine at this point in the game, right, to accelerate the Nami, because now at like level 7, at 12.5 minutes into the game, you have that mandate. Oftentimes it's like, oh, catch up, Nami. We've already got the Gale Force done. But now he can just buff up Gumayusi to no end. And Aiming Lehens, like this lane is well and truly over. And as you can see with the gold, like the game's feeling in a real rough spot here for KT.
I mean, it's almost donezo. Like the comeback ways here for KT are based on Cuz's flash ults, right? And trying to flank as BDD has no money. You know, the Annie is just naturally scaling up here now with the Rod of Ages.
Yep.
Stopwatch is online here too, and it's going to be the second Drake of the game again. This is common, right? A 2 Drake lead with the Lucian Nami lane, but not with a 4,000 gold on top of it lead.
Well, KT have all the information here, right? But they just don't have a way of actually fighting T1. They don't have enough stats. They don't have enough stuff. And it's when you have a vision advantage and you actually just can't use it, that's when you know the game is really doomed.
Yeah. It's just the fact that Cuz has to camp this to make sure his lane doesn't get destroyed is huge. Okay, now he's going to Trickster over the wall.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing Cuz actually manage to do something, right? Because there's the disengage. They do get the tidal wave, but this is Cuz coming through and getting cooldowns. He's got cooldowns a couple of times here in this game, but otherwise...
I mean, they will die if he's not here, but he also can't make any plays. Like, he lives in this Tribrush now. That is his domicile. Like, that is where he dwells. And he's just been here for, like, the last 5 minutes. Like, please don't kill Aiming. I need him to scale. I need him to come online. And this means that Keen has no agency topside. He has no assistance here. Zeus is taking red buff, and if Cuz has to be bottom side here, you're losing everywhere. As Keen can't do anything on his own at this moment in time. He's going to at least come over here and contest.
Yeah,
too late.
Zeus is going to be able to pick that one up. Pretty close there for Keen, but not able to get through. And Gumayusi will take down this turret. This game falling apart for KT right before their eyes. As Cuz will come over and at least try to take Second Herald. Second Herald is a consolation prize at best. They're not even going to be able to do that.
This is Zeus Gnar power. You know, we haven't really looked at it.
Well, I mean, I think it's that, plus it's Owner setting up Zeus for the ability to destroy the lane.
Yeah, well, he's just like, well, I will win this on my own, by the way. And you guys, I don't want to see Owner ever. I want you to be bottom side non-stop. I want you to actually be putting the threat on this Zeri because that's their real win condition. I've already gotten a kill on Keen with your help earlier. So, like, don't come back. Like, just one is fine, and I'm going to be self-sufficient up here. And sometimes you see players like Doran down 1-0, 2-0 as Camille do some crazy all-in and come back, right? And Keen has just not had that agency this game.
No.
20 CS down now, in fact, lost a lot of control over this jungle. And now Owner, when they group up, guess what? He's here too.
Well, they do know exactly what's going on. There's the Cyclone. Cease and desist comes through. His Owner's going to flash immediately. Cuz dives after him, but he's going to take so much damage. Zeus, can you find an Emperor's Divide? Gets rid of him, but it's too late. They trade junglers for now as Aiming and Lahens trying to stand their ground against the T1 bottom lane. A 1-for-1 for the losing side is generally better.
Yeah.
But it's still not a whole lot. Okay, let's see what Keen can do here as Tactical Sweep does not a whole lot. And yeah, it's just a culling.
Baker's coming over with stun prepped, by the way, after pushing 2 waves of minions.
Flashes up. Oh, Keen, this is dangerous.
He will get away.
Get out.
Baker just crashed 2 waves of minions into that inner turret on bottom side during that entire fight. He's like, yeah, you guys are maybe going to trade 1-for-1, but we're getting more.
Well, Aiming's going to try and skate out of this one. There is the wild growth. There's BDD's golden under a turret. That's enough. That's a dead BDD on the Azir. And Azir starting to continue to feel real awkward here in the LCK as, yeah, Bear drops on top of the Scissor Legs lady, and it's just, I feel like the game's done. Well,
it is done.
It's been done for a while.
It's been done.
But it's like, it keeps telling me over and over again, T1 keep telling us this game's done, by the way. This game's done, by the way, the game, it's over.
This is the kind of game that we don't see in Game 2 from T1. We see it in Game 1, right? Where you show up with a standard draft, you play it out beautifully. It's Jungle Gap City here. You get the early advantage top side. I think Cuz's pathing is definitely the most suspect part of this game for me, for KT, but it's one small lead for Gnar means we're only playing bottom. We're only playing bottom. Zeri can't play the game. Cuz has to sit in that tri-brush.
Oh, this is cute. They actually
want the inhib to
go down so that they can farm.
It's the freak inhibitor where there's a whole 20-minute video about why this is the right move for KT, but we'll see if it gives them some free farm here to try to slow this game down. Watch Faker in the bottom lane while all this is happening, as Cuz has to flash for this, and it's a trade of junglers. But Faker's just pushing waves in. Keen shows up super late, and if this is more coordinated from KT, maybe you get 2 kills here, but it's just so disjointed. And yeah, this is...
Sometimes you just get chased down by a mini now.
He's got no money. He has no gold. He has to stopwatch here, and he's still doomed. Like, this is a very behind Azir. And then Faker's just like, oh, you're flanking me? I don't even need flash for this. If you're going to walk at me, sure, thank you.
And what was the idea there?
I mean, that was desperation. He has no ability to turn that fight, even with his Hextech ultimatum. He's just going to die there. It's just desperation here from KT. Like, thank you for the mid inhib. We'll take some free minions in our base. That's where Aiming wants to farm, is in the base. Please.
Yeah.
Let me farm freely. Just let Zeri scale, please. Oh.
And there can be times where like leaving up that inhibitor can work, right? But with the way that the game is accelerating, T1 going to move on over and take a bit of a timeout to secure Soul Point here.
Well, this just means 20-minute Baron, right? I mean, they just to get Baron on spawn. Do they have the greatest Baron damage? No, but do they have enough with this mid inhibitor down and KT being in their base? Yeah, they can.
I mean, can KT ever walk into their own red side jungle? No.
Nope.
So it doesn't actually matter. They could take like 2.5 minutes to kill Baron, and KT would still have absolutely no right to be there.
Look at the timing of this, too. They get the Soul Point here with 45 seconds until Baron. They have a perfect reset timer. Like, look at everyone on T1. Zeus has teleport, by the way. The only one who doesn't reset, who preps the top wave for extra vision. He can back here if he wants to. He doesn't actually have to. He has Sterix. He could back if he wants, but he doesn't need to. He could teleport over here. Now T1 going to group for this Baron in 30 seconds here. Everything is prepped. Mid is pushed. Bot is pushed. There's defensive vision around the Drake. Not that there was any chance anyone could have contested Owner when he took that Soul Point, but like, there's nothing I can even say like, oh, T1 could have done this a little bit better. No, actually no.
No, and also it doesn't matter because whether they could do it better or not is irrelevant because right now they're just cruising, right? At this point, it's like, maybe we should do worse macro so that we can hide our strategy so it's not on the tape, you know? Like, at this point, I think the game kind of wins itself.
Yeah, there's the on-spawn Baron.
Vega standing on a ward. Doesn't matter, guys.
Keen maybe could have pushed for bounty. They're going to contest.
Well, Faker is going to go golden. There's a tidal wave, gets a lot of value. Cuz going to go down first here. Cease and desist, I believe, was onto Cuz's clone. Doesn't matter, guys. Keen going to take a fair bit of damage. T1 still rather low, apart from Zeus, who's just doing a 1v1 battle with the Baron.
The Tibbers is actually getting so much damage done.
Tibbers is so mad. Look at it.
And Baron is going to reset here, but the base is open. I mean, this is the reason why KT can't really contest here is that every time they kind of fight in the neutral like this, T1's getting value elsewhere. So T1 could just be like, all right, so now you're gone, we do it again. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to start this right back up. Don't even care.
Teleport available here for Faker as well, and he can bring a full health Tibbers back. He's going to regen back up again.
It's like, would you like to contest Baron or still have a Nexus alive? You know, you could choose, KT.
Oh no! Rip. Yeah, they lost it. That is also the Baron going down. And so Faker standing on Vision. He had to use the cooldown for his Zhonya's. And there was a cease and desist used on a clone.
Look at this call from Keen. He has the ward here that Faker's on, and he backs before teleporting here. By the time he shows up, the fight is already won for T1. And he's super low, obviously, as he gets burned down. And then T1 have to back away for a second, but they just let the minions do their work. And Keen is just so desperately trying to get something done with that TP play. He could have kept pushing bot and got some bounty gold, but are there really any good choices you can make at this point for KT? Not really.
I think the good choice would be to think about how you're going to fix it for Game 2.
I think that's what the coaching staff is doing as we speak.
Yeah. I even think that KT should stop thinking about this game because it's only going to make you tilted moving towards the next one. It's about that done. And we don't like, well, we do often talk about games being not necessarily winnable. In positions like this, but it doesn't feel good to say that a game's over. But this one's just the most done.
Yeah, I mean, the observers are like, they just wrote this is done by zooming out.
Yeah.
It's all over the screen. It's
Jonas Strong's tempted to actually just zoom in on the Nexus and wait. That's not true. He would never do that.
He wouldn't do that, but he wants to, but he wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, I could do that. You could just go, go and take a restroom break real quick. But KT, there is unfortunately, not even a flank angle here. Kane has no teleport. BDD has teleport, but he will just be focused if he tries to do anything with his Emperor's Divide. He has no items. Like, he has no damage in this game.
No, there's just no tools to actually get anything done. As charging a Vault Breaker here. Here's Owner, and he's just going to clear out some vision. And we're just going to take all of the structures here. One Nexus turret remains, because, just going to get jumped on by Zeus. And they're just continuing to walk around in circles. There is no actual good choice to make here for KT, and therefore, even if we say, oh, KT, go for a fight, yeah, but they can't win anything. There's a Hextech ultimatum into the backline. Gumayushi just going to press the culling button. He does get polymorphed as Cuz tries to dive on top of him. Decent CC, but he's just going to get wiped out. And T1 are going to go for the kill. They back away from aiming. They do actually respect this Zeri quite a lot. As we can see, Sundisk was put up.
Zeus has TP, so he could just return.
Well, BDD, can he be the hero? He does manage to wipe out the Lucian. Now Carrier's going to try and swim away from this, aiming, fighting as best he can, but Faker, he's a tank, guys. He's a raid boss, and Carrier's going to get yet another kill, 306 here on the Nami. And it was a valiant attempt there from KT at the very end, but they're going to need more than this if they want to take down T1. Game number 1 of the Telecom War of our Saturday Showdown is going to go to T1.
That was a really strong early game, and everyone on T1 just doing their jobs. And it followed the exact narrative, the exact recipe for success we were talking about in the pregame. As T1 takes an early lead, snowballs it further and further and further ahead. Then you have no agency when your Azir is losing lane into an Annie. You pick this as the counter pick. If you're losing that lane, you can't fix anything as the mid laner, and that's kind of your job in a scaling comp as BDD, is to at least be able to hold prio or come over and save some of those disaster situations. He can't do it. Keen picked a Camille. That was the counter pick they went with. He wasn't given resources. He's killed by Owner early, and then the game is so lopsided from there, and then every time they try to group up topside to shut down this Gnar, Baker's pushing bot. He's getting an inner turret. He's getting, stacks and stacks and stacks of minions actually taken off of the map. KT were willing to let an inhibitor go because aiming couldn't farm mid. He couldn't do anything this game.
No, he couldn't. BDD did a fair bit of damage here. In fact, the most in the game, but it didn't matter at all, guys. It was completely irrelevant. This was a game where KT played reactively and reacted poorly every time. And it just... It just, like, this is the KT that we saw that we were really unhappy about at the beginning of the season. They had a bit of a resurgence, but remember, guys, they took down DRX and Nongshim. The majority of the LCK have done that. T1 is not on the same level. And KT, we thought maybe they could play with the big boys, but it looks like today they are unable to. It is time to go for a short break. When we get back, we'll see when the KT can turn it around after the space.
하늘 끊었어. 제리 공 박아줬어. 제리 공 박았어.
앞라인 봐줘 앞라인.
잡아봐. 잡아봐. 잡아줄래?
카메 잡았어.
아질이 공 있다. 아질이 공 있다. 제리 공 끊어봐.
천천히.
나 집결할게. 제리 공 끝나면 끝내.
딜 좀.
집결할게. 제리 공 끝났어. 3초 기다려봐. 2초. 나 기다려. 괜찮아.
천천히.
룰루 컷?
정면 이겼어.
아직
살려주면 좋을 것 같아.
네, 천천히 잡으면 될 듯. 이제
나이스.
나이스 되지.
나이스. 잘했다. 현준이 형 갱 지렸다.
고마워.
갱 미친놈인데 그냥?
바타이 미치긴 했다 근데.
나이스.
땡큐.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm Valdez. With me is Chronicler, and that was the first game of Saturday's Showdown. And there wasn't much that was shown here, I feel like, by either side. T1, going for a relatively standard composition in the draft. KT as well, and they didn't really get to show too much of their play because T1 kind of just ganked them early and beat them early.
Yeah, there was not a lot of showdown, there was just a lot of beatdown from T1. What happened was early on, you actually called most of the draft, and it's a great sign of prep for T1. Ban away the Karma and the Sejuani, meaning that from the get-go, you know that KT is going to have to be playing a little bit off comfort. And then we get the Zeri Lulu handshake, talked about that one to death, so we kind of know how it works. The one thing I would have liked to see changed for the KT side was that the Azir could have been Orianna. Orianna is both great into any, has been buffed and is getting even more buffs in I think on the next patch. And then also works really well with the Wukong. You have double shielding for your Zeri. It works well with Camille, and it's a good matchup into Annie. So that could have been a great pivot. We have already seen if we can play Gragas mid, we can play Orianna, guys. Like it's fine. We can divert from the beaten path. But it's really two stock standard compositions that can play out in many ways based on how the teams executed. And the execution of KT was not up to par to the level that he needs to beat T1.
Yeah, we talked about this. The drafts were what they were. The red side was taken in by KT. They got that counter pick on the top side. That got punished very early on, which we're going to see right now in this first highlight because...
Yeah, so
why don't you take us through this one?
Yeah, because this is a really big mistake. Right now, the lane is shoving into Keen. Keen, the wave is pushing into him. He knows that Owner is in the top half. Was spotted there. His bot camps were down, and as we play the clip, Camille is insanely safe. There's a reason why we used to see like Ignite Camille, because of this skill that is being used right here, which is hookshot. If you have hookshot, you can live through this gank. But he uses hookshot early, even with the cookie. He doesn't have the mana or the cooldowns. And then if you live here and you flash, it's unfortunate, but Owner's probably not gonna come top again. You can be fine, but instead you give over an early kill, which means that Zeus is going to have complete control of the lane. And because of the misplay from Keen, Owner also doesn't need to flash. So he can just walk bot straight from base, flash, and get the kill there. And then from that point, the game was over, because now T1 has leads. And when T1 has leads, every turret gets perma shoved in. You lose all your plates, you lose all objectives. And then you don't play the game.
Yeah, I mean, the casters were talking about how KT was playing pretty reactively. I mean, from that point, there's not too much you can do. It was very early on in the game, but it also was just top lane and bottom lane are pretty boomed from there. So maybe you could have played a little bit more around the mid lane and try to set up some ganks there, because as a Wukong, he needs level 6, he needs time and for his lanes to not fall apart, but that was not happening in this game. So if we roll the second clip here, which is kind of the second part of how this game ended, it was just a fight on the bottom side, just trying to get something going for KT, and it turned on its head.
This is 10 minutes in, we're already looking at a 2.5k gold lead, fellas, and a mountain dragon. And yeah, you gotta try and fight with your 6 spikes. That is where the composition of KT actually spikes pretty decently. But again, it's disjointed, and they're playing scared. Like at this point in the game, as dire as it is, I think you just try to like hard all in on that second Cyclone. Like you probably lose the game, but you can't then peel back and then kind of like, yeah, second Cyclone goes up into the wind. Zerial doesn't get anything done. Like, I don't think it's good to try and all in there, but if you do, you have to really commit and try and flip the game, and that didn't work. So from that point on, the game was over.
Yeah, there were no other highlights. I mean, there were a bunch of other fights that happened later on in the game. There was, Rift Herald's taken essentially for free, thrown into mid, and huge leads once again gained for T1. They also went for a 20-minute Baron, as they always do when they have this much of a lead. They already had broken an inhibitor, so the second the team went back to stop the push from the inhibitor, they just take the Baron again, and that really was the nail in the coffin.
And it would have been one thing if T1 like did their 5D chess draft and it would like flip everything, and then they would
didn't have to.
Didn't have to. They legitimately were 2 big mistakes, one from Keen, one from the bot lane, knowing that Owner was going to be in his bottom quadrant because he just based after getting a kill top, and then Lahens was really far up the lane, and then he died, and that...
Yeah.
that was it.
So game number 1 was pretty straightforward. KT have selected red side again for game number 2. This is something that, we were talking about a little bit in game number 1, right? You save, you try to react in the draft, you don't let T1 get kind of counter pick and do all this weirdness because you have red side. Unfortunately for them, even with the counter pick on the top side, it wasn't enough to win game 1.
I wouldn't even hate if they ran it back in this draft. This to me was like the epitome of, we often point at drafts and go, and I think there were improvements for the draft that you could find, but it was about the play.
Wasn't about the draft. Either way, guys, let's take a look at the POG for game number 1. On the side of T1, it will be Owner with his 8th so far, and that's with Keria taking a bunch from his team. I believe he should be on top for now, but yeah, I mean, essentially just how we talked about the first couple of highlights were kind of when the game ended, it was because Owner was setting up great ganks.
Really was. It wasn't even so much as because in this matchup, like pre-6, the Wukong is just not going to be able to do as much. But it was the mistakes of the laners from KT getting expertly punished by Owner. Really efficient pathing, not wasting any time, and every time anyone on KT overstepped, Owner was there to punish them. It's a very good, clean, basic game of League of Legends as Owner continues soaring in the POG points.
There haven't been a lot of seasons where 2 players from the same team are competing for first. No. Generally, it'll be 2 players from different teams that are, kind of carrying, as we did have 3 votes for the support as well. Nicely done. Keria did flash in and did do the boom boom damage, I suppose, from the support role. Either way, T1, pretty easy win for them here in game number 1. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Not gonna lie, Keria was absolutely robbed of that one. He should have been the one. He, in my heart, is number 1. Just because in the only relevant part of the game, he was playing really aggressively and it was cool, and Owner altered a clone. So that's all I'm gonna say. Let's jump into game number 2.
I'm just gonna let my vote speak for my opinion.
and also the person who actually won the vote. It does make sense.
Hey, let's talk about the second draft, because KT picked red side. This is something you and I were talking about before the series. Like, this team should stay on red side. T1 picked blue, as we do have some guys here from Spain, from also Haungchomiji.
Welcome, first time in Korea, TV show.
Barcelona.
Very cool. Welcome.
Welcome. Glad to see these guys checking out esports on the first time in Korea.
Yeah.
Play Garen mid, please.
I don't know whether they'll get their wish, but we'll see.
It's a famous TV show where you get your friends to come visit Korea and they tour around.
That's his,
my first time writing in Korean.
Wow, it's actually looked pretty good. Not gonna lie, that was better than my first time. Promise you that.
Oh, I mean, my handwriting is so bad. I often, when I go to do official documents, I ask the teller to write it for me.
yeah.
I can do it. But I don't know if they're always, sometimes they're like, I'm sorry, can you write this again?
No, for me, when they ask me to write it, I'm like, do you have 35 minutes? Because it just takes me a really long time. Yeah. Well, anyway, let's hop into the draft here for game number 2, see whether KT, I was going to say bounce back, but I was wondering whether KT could arrive. That would be really cool.
I mean, look, I thought the draft was great.
I think it was fine, yeah.
I don't think it was played out the way that KT planned to in the vision game there from T1, tracking Cuz, and then, as was really well pointed out on the space, like a little bit of over-aggression with that hook shot there from Keen is rough. But
I mean, it's one mistake, and then you lost the whole game. Yeah. Because it was from that point on that KT never really had access back into it. Like, Owner being there towards that bottom side, as the space mentioned.
Atlas, I was gonna say, like, maybe KT pick Annie this time earlier, and it really warps the draft, and then nope, T1 just gonna take that. There, I think T1 kind of on the same mindset as me here. Now, you can put aiming on Lucian, but this has not been his strong point. He's 0-4 on the champion. He has not won a single game with the Lucian into Zeri lanes this season, and it's not his playstyle, but he's going to pick it up here anyways. The Annie is still so flexible here for T1. Could end up being support, where you could deny dives from Cuz if they want to actually really hard force that bottom lane. And they're even going to save the jungle as a counter pick here. They want to see what Owner is doing before they commit.
Yeah, I actually really like it, because I wouldn't put it past T1 to just pick up Draven Nami. That you could just do that. Makes Lucian's life really, really difficult. Force hands onto something like a Sona, which he definitely doesn't want to play. Gumiushi thinking about heading towards something else here, but we'll see what they do actually end up making their minds on. Karma is banned, so the Varus less value necessarily.
We very rarely see teams opt into Varus with the Lucian lane here, and this could be something really unique here. Now, I like the Vi pickup. This is what you lose as KT by locking in this Nami early, and so it's just going to be that Wukong handshake once more. And I wouldn't be shocked if we see something like a Varus Jhin lane or something like that here, because you have the Vi, you have this Annie in mid. The Annie still can be flexed to support here with this Varus lane. Not as powerful in this lane as it is in other weak side lanes. We're usually not trying to opt into weak side Varus, but see what they end up doing here. But this makes the draft a lot more confusing and tough for KT. This is vintage T1 Game 2. You don't know what's coming next.
Yeah, and the Vi kind of tells me that Annie could very well be heading towards that bottom lane. Of course, the level 6 spike with Varus Annie is very, very strong. You know, with dropping a bear on them.
I love this.
Chains of Corruption.
Ballista ban, and we might see the Jhin ban next year from KT Rolster. Just eliminate some of those possibilities of how this lane goes very wrong for you. The Annie could be still problematic, as you mentioned, but
it eats support bans when it could already be going into support, right? Like, it's actually really, really smart from T1, and utilizing their flex is something they didn't have to do in Game 1.
Nope.
And they're now doing it here in Game 2, making things even more difficult for KT.
And once again, Keen's not going to get to play his Jax. That's taken off the board. This final ban here is a really tough one for KT. You can see Hirai discussing with the players here. Moving into this one, it will be the Jace ban.
I like that.
I think that you know for sure that Zeus is going to be able to play Jace in this draft, so take that away. It could be Jhin, you don't know, could be Annie. You try to take a second support ban away here, and it feels really messy. It feels wasted in a lot of cases.
And also, like, T1 would then have the opportunity of picking Jace Gragas, and then you don't know where anything is going. Aiming, let's see what he's going to pick up here for Keen or for BDD.
I did think it was really cute on the desk when they thought that maybe Orianna would be played mid in the LCK. I
know.
It's not going to happen.
I thought that too, and it just didn't. It didn't.
Now, the Gragas here is flexible. Faker proved this.
Oh, yeah.
As he played his 3rd and 4th professional games of Gragas in that previous series earlier this week against Liv Sandbox. So this is actually a great pick here for KT because it can be safe against anything very blindable topside. And then if they want to play it mid, they can.
Okay.
Draven Varus, okay.
Yep, that's a choice you can make. Carrier just going to bust out the support Varus this time around. Of course, very much enjoys building lethality, and when you can build lethality, you can play the support. Is kind of how it goes.
I really think that BDD needs to have a pick that has a lot of prio here. Is it going to be Cassante into the Gragas top? I think that Gragas is definitely going top at this point. BDD, when he doesn't have mid-prio, man, this lane is going to be a disaster potentially on the bottom side.
Oh, yeah. And T1 went from, like, this is a really smart draft, everything is great, to we're having fun! Hell yeah!
I mean, I think this draft is still really strong. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily fun. Like, this is the kind of games we've been seeing from T1 all season. It looks like it's going to be Gragas mid with the Gwen here going top side, and BD playing this Gragas into the Annie mid is going to be very challenging to get massive advantages early enough in this lane to where you can actually help out your bottom lane. So, I mean, this is just going to be Guma Carrier playground. Faker already dominated BDD when he was on the Azir. The Gragas here, which in the early game is not going to have that same sort of power or prio, will be very difficult to play out.
I think that Keen this time is going to be having a much better time as Draven Annie with Varus mid this time around is the attempted idea, but I don't think that's going to happen.
It's just a tease.
That was like 2 seconds before it was had to be locked. Of course, when it hits 20 seconds, guys, that's when all of the swaps have to have come through, unless we get a bug or anything like that, which used to happen quite often. Hasn't happened so far this year. Touch wood.
Yeah. Don't say that, Atlas.
Yeah. I think that KT, if they don't win this game, then it's a real disaster. I think Keen has such a huge advantage. Like, Gwen was already a good matchup into Cassante, and then he got nerfed into the ground. So I think that, like, theoretically, this should be the angle that you can actually find some leads, but the bottom lane's going to be really difficult. But as the game goes on, there are so many more avenues back than there were in Game 1.
I think that's the main problem for me is if you lose bottom so hard. I mean, this is exactly how T1 sees the meta, is I can play anything bottom and we can win it. And when you have a Vi here and you're going to have some mid-prio into this Gragas pick, just don't see how KT stave off the pressure. You opted into this Lucian pick and now going to lose lane.
Well, we'll see whether they can turn it all around because, as we mentioned before, we need KT to actually turn up today. And Game 2 could be their last hope for doing so. KT, you can hear the desperation in the fans' voices once again, a lot more warranted than it was in game number 1. It was definitely still there then.
Halo Blades for the Varus and the barrier so that Keria can extend those trades. As if you don't get hit by the bubble, I mean, that bottom side, you just keep hitting. You just keep autoing and you win.
Yeah.
Aiming needs abilities to proc his passive, but the base stats of Draven are so high with the heal barrier lane here. It is going to be a tough time. Now, if BDD surprises me and actually gets mid-prio here and wins this lane, then things could look different, but I'm not willing to predict that right now, to be honest with you, Atlas.
The best thing about this lane is that we have got 10 years of tape of Gragas versus Annie. This has been a matchup since the dawn of time. It used to be great for Gragas, but Gragas also used to have some of the most absurd AP scalings in the history of the universe. Your cask went out instantly. There were ways that you could just never actually react to Gragas. Gragas was broken, guys. He was very strong.
Hey, that's a good start.
Yeah, we've nailed it. Cut the video. KT in the lead. Let's call it and go home.
Well, this bottom lane at level 1, as mentioned, very difficult to play out for the Lucian Nami. Already going to be a heal. Like, you are healing to get experience.
Yeah, basically. They do have somewhat of a health advantage, as Varus played in support for the first time here. Means that he has played so far in 3 different roles here in the LCK.
The mid-Varus, kind of the older tech. And we might have seen it into the Gragas here if they had not swapped at the last possible second there.
Well, Zeus is going to be able to find a Q, but Keen is just standing there being like, I'm Gwen. I have not been nerfed, and you have.
Yeah. Also, you know, just with how Kasante's Qs work. Okay, hold on. Faker.
Well, there is the flash immediately. Body slam flash in there as well as Faker gets taken down very low. There's the flash from Cuz, and first blood goes to KT.
Well, that's one way to get a lead in mid. You know, just an early level 3 gank from Cuz. 2 flashes for 1, but you'll take that amount of control. You get the early teleport here now from Faker. And this bottom side definitely feels a little bit more salvageable now.
Oh, it absolutely does. KT feeling pretty happy about the state of the game right now. Of course, Owner here towards the bottom side and can obviously punish Cuz for losing that flash.
BDD with not a lot of mana here and no flash, so very difficult to chase down this Vi. And Faker just instantly teleports back to lane, so in terms of what he's going to lose, very limited right now. And in fact, he's going to zone BDD out. BDD will have to teleport after this wave.
Yeah, KT here on the bottom side. They know exactly where Owner is. Cuz going to be able to clear out that ward. And Owner immediately puts down another one. KT playing very respectfully there towards that bottom side. And I'm very interested to see what Zeus' idea is here on this Kasante. Because so far, like, there are a lot of options into Kasante these days. And we were commentating quite a lot of Kasante in Challenger because we have a lot of players that just really love the champion. Mihail comes to mind, of course, for Nongshim's Challenger roster. Just picks it all the time.
And we've seen, I'd say, so much Kasante in Challengers because of the amount of prep that came into learning this champion and the mastery that came through very early for some.
Everyone was just spamming in preseason, you're right.
So, you know, you feel really comfortable in that, maybe a little bit rusty for some of these players who haven't built up 5 years of playing tons of different matchups, kind of relying on this Kasante. I think in this draft, for Zeus, the idea is we have a lot of setup CC, we have a lot of burst damage. If I can hit my Q3 in a team fight or all out somebody, you know, when the Annie, flash Tibbers and then you have that follow-up Draven ult, burst somebody down, you can play this almost like a pick comp, but it also has great 5v5 team fighting from ahead, which is what this draft is designed to do. Now, with that early kill mid, T1 behind in gold for the moment, but it hasn't really meant anything just yet here bottom side.
Yeah. No, this lane should be able to fight back, but the problem is that I feel like Nami offers a lot in a team fight, and Carrier will offer less and less as the game goes on.
True.
Right? Like, he's an 80 carry that, yeah, he's got Chains of Corruption. His owner is going to find Cuz here in the jungle. He's a buy. He's very happy to take this little trade as Ward goes over, and Piercing Arrow going to connect. BD able to help get Cuz out as Carrier's just going to chase after him. Hail of Blades does a heck of a lot of work, and there's the last auto. Thanks for the blue buff.
And this is such an easy call for T1 to make, to just force this, because the back timing of aiming and Lehens is telegraphed. They know they've backed. They're already looking to make a Drake play, and then this happens, right? Cuz is over here caught out very far forward in the jungle. Owner just punishes him instantly, and now they're going to be able to turn this into a pick and a dragon. So go back to that level 3 gank here from Cuz. Faker has to flash here, still takes the damage. The body slam is great from BDD, buffering that one into him. And then Cuz still has flash for the follow-up to Q him to death. But it doesn't lead to a lead for Gragas in the mid lane. And this is where things go really badly, because Cuz shouldn't be here while his bot lane is backing. You don't have the control over the map to do that. And you know that T1 are looking to try to punish this back with a Drake. Like, you should know this. And he is punished very hard.
Yeah,
for his transgressions.
That's actually just not great play from Cuz. Knew that he was on vision, but Carrier also understanding exactly how much he's capable of doing there, and knowing that the Warrior Trickster is on cooldown as well is really, really important. But this is still a thing, right? Like, Lucian Nami is still very strong, and so there is still avenues, but things definitely evening out a lot more. And with that 500 gold lead, T1 find themselves once again with that tempo advantage. So much of this game has come down to where these junglers are going, what they're doing, and what mistakes they make. The mistakes have been on Cuz's side so far this series. Owner's been very, very clean.
He really has. And, you know, you could see that this lane can go very well for the Lucian Nami after you get those few levels online, and Draven is not just chunking you down with his level 1 autos, where he has some of the strongest, if not the strongest, level 1s trades you're going to have in the game. So that's going okay now. BDD picked up that early assist. He does have control of the mid lane for this moment in time. So KT definitely having a fair game here. We're heading into a mid game where things have not gone disastrously bad for them early on.
Yeah.
So already an improvement here.
Cuz there is a ward. So Zeus should get information as to what's going on here, but he is just going to shadow for the moment. Vi on the bottom side, Keen looking for a potential angle as the Q is charged.
Really
Zeus
greedy.
Not going to throw it at him.
Really risky to actually commit to this, because he could just ult you through that wall right under turret. If you don't have level 6 as the Wukong, probably not advised to stick around here, but they are going to try to set up for this Herald on spawn. 10 seconds for this. The Prio they have topside with BDD coming over here. Full mana bar, cask at the ready.
Yep. And Faker's just going to drop a bear on the monkey. Lehens in position. Ebb and Flow going to be able to help out here, and there is the smite. 50G, you'll take that. Does mean that he'll have to wait for his next charge, but it's coming up right now, so no worries at all.
This is a really cool call from T1 because they're communicating with the bottom lane. Gumus wants to stay in lane and didn't know where aiming was. Like, you know what? If we just put the jungler down low, we should be able to buy enough time here to actually get a rotation up, get a good Draven ult potentially from Guma as he hits level 6 too in this fight if they want to contest. And KT just decide we can't actually play this out the way we wanted.
Yeah. And now here towards the bottom side, Lehens, he does make his way back down, and things definitely feeling a lot better for KT as far as how the game state is, because the last draft from T1 was just really clean, right? Like, it smoothly moves from early advantage to late game scaling and does it beautifully and answered KT's composition and what they were able to do so beautifully. This time, this sort of stuff has to happen, right? There are far more avenues for success here for KT, especially looking towards those side lanes with the Gwen.
And if this Herald isn't taken for KT, like, this doesn't happen, and, you know, you can defend this, but unfortunately, this is seen by T1. They are able to identify it, and so Owner is just camping this lane where aiming is not able to farm, and plates are going over. So you've already gotten equal to what the Herald would give you in terms of plates, maybe even more here if they finish this off. Very close to it. I think they will get it.
Absolutely.
Yep. And so now you've already beaten the Herald value just from camping with your Vi down here bottom side, just like game 1.
And it's after Cuz makes that mistake, he's back to, oh, I'll just try and help everyone else. I'm not going to make the plays anymore, and we'll just try not to make any more of these mistakes. And we can't, like, that's not how you win the game.
It's hard, you know, when you have this bottom lane that's very volatile, and there's so much damage early, even without a Draven cash-in or anything like that. That's a really tough lane to assist when you don't have level 6. The desk pointed this out earlier, you know, Cuz on Wukong in the previous game also just not able to help out until he had that 6 and didn't commit fully to that all-in at 10 minutes. So, I mean, now Keen is like, well, I don't know if I could be anywhere. I have to play respectfully here. It's just a really frustrating game state here now for KT. Only 2 kills, but this is what T1 does. They probably have the lowest kill to gold lead ratio in the LCK because they just win off of the map.
Oh, Ona gets over the wall, and Cuz is, yep, he's back. He's back to his position. Here we go.
What I mean by that is that they win off of objectives, and their gold leads are based more than any other team, I think, based on turrets and plates than anyone else in the LCK right now. And now they've got group up for this second Drake here.
Yeah, well, Tidal Wave is going to come forward. There's the Cyclone, lands onto both of these bottom laners. Sorry, onto Ona and onto Carrier. Culling comes through. That should be another kill as BDD picks up that one. The Draven's going to cash in, but it's a double kill here for the Gragas. He flashes away as Faker just needs a few more. Gumayusi flashes. Can he actually get it? There it is. That's a double for the Draven. Amazing here for T1. KT had the answer, but I think the cash-in's probably worth it.
The cash-in is definitely worth it, and now Carrier has an Umbral Glaive. So the vision game here is going to be so much harder now on the side of KT Rolster. You can see the ideas in these compositions. You have the Tidal Wave and the Cyclone not linked up perfectly, but they still do both get hit by that Cyclone. Owner and Carrier there, and then you have that follow-up damage coming through when the Gragas arrives, but it can't win the longer fight. The Draven damage is real, and now the cash-in is so huge.
Oh, yeah.
And KT are going to try to group up back again and look for another contest on this Drake, but this contest even tougher.
I think it's kind of okay with Gale Force now being completed for aiming, and we haven't had the back yet for Gumayusi. He's now coming out of base. This is the one moment that you can go for this.
I mean, they don't even know if Guma backed or not. They didn't see him, so this is so greedy. But I mean, I guess you got to take risks if you're KT.
And Ona and Carrier now waiting over to the side. They can see exactly what the health bar of this Drake is. So this steal is just so easy.
Oh man, KT, Guma could have been here. He wasn't. He backed. But you don't have any setup vision around the rest of the Drake, and you just get
they did it on vision. Yeah. Like there's actually just like there's
on the scuttle. I mean,
well, Rift Herald is going to be put down here in this mid lane. Let's just talk about something else, shall we, for a moment? As T1 they'll push into the bottom lane. This is the only really good news story solidly for KT is Keen being able to fight against Zeus here. But as I say that, the all-out does come through, pulls him back underneath the turret, and Gwen not going to be immune to that one. So he's going to have to back away. Some needlework coming out here as Zeus just doing some Cassante things. BDD fighting against Fake. A good little belly bump, gets a bit of value here as the Cyclone comes through. Cease and desist comes down. There is the Whirling Death, and Gumayusi's going to get yet another one. That is a killing spree here as Ona gets over the wall. There's the flash from aiming. He wants to play this aggressively, but Ona, he's down to a sliver, but he will survive. KT, they just cannot get these little extra bits.
I mean, look at the damage here from Guma.
Oh yeah, he's real big now.
He basically 3 shots Lens. You know, I mean, it's not quite that bad, but it's almost that bad. And Lens is just going to have to get out of dodge. T1, so much control on the bottom side of the map. I mean, Cuz is cycloning to try to hold his Gromp.
Yeah.
That's where we are in this game state where T1 now, once again, suddenly, 4,000 gold lead, 2 Drake lead. It's Infernal Soul for a 3-0 Draven.
Yeah, that cash-in really ballooned the gold ridiculously far. And it looked like it was kind of okay for KT. As we have a look at it again, like, BDD finds a good angle, right? He gets down here making proactive play. Like, this was cute, but in the end, it just didn't really do enough.
Owner buys so much time here, and the follow-up damage is just not big enough at this stage in the game. And to go this far as BDD to secure the kill, because he has to, right? Because you don't have as much damage on this Lucian as you'd like to have. He's trapped and he goes down, and then there is a control ward, there's a regular ward, buys over the wall. They do not even know. This is just elementary steal here.
I mean, it's not even a steal. Like, actually, this is just T1's Drake.
하나,
Because they can just time it.
지금
1, 2, 3 is the call there in the comms, and this is what you do, where you time it with Varus. We've seen this team do this so many times, whether it's support or AD carry. And then this is like the Cyclone on the Gromp. Oh, such a tragedy here.
Yeah. KT not really finding any angles. And this was the draft to actually turn it around, right? This was the time. And also the early game didn't actually go that horribly, but it still spiraled out of control completely. So much of me just wants to get 3 games out of this telecom war, but it's just not looking like it's going to be possible.
And there are some, you know, if you funnel into a choke point onto Keen, you know, he's got this Rift Maker, or maybe a big cask play comes through, Cyclone on top of a Gwen. You know, I mean, there are some weird team fights that can happen even from behind where KT could suddenly get a bunch of gold injection.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption go wide, but it's zoning, guys. Goes over this wall, but is he going to stay there is the question. They're waiting for BDD, but he walks over a ward. T1 just with the answers to everything here so far.
Yeah, I mean, Annie now leaning against the Quinn and having a pretty good time over there, too.
Oh, well, that clone takes a bit of damage from the Whirling Death.
Yeah, they're just going to try to force this turret down with the Herald.
Oh dear, aiming's real dead. Tidal Wave does come through. Let's see whether KT have a follow-up. Bubble is decent there onto Zeus, who's tanking this one for a very long time, but he all outs. He gets over the wall. Cuz, can you actually kill him? The answer is no. He's going to be able to get over that wall. Keen now diving forward. Gumayusi
Teleport.
making some needlework as the teleport does come through from Faker, and he turns up and says, "Leave my friends alone."
Yeah, he was ready to
KT
flash
says
ult.
yes.
He was like, I'm gonna do it if you guys actually try to stick around and turn this. Guaranteeing that push through to the turret. And BDD's just kind of left over here trying to get something back, trying to scale up here, because once he hits that big spike with his Rod of Ages and the Seraphs, he will do a lot of damage. We saw Faker do this exact same build. I mean, this is the new Gragas build. You don't build tank anymore, you build DPS, but he still needs time, right? Is over here, T1 are just planning to siege up for this Rift Herald drop. Owner, again, clears vision, and I mean, it's so clean. Goodbye, Lucian. That's all your damage gone when the Gragas is on the top side. Cuz is just desperately trying to do anything to stop this push.
Well, in the meantime, Lahens is dead. Gumayushi's going to get his 4th here of this game, and that's, if the back wasn't broken already, call the ambulance.
T1 playing this second game, yeah, it's a draft that I think from the outset, to some people would look at the Cassante after the nerfs and see the support Varus first in the LCK and say, well, this is kind of, you know, happy gaming from T1. I really don't think so. I think this draft is solid. They know their win conditions very well, and the fact that Keria understands how to play the early game in this matchup so extremely well with the Halo Blades, his flash kill early on, you know, these are things that you know T1 have been practicing this. They have been scrimming this. They have prepared this, and Zeus.
He's going to face check, does just push them into the wall here and takes one of them away. He's going to choose Keen for his battle. Don't know whether you necessarily want that one. He's going to dash a whole bunch, but yeah, Keen's just going to snip, and that's a dead Cassante.
Yeah, that's the target he didn't want there, and now BDD under some threat here, but it should be fine.
Ooh, value. I was thinking that maybe that was a barrel that wasn't in the correct position, but he knew that he had to make his way back out again.
Keen might pick up some bounty gold here, which would be pretty huge for KT. It's going to be a small victory, but you'll take it at this point.
Yeah, there it goes. So there it is. A little bit of money back. 5,000 gold is the lead as Faker goes golden. Keria off to the side, finds the Chains of Corruption. Lahens, he has to flash. That is a dead monkey, a 5th one here for Gumayusi. Meanwhile, Shirley's getting charges. She's having a real good time as Keria's flashing, just trying to get some slows so that Gumayusi can free hit. Piercing arrow not going to land there onto Lahens, who's going to have to piece out of this one. I don't think that he's going to be able to offer too much more other than fish food for T1.
Faker.
As a bear goes down, and that is a dead BDD. Another kill for Gumayusi as they are not stopping. They're just going to continue pushing forward. It's 19 minutes into the game.
It could almost end at this point here. Aiming with a rapid fire cannon available now. They are going to back away. But Baron spawns here in 1 minute time. They can try to reset for this. They have mid control. They have top control. An inhibitor is down early once again. And this is what T1 does with these massive leads. And the timing of these picks is just stellar as we're going to watch this. Chains of Corruption into the follow-up. Just an insta-dead Lahens. But over here, you know, you definitely wanted to ult, I think, the Wukong, but, you know, tough to do. in the stressful situation here for Zeus.
I mean, there were pixels on top of one another. It was a 50-50 is what it felt like.
Yeah, I think you are actually correct. That's my assessment as well. Then on the top side, watch the timing of this stopwatch from Faker. This is actually so beautiful. He's like, I'll cast, and then just before the tidal wave. So he's actually still in this, has a stun. Cuz is locked down. He gets another follow-up stun here with his Tibbers when he preps it. Still has flash available, didn't need to use it. I mean, this is like a really long replay, but I don't think there's anything happy going on in live.
Yeah, there might be another fight,
maybe
or
a
something
Baron
like that, but I think it's not super relevant right now. As the bear pops down.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's one of those games, Atlas, you know, and these types of play, this type of new double 80 carry lane is exactly how T1 likes to play.
Yeah, and it's not even new at this point, right? Like, this is just carrier. He wants to pick something that has range and then just beat them down.
Yeah.
And that's what he decides to do.
I mean, they
KT weren't
popularized
good
it.
enough to make it work. Yeah.
They popularized it, and if you are as good as Carria is, and your team is so good at macro and making cross maps happen, you just take advantages from that bottom side where you snowball it, and then you have Umbral, and yeah, I mean,
I don't know why, but they're still going to go for a Baron. Here's a teleport from KT as Cuz is going to get stunned forever and murdered. Faker's going to grab that kill. Actually, a great all-out to make sure that he just could not do anything to react. That means that this Baron is very comfortably going to go over to T1, and KT, I mean, there was nothing left in the tank. It felt like, honestly, this game was lost much earlier than this. But with the Baron now, T1 will push down on these last remaining few turrets.
Yeah, the last few inhibitors, easy to take them down. Carria here just trying to check for vision.
Here it is, yeah.
Is picked. And, I mean, he has Umberglaive. He wants to be doing stuff like this as part of his job, is to find out where those flank angles are. And KT, despite the lack of a support here, just can't actually fight this. They hold the Baron so that, you know, there's no 50-50 here. Then focus down the jungler. It's an easy cleanup from there. They have the numbers advantage. They have the wallets advantage.
And Ace is having such a good time just dashing around on this Cassante, man. He just looks like he's enjoying himself.
Look at the items for Carria. Like, he got the Umberglaive early, so he can clear a lot of vision, but now he has Ghostblade. He's just lethality Varus now.
Yeah, no, he is.
And there's not enough money for KT to itemize against this amount of damage. It's just so silly.
I feel like Carrier should be the one farming now. Gumyushi, like, he's got so many cash-ins. He's got 13k. He's like double that of aiming right now.
Like, sell your sickle.
Yeah, like just like let's just farm. You know, I think that's what Carrier should be doing here. I guess they do kind of need vision. I guess maybe, but do they though? I don't know. Kind of want to see double 80 carry from the bottom lane.
I mean, they've got so many ways to clear this vision too. And I mean, they're just pushing with Baron buff, taking these turrets out piece by piece.
Yeah, it's a 10,000 gold lead at 22.5 minutes, guys. This is an excessive snowball. And KT, this week has just not been a very good week for this team. We were kind of predicting that they weren't going to be able to keep it up for the entire season, but I don't think anyone was predicting a collapse of this magnitude.
The drafting was the big problem in the D+ series, right? Where they fell into a lot of pitfalls. They didn't play their strengths as... I can't believe they're doing it to him right now.
Yeah.
The drafting in this second game in particular, also a little bit sus as owner.
Yeah, the culling's going to come through. That is a two-man Tibbers, though. Tidal Wave comes down just to try and split this fight up. As KT underneath the turret now. They don't lose anyone, but they still don't have very much control. BDD looking for it, does manage to bring in the Draven right into the bubble. That's the cash-in. Well, I mean, the cash-in on the other side, right, for Keen this time, but T1 still have a lot of damage available. It's not Zeus, as he's going to push PDD back in. All right, kind of love it.
They don't need an 80 carry, they got a spare! They got a spare!
Exactly! They do need an 80 carry, Wolf, but they still have one, it's fine.
They got a spare, it's not fair!
Oh,
it's not fair, Atlas!
Lahen's is going to get punched by the Vi here. And Zeus will help take down this Nexus turret. The wallets are so heavy, it's obscene. And yeah, Gumyushi dies. It's his first death of the game. And the Nexus will be the next to fall. 24 minutes, man. An absolute shellacking as, the inhibitors respawn, guys. It's just like Worlds.
Except not in any way.
Completely different.
All right, let's see. Where's the angle here? Keen can TP. All right. He's going to go onto the Baron pit.
Yeah, this is BDD making his way in. Cuz just trying to keep tabs on everyone.
It doesn't actually
Carrier is dead. Yeah. but that means that the rest of them do make it out alive.
Zeus is going to get out of here. Owner's going to get out of here. This inhibitor turret actually survives. Bot inhibitor didn't go down, and top inhibitor, as you mentioned, respawn. That's why they couldn't actually push to end.
I think it's fine now. Yeah, all the inhibitors are back up. I think it's time for the KT, the KT comeback.
Now, I was going to stand by what I said about the happy gaming in this draft. I think this draft is actually good. We might see T1 even draft this in playoffs. In the positioning of the Draven here, I will say maybe a little bit of happiness going through. Zeus decides, okay, we could turn this. We have Faker here with another stun he can prep, and then Keria is doing tons of lethality damage. They do win this fight, which is insane after what was a pretty heroic attempt there from BDD to delete the AD carry. But they stay a little bit long. The inhibitor does respawn. The game goes on. But this is not how KT are going to win this one, right? This is one of about 5 miracle fights they will need to come back in this game. It's like the Nexus is open.
Yeah, there's like they took so many turrets. Like the amount of money T1 has after this push is obscene, and it's right now kind of weighing them down. You know, it's sitting in their pockets. They're still yet to turn it into all of those juicy items, and now they have. It's 4 items now complete for Gumayusi. We've got like a few extra ones being picked up here by the rest of the team. Faker's been sitting on that Rabadon's for quite some time, and yeah, I mean,
BDD. He doesn't have Flash. You know, if he has Flash, maybe you can make that heroic play one more time.
And it's like almost all of the gold lead is in this bottom lane. It's actually insane the amount of value that they've got. As Keria is going to get the Chains of Corruption onto Cuz, and he's going to go down. Owner goes gold in there as well to avoid the culling damage. And now there is no real form of engage here for KT outside of he's throwing a Hail Mary.
Yeah, he's holding that cast. He really wants to do it so badly, but he can't get into range. And there's no Nexus turrets here.
Aiming just dives into the backline, executes Keria. That was kind of sick. I don't know whether it's going to mean too much. As there it is. All right. Zay's going to be booped in. He's like real tanky right now, though, as he does manage to find that Q. Beautifully done. Keen, not immune enough. And Tibbers is chasing them into the fountain. Leave them alone, Tibbers. They've been through so much already. His owner is just going to find BDD and take him down. T1 are going to look for the last remaining few kills. As, yep, there is Gumayusi flashing onto the fountain. And that might be enough as get revenge for Keria and then call it a day. Nexus goes down 2-0 for T1.
It's been a while since we've seen T1 2-0 a telecom war. The last few have been very close. We've had some heroics from aiming. Everyone remembers that AP Kaisa series, but this time T1, it's all business. Even in game 2, where there was a little bit of fun times to be had with the lead they had. They come in, and Bengi said before this, you know, this is so important to our organization to win the telecom war. An ex-T1 player who's lived through those telecom wars in the past, and you know, T1 coming to this one with very serious mindset, great drafting. I actually loved the Varus flex there at the end. It's not one that you can easily see coming. And, you know, if you're a T1 fan, you picked a good day to come to Korea and watch your first LCK match.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that. You don't get a lot of value for money coming in and watching a game here today. This 2-0 was very swift. KT just not really here, to be perfectly honest. I think we have to say it. This week was not the KT week. So hopefully they can get back to the drawing board and actually recover. And then come back as strong as we've seen them, you know, like with the potential that we've seen from this squad, because when they are playing well, they look really good. They were able to take the first game against T1 in the previous series this season, but not this time. This was just not it.
It's a week for KT where, for those who, we've talked about this a lot on the show, but I think that was a good time to discuss it, where they have D plus Kia, right, this week into T1, and then they have really tough opponents next week. They have Live Sandbox and Genji. So, like,
yeah,
it's an insane schedule for KT Rolster, and the mentality seems to be shaken after that D plus Kia loss. The draft wasn't great there. The play a little bit shaky in the early game, especially for KT in this series. And it makes you wonder if, with this tough strength of schedule, they could 0-4 all of these tough matches and then drop back down. I think they're still on track for playoffs, but where KT was and the mentality and the wins and the confidence to which they were playing, the confidence with which they defeated Genji, we haven't seen this week. And I hope we see it again next week, but it's so hard to recover from an 0-4 week like this.
Yeah, the KT that we saw taking down D plus Kia in the first round robin, taking down Genji like you were talking about, that has been completely absent. And, you know, Cuz getting chased down by this support Varus in the early stages of the game after having a decent time, you know, getting that first gank to work out. Like, just got a little bit ahead of themselves positioning-wise, and it just didn't quite work. This Annie being beautifully played from Faker. Him and Chovy this week have really demonstrated how extraordinarily powerful the Annie was after Bulldog introduced us to it the week prior.
It's something we don't talk about too much, but like also Guma on Draven. This guy is so good.
Oh, his Draven
his debut
so
pick,
good, yeah.
And it's so iconically his champion, and it's so iconically this meta that T1 have forged that is so good at snowballing into getting massive turret leads, you know, getting a 5,000 gold lead with 2 kills, stuff like this that T1 is so good at. They've basically made the meta that is theirs, and then they've like now honed it, and it's like, oh, I think I solved T1. No, you didn't. They have got a different answer. They have a different draft, right? It's just, this team right now seems to be so far ahead of the curve in synergy because they stayed together. Strategy, it's just unfair. They have, like, if you know those charts that show all the strengths, you know, it's like, oh, okay, strategy, team play, mechanics, like they're maxed out on all of it.
No, they just have all of it.
They have the full Pentagon.
They do. As this was pretty fun from aiming, but honestly, like it sadly didn't matter. Like even that cast picking out Zeus, this time he has Gargoyle Stone Plate and all of the tankiness that he needs.
Thank you for putting me in range of the bad guys.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no. Not a good week to be a KT fan, but definitely a good week to be a T1 fan. Being able to take down both KT and Live Sandbox is actually a big weight off the shoulders of T1 moving further forward into round 2 here.
Yeah, especially considering, you know, leading into this week as T1, you're like, oh, this telecom war is going to be tough. You know, T1 comes up against a KT roster that in the previous week was looking so on fire. I think you're probably feeling a little bit better after that D+ series, but yeah, weight off your shoulders here in the Saturday showdown. A dominant performance here from T1.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I'm still thinking about the fact that the Varus was in mid lane for a little while, right? It might have meant that if Keen was going to play the Gragas into the top lane and the Azir was the last pick, then you can do that classic counterpick Varus mid and then go Draven Annie bottom lane. That I would have really liked. And then they pivoted and had the double range bottom lane. But it's time for the space to break down the telecom war here. So let's throw it over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful 2-0 T1 cast over KT. As, yep, pretty much a clean 2-0, nothing to see here, actually, because a couple of games where it was just very stompy from the side of T1. We did get a little bit of the fun drafting here in the second game compared to game 1, which was pretty standard. What did you think, Chronicler? You got something to show us?
I do. Oh, there's my pen. That's okay. It's oh no. Oh, it's a disaster.
Oh, no.
There we go. We figured it out. T1 too good again. The payoff was not worth it. I'm very sorry. Unfortunately, the payoff was good for T1. They got Draven and he got paid very well. Love the Gwen. That's great. You have to counterpick. You have to blind pick something here. I don't love the Cassandra, but I think the pick is still fine. Don't think it should be highly prioritized, but otherwise, like you might go Renekton here. You know, there's a couple of options. None of them you're going to be super excited about. But the Gwen was a great answer. I do think that it's very, very nice from KT. Does what we want, which is put Keen in a position where he can carry the game, where he has a good lane matchup. But also it didn't matter because the game was decided about 10 minutes in the bot lane, and top lane doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter which top lane you pick. So maybe the green on Gwen doesn't matter because top lane doesn't matter. Because when you're playing against T1, if you can't withstand like the first 10-15 minutes on the bottom half, which good luck into Varus Draven, like you can't win.
That's just the first test as well. I think that KT didn't even get past the first test.
There's already 3 plates down, Valdez.
Yeah. That's the first cash-in.
Even like this is even disregarding the cash-in that Guma gets here, like which won them the game, right? Like even before that, the game state is disastrous because they're playing Hail of Blades Varus support, and then Kaz dies early, and then the game is over. Last game wasn't. I really think wasn't Kaz's fault. This game definitely an early mistake. He gets taken down. Game is done because then owner can just shadow bot. The 2v2 you're always going to lose.
Yeah, and you know we need to take a step back and think. You know, what does this all mean? How is this all happening? I think that You know, we talked a bit about KT. They had some draft woes before, but they also defeated and, you know, kind of bullied some of the bottom teams, and they looked strong, but now once they face some of the real top guns, they're struggling a lot. Whereas T1, it almost feels like they're really hunkering down for playoffs.
So
they're not
that's
messing around anymore, right?
Guma, FYI, went demolish. That says a lot about, this is the mindset of T1. Draven went demolish, okay? That's charge 1. Yeah, and they're, well, they're 5k gold and 3 dragons up, so that's charge 2. And you might be worried that Shelly is not going to be okay, but don't you worry. Shelly was okay.
Fine.
The entirety of T1 is there at the ready. And this is like, we didn't really need to get another highlight because it isn't really a highlight. It's just a sign of showcasing how absurdly dominant this T1 is with what looks, if you preview this draft like a couple of weeks ago or at the start of the season, you're like, they're trolling, right? Like, the anyone makes sense considering the buffs, but like, why is Varus support? What is happening?
Why not?
Look at that.
Yeah, 2,300 damage, and you talked about the mindset, but also if you expect to win the lane as hard as T1 always do with double 80 carry, might as well get a lot of value out of this rune, right? Because you are going to be getting tons of plates, you are going to be getting tons of turret damage, so
like
I think it's just really smart.
No, it is. You hard win the 1v1, or the 2v2 rather, to an extent that as long as you can control Cuz, you're going to get value of this rune. And then, yeah, the way that they snowballed was...
yeah.
It as mentioned, there was the mistake made from Cuz in the previous game was mistakes from Lehens and Keen, but against this T1, you don't get mistakes, which is why the only team that has even been remotely close was Gen G, and even Gen G didn't make it happen. And also,
Life Esports.
Well, I was going to lead up to that, like.
There was a team that did beat them. Guys, we do have the POG ready to go, though. Let's see who it was here on the side of T1 this time. It's Support Varus. Yeah, Keria going to pick it up. Not a huge surprise. Owner gets 1, Keria gets 1. As, yeah, he did hunt down multiple people. And it shows you the strength that maybe we're not going to see in future patches.
The strength
it'll get
the strength of Keria, specific. Not the strength. Don't get fooled. This is not the strength of Varus support, okay? Strength of Keria. I voted for Guma, and I really would have liked for him to get it. I thought he did had a really good Draven game, but maybe got a little bit too happy there at the end. And you gotta love what Keria brings. The mechanical power of this player has been something that we've really been clamoring over for what, like 3 years now since he debuted on DRX.
Yeah,
but
I'm pretty sure he's the best player in the LCK right now.
He just keeps getting better, and like it feels like so many things that happen is only because he's Keria that he gets away with it. He's just that good.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, defining new metas, picking random stuff. Does turn out to be 6 out of 11 that do actually go ahead and vote for Keria. He did a lot, right? And he helped Guma get to the spot that he was in, but also Guma got 3 votes as well.
Yeah. I like the owner votes. I think the Guma votes make sense. Guma was helped a lot by his team, so spread votes make a lot of sense here.
Yeah. Not much else to say. I think that T1 are really hunkering down for playoffs, like I mentioned. You know, Spring is seemingly always theirs, and they're just getting stronger here in round 2.
The one big thing to keep in mind is that specifically this approach is going to get nerfed, but I don't think it's just
he'll find a different way.
Yeah, that's my take as well. When you're that good, you can just keep trying new stuff, keep inventing, and you'll probably get away with it.
And I'm sure he will. I mean, you know, some of these picks are still going to be viable, I think, even with some of the nerfs, and then we'll have, you know, other potentially tank like engage supports coming in as well.
Which Keria just wants to play Nautilus, man. He doesn't want to do any of this. He just has to.
You know, some more Callista, who knows. Guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by owner Keria on the side of T1, the leaders of the POG standings of the LCK Spring Split. Another win goes to the side of T1. You guys are on a 7-match winning streak, and also on top of the LCK. How do you feel? I know a lot of people were so hyped about this telecom war. I'm so happy with the clean win, and also happy with the fact that I got POG, but it's a little bit annoying that the guy standing next to me is keep getting POG as well, so he's like not letting me be the solo leader of the POG. Same, I thought KT is a very strong team, and I'm so happy that we're able to, you know, make our fan pride and also our team pride by winning this Telecom War, but after I found out Owner won POD in game number 1, I was feeling a little bit worried that I might not be the POD leader, and then I'm so happy that I got POD in game 2 and we are tied for the first place. And Owner, you played Vi for 2 games in a row into Wukong. Is there any specific details you want to let us know about this matchup? I prefer playing Wukong, to be honest, but right now, jungle is all about, you know, how your bottom laners perform. So it all comes down to the bottom laners' form. Indeed. Good call. But it doesn't really matter because even though when a bot laner actually does a great job, when your jungler trolls, it doesn't really mean anything. So, well, Owner, however, your Vi was all over the map. You were ganking every lane. You know, you were helping out your laners, and your pathing, your ganking just keeps getting better. So, Owner, is there any specific player that you actually look after and learn from? LPL, you know, and when we're not having any matches, you know, I just watch LCK, LPL, LCS, LEC, other regions in order to, you know, learn from other junglers how they, you know, path early on, and it really helps me to get better. And then, I think you will just keep getting better and better throughout the season. You are tied first place for the PUG leader. A lot of people are already, you know, saying that you are the LCK first team jungler. So how do you rate your performance today? I mean, like perfect, I would say. So I heard like T1 gives you a great job sticker to the one who's performed really well. How do you think you have accumulated so far? Pretty much near to 5,000 stickers. In Keria, early on in game number 2, you flashed forward in order to secure a kill. You know, you were playing as if you were an AD carry. So how did you feel about the early 2 kills in game number 2? Well, yeah, the game is pretty much over. Looking at the matchup, you know, as long as you get early 2 kills, the game is over. It was a very volatile matchup. And then in game number 2, we already had another T1, some switcheroo going on. You know, Varus support was unleashed, and we had Draven Varus comp for T1 spot duo. Is that something you guys prepared? Champions that I prepared so far, you know, Caitlyn, are all something I prepared early on. You know, I did do some experimenting, and this Varus pick as well. I realized this is pretty viable for LCK matches. And then, in game 2, I think Keria Owner's team play was so on place, especially with the Dragon Steel. We were able to get a listen into your voice comm as well. Do you guys actually like practice in scrims too? I mean, like, not specifically in scrims, but we've been together for such a long time, you know? And yeah, that's it. Because now we have such a solid teamwork, we get to showcase a great, you know, team play. And then, now we want to test it out, if it's true or not. So you guys gotta win today. What are you gonna have for dinner today? Let's check out if you guys are on the same page. On the count of 3. Not on the same page, obviously. So they are on the same page whenever they are playing games. Well, Owner obviously went for a KBBQ, but you know, Keria went for hot pot. But Owner thinks, you know, hot pot has meat in it, so obviously it's the same choice. In Keria, a lot of people are so worried about the solo queue, and they're so worried about the Varus support pick. Now a lot of support players will play Varus support in solo queue from now on. So is there any tip for anyone who's gonna play Varus in support in solo queue. You guys are not carrier. Your teammates are not T1 players. So keep that in mind before you try Varus at home.
좋습니다. 많은 분들이 좀 마음을 접으셨을 것 같은데.
A great tip to all the solo queue users out there in Korean server. And T1's next opponent is Kwangdong Freaks.
영재 선수가 또 잘한다고
Youngjae, I think he's doing great. So I learned a lot from him in terms of the jungle pathing. So I will make sure to come back with stronger performance. Same, I think Kwangdong, their bottom duo are very aggressive and doing a great job. So I think they're good at specific matchup that they are confident in. So we will do our best in that series as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Carrier Owner and back to the space. Thank you.
You are not Keria and your teammates are not T1. Let me just repeat that. Thank you, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Awesome as always. Let's take a look at the standings as well after this one and see just where T1 are at. 11-1 at the moment.
And most importantly, 2-0 victory here, meaning that they pull very far ahead of Gen.G, even if Gen.G is able to string together a few more wins, actually maintaining the score, getting close to what T1 have right now is going to be a very tough ask for KT. Lost stings, but they're still close to many of the other teams in 3rd to 5th place.
Yeah, still very competitive. Just, you know, T1's not really the team you're going to be looking to take wins against, but not even able to get one game. That will sting, I suppose. But either way, guys, we are not done here for today. That was a quick series, but we have Nongshim up against Live Sandbox next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that second match.
자, 오늘의 주제는 프로게이머 폼, 역량에 관한 건데 이름을 좀 어떤 거로 평가할 수 있을까?
체크가 말 잘하거든. 피지컬이 있을 거고.
오케이.
체력? 게임을 오래, 엉덩이 오래 붙이고 앉아 있어.
이거는 다들 바닥이겠네. 근데 너 여기에 적혀있네. 학습 능력이라고.
메타가 바뀌고 아니면 새로운 챔피언이 나왔어. 바로 잘 쓸 수 있어?
아니,
이런 거지. 옛날이었으면 형 쓸 수 있었을 거야.
나는 원래 한두 판 한다고 잘하는 사람은 아니었어. 호정이도 한두 판 하면 좀 잘했던 것 같긴 한데
그런 거 치면 챔피언 폭이 있긴 했어.
얘기해보자.
잠깐만 이거 레넥톤 시바다 잭스 올라프 큐엔 아니다 잭스 사이버 올라스 리더십 같은 것도 좀 큰 것 같아.
리더십?
어린 사람들끼리 있는데 그 안에서 뭔가 딱 휘어잡을 수 있는
묵직하게.
묵직하게 타이 형 같은 경우에는 너 믿고 따라도 될 것 같다. 딱 잘 모아가지고 공진단 딱 주면서
이 리더십 부분이 내부에서는 보이는 스탯인데
맞아.
밖에서 봤을 때는 안 보여. 야, 이 선수 왜 써? 왜 써? 근데 내부에서 이런 스탯이 되게 중요하게 생각하다 하기 때문에 쓰는 거거든.
일단 나는 나누고 되게 많다고 보는데 피지컬, 뭐 뇌지컬, 멘탈, 뭐 성실함 이거 되게 중요하다고 보고
난 호종아, 성실했다고?
내가 듣다 보니까 좀 빠진 게 있는 것 같아. 팀워크.
팀워크? 맞네. 조직력.
S급 선수 5명이 모이더라도 성격적인 부분이나 뭐 팀워크적인 부분이 안 맞으면은 좀 삐걱거릴 수 있잖아.
연습생 많이 들어오고 식생 있고 이랬는데 분명히 피지컬이나 실력은 괜찮은데 말 한마디도 안 하는 사람들도
맞아,
있어.
맞아.
특히나 처음 팀 들어오면은.
나도 처음에 테스트 볼 때 말 많이 해가지고 뽑혔다고 들었거든.
근데 이거 팩트 이거 맞긴 해요.
근데 이거는
말 많이
그때는
해.
그거였어. 약간 호종이 형이 그때 라인전 좀 못했어. 진짜 기억나는 게 상면 형이 말파이트 하는데 니달리로 지니까 가가지고 그 3명이 계속 마우카이로 탑게임하는 그런 거 있잖아. 절대 아니야. 새끼 좀 기세를 꺾어놔야
토스만의 육각형을 만들면 좋을 것 같아서 지금 나온 얘기를 토대로 저희가 육각형 한번 만들어 봤어요. 이 기준으로 여러분들의 육각형을 만들어 보는 시간을 갖겠습니다. 카드 한 장만 남습니다.
진짜 날 때려면 어떡해. 도와줘.
하나, 둘, 셋.
갱년한 아르스.
첫 번째 플레이.
나부터 하면 너무 부담스러운 거 아니야 다들?
아니, 괜찮아. 빨리.
자, 시작. 오.
왜 이렇게 안 와? 페이크 넣는데 페이크 양이? 뭐야? 아니 양이 왜?
오. 양이 좀.
아니 아쉬운데 양이 너무 안 와.
프레임은 0.3404. 어떻게 하자?
잠깐만 이거 갑자기 확 부담돼. 아니 씨 이게 뭐라고? 준비한다. 와, 이걸 자 출발한다. 슛 고개 들었다. 아니 이거 어려워. 오, 빠른다. 자 출발한다. 고개 들었다.
어렵다. 진짜 어렵다.
민이 뭐야? 0.320. 그다음 이제 형우 합시다.
And look at this too. Ryu, look at this cleanse. Beautiful. Whoa.
근데 이게 어렵다니까. 옆에서 또 말 걸면은 그러니까 옆에서 또 말 걸면은
얼굴 비켜. 얼굴 비켜.
야 되게 좋다요. 아니 이거 진짜 아니 이거
이거 어떡했어요?
어이없도 없어요.
신동이 저 얼굴 저 나갔다고요.
그건 나갈게요.
아니 긴장이 많이 된다니까. 아니 긴장이 많이 된다.
갑니다.
이게 뭐라고 진짜. 자 출발.
형 아무리 집중해봐야 이제 더 이상 답 없어.
아니 이게 거봐 내가 1등이라니까 내가.
지금 수능인데 1교 실력 지금 완전 끝난 거야 그냥 바로.
그래도.
그래서 1등 밸류스, 플레이 3등 차이, 캡제 0.8.
아니 이게
앞자리가 다르잖아.
차이가.
다음은 멘탈, 정신력을 측정을 해볼 건데요. 화면에 뜬 정신력 테스트 코너 이름을 이번에는 귀엽게 외쳐주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
벅실 팀워크.
멘탈을 감지하는 팀워크 센서 머리띠를 착용한 상태에서 상대의 말이 멘탈이 얼마나 흔들리는지 아니면 흔들리지 않는지를 측정해 볼 건데요.
먼저 샤이부터. 네.
시작! 형 옛날 같지 않지 아침에. 형 예전에 나는 거품이다라고 말하고 후회한 적 있어?
대단히.
형같이 되게 피지컬 짱짱하고 시대를 훌륭했던 탑라인하고 요즘 같은 잭스 메타에 왜 다이아 4에서 올라가지고
아야 이야.
그 블레이즈 처음 온 날에 형은 라인을 다 돌려서 CS 2배 차이 났어. 빠른 별이 바로 방으로 내려와가지고 와 블레이즈랑 라인을 엄청 잘한다. 차라리 형 라인을 이기던데.
아니 진짜. 지어내지 마. 아니 지어내지 마. 오케이 나 여기까지.
멘탈 당했고.
자 다음 플레이.
연상이 제대로 안 된 것 같아.
좀 흘러내릴 것 같아.
머리가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
지금 얘기하면 어떡해.
플레이 시작. 너 팀원들이 너 존나 싫어했던 거 알지? 팀원들이 너 말고 나랑 팀 하고 싶었던 거 알아?
여자 몇 명 만나봤어? 나?
페이스북에서 왜 여자만 칭찬받으려고 했어?
아 여기까지 한 시켜주죠 이제. 아니 왜? 너 해봐.
아니 딱히 생각이 안 나가지고.
나한테 관심이 없구나.
엉덩이가
뭐 풀고 나오겠어.
자 오케이 여기까지. 자 시작.
결혼 생활 좋아? 너무 좋지.
너 오늘 하루 종일 고개 숙이고 있더라고. 또 어제 무슨 일 있었어?
아무 일도 없었어. 나 지금 기분 좋은데?
너 그거 알아? 너가 잘생기고 모델 핏에 인기도 많고 모든 여심을 다 훔쳤어. 너가 알고 있어? 맞아. 키 크고 잘생겼고 덩치 있고 피부 하얗고
마치 플레임, 미스틱 그리고 너.
생각해. 아 괜찮아.
나 결기기에는
원딜 2대 미남은 미스틱 캡틴백이다? 진짜 너 많이 힘든가 보다. 동진아 분석 데스크 하면서 형이랑 갈등 있었던 적 있어?
너 생각하게. 너 뒤로 가야 돼.
플레이 있을 때 막 졌을 때 범인이 너가 지목 당했을 때 형은 탓이라고 생각했던 적 있어?
팀이었잖아.
너 솔직히 블레이드에서 프로스로 옮길 때 너가 왜 가야 되는지 이해 안 되지?
아니 그거는 너무 좋았는데? 가고 싶었던 이유가 혹시 탑 때문이었어?
좋아. 자 여기까지. 다음은 피지컬 중에서 동체 시력을 측정해 볼 건데요.
오, 예.
시력은 또 내가 자신 있지.
읽어볼까?
실패, 야마이, 카드.
자 오늘 동체 시력 측정을 위해서 현실 투팬님이 이거 쫓아와 보세요.
자신감이 넘치는 왜? 오, 빨리! 아니, 진짜 날 내려면 어떡해요?
저기 언제 갔어? 저는 오늘 투패 역할로 온 마술사 이준영입니다. 반갑습니다. 그러면 저랑 함께 이제 동체 시력 테스트를 할 텐데 사실 여기 계신 분들은 동체 시력의 탑티어라고 봐도 좀
맞죠.
오늘 여기서 제가 한번 확인을 할 수 있는 좋은 기회가 될 것 같습니다. 참고로 왓슨 뭐 트릭을 쓴다라고 하는데 이거 트릭이 아니라 정말 동체 시력을 테스트해요.
정말 그냥 승부 피지컬로 저희를.
우리 PD님은 이번 건 돌려보셔도 돼요.
여러분 같이 맞춰봐요. 약간
그런 거죠. 한번 쫓아와 보세요. 이런 거.
아니, 자신감이 넘치는다. 왜 아무나 한번 해보시죠.
선생님 단계가 몇 단계까지 있는 거죠? 단계는 오늘 3단계가 있습니다. 3단계가 있는데 이거는 단계 들어가지 않습니다.
테스트.
준비 풀기입니다. 네, 뭐 풀기입니다. 자, 그러면 한번 해보도록 할게요. 일단 카드 한 대 갖고 왔고요. 네, 트럼프 카드는 일단
이거 카드에 트릭 있는 거 아니에요?
자, 여러분들은 이제 마치 숨은 그림 찾기를 하듯이 여러분들의 카드를 찾으셔야 됩니다. 예를 들어서 여러분들이 이 조커 카드를 선택했다. 그러면 이 조커 카드가 어디에 있는지 가장 빠르게 찾으시면 됩니다. 자, 그러면 선택의 권한을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 카드 하나를 아무거나 선택해 주십시오.
나 벌써 손에 땀 나. 끼리만.
오케이.
오.
네, 좋습니다. 카드 얹어주시고. 자, 그대로 카드를 잘 섞어주고 이렇게 쭉 펼칠 겁니다.
길이 안 되나요?
자, 제가 앞면으로 이제 이걸 펼쳐서 보여드릴 겁니다. 네. 자, 딱 10초 드릴게요. 10초 안에 여러분의 카드 잘 기억하셔야 됩니다.
네.
자, 찾아보시죠. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
없는데?
없네? 잠깐만. 벌써 또.
공제 시력보다도요, 제 손이 더 빠른 것 같아요. 잠깐 자리에 앉아보시겠습니다.
흥분하지 마. 흥분하지 마.
카드 시작하는데 제가 어디서 꺼냈죠, 카드를? 카드 케이스에서 꺼냈죠.
네.
케이스
아, 뭐야.
아니, 카드 하나가 들어가 있습니다. 자, 가져가서 이 카드가 맞는지 한번 확인해 보십시오.
우리끼리만.
와. 뭐지?
자, 다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다.
잠깐만, 미치겠다.
궁금하시면 방송을 다시 보세요.
미치겠다. 그럼 보면 어떡해. 아니, 보셨어요? 아니, 아까 치고받는 거 해줬어요. 아니, 끝나고 오늘 이거 녹화 문좀 보여줘.
다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다. 자, 한 스팔만 잘 쫓아가시면 됩니다. 자, 다시 펼칩니다. 자, 갑니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. 자, 보시면요. 다시 케이스 안에 카드 한 장이 들어가 있습니다.
이거 언제?
아니 방금 넣었는데?
다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다. 다시 한 번 더 해보겠습니다. 다시 케이스 안에 카드 한 장이 들어가 있습니다.
이거 언제?
자, 그리고 가져가서 여러분들께
아니, 이거.
네, 보세요.
이걸 위에 걸 봐.
네, 보세요.
뭐야? 아니, 마법 쓰지 말라니까요. 아니.
우리 전략적으로 가자. 한명 위에서.
못 맞춰. 아니,
잘 갑니다. 보세요. 자, 그대로 갑니다, 여러분들. 이 하트파를 자, 그대로 중간에다 넣을게요. 스톱해주세요.
스톱.
네, 스톱해서 꾹 눌러 넣어주세요. 잘 봐, 잘 봐.
아니! 뭐야? 아니 이게 계속 보고 있는데 아니!
자, 잘
나 손 보고 있었는데!
마지막으로 카드 하트파를 잘 가운데에 집어넣고 신호지만 카드 한 장만 남습니다.
아니! 아니 진짜 그걸 때려면 어떡해요! 저게 언제 갔어?
자, 이제 몸은 다 풀어왔고
이게 머플기라고?
네, 이게 몸풀기 공체 시력에 사용되거든요.
호두 안에 뭘 넣으셨어요?
초록색 공이 어디 있는지 맞습니다. 그러면 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
에이 울리지
세상이 잘못된 거야. 세상이 잘못된 거야.
갑니다. 잘 보십시오. 네. 잘 보십시오. 네. 어디 있을까요?
3번이요.
저도 3번이요.
세상을 깨는 방법.
2번이요.
2번이다.
1번. 4명 중에 한 명 맞추겠네. 내가 지금 나왔어. 잘했어.
긴장감.
와. 없어. 아니 말이 돼. 아니 뭐지? 나 이해가 안 가네 진짜.
자, 그리고 2번이요?
있겠지. 한 번은 없는데.
세 개가 없는 거 아니에요?
찍었어.
이거 저희가 대답을 말할 때 이미 정해져 있었어요.
처음에 2번에 있었던 건 맞죠?
그렇죠.
아니에요.
시간 지나면 잠깐 왕들고 다시 나와.
2라운드.
네.
나 눈을 믿지 않을래 이제.
뻔한 거는 고르면 안 된다.
자, 갑니다.
네 개 중에
먼저
이긴 하나요?
아, 당연히.
이번 당연한 게 너무 3번이거든? 살짝 근데 들썩 찾았어 중간에. 들썩? 오.
두 개를 자꾸 들썩 차는 그게.
나 3번. 나 그냥 3번만 찍을게.
나 진짜 나 1번 할게 그러면. 나 1번 할게. 아니
왜 이렇게 화났어?
오?
3번인가?
당연히 3번으로 들어갔잖아.
이거 큰 니가 3번이고.
자, 그럼 마지막 단계입니다. 마지막 단계는
폴카. 와, 골든호드.
배팅 금액이 더 커질 때 이제 나오죠.
우리 돈 벌자 빨리.
안 넣으실 것 같아요.
지워 넣었어요?
안 넣으셨죠? 넣었어요.
시작합니다. 오늘 마지막 피날레 멋지게 잘 시켜주십시오.
저는 근데 이런 말씀을 하신 걸로 봐서 진짜 순수하게 하셨을 거라 생각해요.
면허를 쫓아갔으면 3번에 있어요.
3번에 있을 거세요.
아 진짜 3번이라고 한번 찍어도
그냥 찍지 마. 찍지 말고 우리 실력대로 가자고 실력대로.
이번에는 쿨하게 한 번에 모아보죠.
정답 3번으로 바꾸겠습니다.
오케이.
네 3번으로 모이자.
3번.
자, 그러면 2번 먼저 열어보시죠.
2번 아니다. 2번 아니다. 2번 아니야?
야!
오케이.
아, 2번?
아 1번.
젠장!
색깔 없는 거 아니에요?
색도 없다? 뭐야, 언제 1번 같지?
제가 이기고 싶었습니다.
그래서 이 두 개의 시간이 좀 때는 여기 넣었어.
메뉴 수감점.
최선을 다했어요.
나와주셔서 감사합니다.
오늘 정말 대박이었어요. 좀 소감 어떠신지.
아유, 너무 영광이었고, 네, 너무 유명하신 분들이었고, 네, 이렇게 또 너무 순수하시고. 저희가
자, 오늘 제작진들이 준비한 여러 가지 능력치 스텝들이 있었는데 전문적이진 않지만 재밌게 봐줬으면 좋겠고 평가 나전 세트의 민모닝 시기 너무 긴장이 되네.
둘, 셋, 넷, 시작!
아니 뭐해? 뭐하고?
아니 공개가기 전에 갑자기 안 들어가고 특급이었는데. 아니
이래야 결혼하는 거야. 살면서 운동 한 번도 안 해본 거 같아.
자, 제가 앞면으로 이제 이걸 펼쳐서 보여드릴 겁니다. 네. 자, 딱 10초 드릴게요. 10초 안에 여러분의 카드 잘 기억하셔야 됩니다. 자, 찾아보시죠.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for this evening's second matchup between Liv Sandbox and Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim have been struggling a lot here in the LCK. Of course, the entire team called up from Challenger. You'd expect they'd be lower on the standings. Liv Sandbox, however, came out of the gate absolutely swinging this year. They have been just amazing.
It has been a really good season for Liv Sandbox. Willer really stepping it up. This team, unlikely heroes, I feel like, forming here in the spring season. Nongshim, it's a tough matchup. Right now on the edge of elimination for playoffs here. 1-10 is the scoreline right now.
Yeah, they haven't been able to win too much of anything so far here. Last time around it was a 2-0 in favor of Liv Sandbox. But as we can see in the standings here, even if Nongshim take a game, right, that is going to be massive for Liv Sandbox because they go to 3 the majority of the time. Win or lose, rain or shine, like it's almost every single time this team is in a 3-gamer. So they're going to need to get some solid performances because with the top of the standings, at least from 3rd to 6th being this close, they need to have that game score to back up their performance because the likelihood of the match score being the same as one of the other teams is actually very, very high.
Yeah, especially, you know, fighting for not getting 10th place, every game matters. So you can see the 7-match loss streak here for Nongshim, and then Liv Sandbox trying to propel themselves to the top of the standings again. Bit of a shaky series earlier this week against T1. Definitely having some rough times in that one, some underperformances from individual players. You can see that these two players in the mid lane are actually tied for solo kills, which you know, makes Fiesta look really good, right? I mean, in terms of veteran mid laners, Closer's on his way to being kind of a mainstay here in the LCK, whereas Fiesta's playing his rookie season. Tied at 8, and we'll see if Fiesta can maybe get a lane advantage here, potentially on red side.
Something like that. Fiesta has had, you know, it's been a bit of a Fiesta, to be perfectly honest. Like, sometimes he pops off, other times he really feels absent from the Rift. So, looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do here. As, of course, the bottom side of the map is going to be really important. I think Kyle has been performing just extraordinarily this season. He's been absolutely amazing. But Vital has also given me some pause, right? Like, I'm not going to go, like, too overboard and say that, like, oh, they've been impressive, but because they're the 10th place team, right? Like, it's obviously things that aren't going all that well, but he has had his moments. Yeah, I think that the bottom lane could be a place for Nongshim to attack.
Yeah, definitely kind of a gleaming light amongst all of the darkness for Nongshim. I absolutely agree with you, and could be an attack angle. Fiesta as well. You know, if you're on red side as Nongshim, maybe you can get an advantage there, you know, if Liv Sandbox do end up in blue. Some ways that maybe you could attack this team. As we've seen the collapse of KT this week with a tough schedule, some draft problems in particular really plaguing them. I don't expect that, even though we did see Liv Sandbox struggle earlier this week against T1, that they will not bounce back. I think they will bounce back. And sure, the difference in strength of opponent here is massive, right? This is T1, the #1 team, versus Liv Sandbox facing Nongshim. But I do think we will see a big bounce back. And for Nongshim here, it's again, what experience can you glean from this? What can you learn? How can you improve heading towards the end of the season?
Yep, and how can you set up yourself the best for summer? Because honestly, at the moment, playoffs are looking like a distant dream. Technically, not mathematically eliminated, but it's going to have to take one heck of a run from this squad to be able to get there. They have made miracles happen in the past, though. So while it's possible, we'll never rule it out. But it is, you know, as far as percentages are concerned, we're going into some decimals. You know, like we're really getting down there.
We certainly are, and we have seen this team really have small moments of brilliance, right? That's what I feel like we could say pretty cleanly about Nongshim. Like, there have been some good moments, but they need to happen more often, they need to happen more frequently if this team is going to start finding more success. Whereas on the other side of the rift here, Liv Sandbox, you know, I think it's weird to say that Willer is a top jungler this season. It feels weird when you consider his history, but it's true. You could envy his improvement has been massive. Kyle, I think the strongest player on this roster in terms of consistency. You know Closer is going to be great, right? And it's Birdall that's up and down, right? That you're not always sure, you're not always ready to trust because he has amazing games, that he has shaky games, right? And maybe that's another way. Jinden has an attack angle here. If it's an off day for Birdall, you get into his head a little bit. The guy seems extremely emotional on the Rift, but we're walking into this series thinking it could be as one-sided as our previous one.
Yeah, For very different reasons, but I 100% agree with you. I think on the outset, that is what we have to expect, and then any upswing from Nongshim, we need to be really happy about, really pleased about. And I'm hoping that we do see some of that. Sylvie has definitely been a big part of this team, but we're going to focus in on the bottom side, where I think this really does echo your point of Kyle's really good, because Envy's stats are not looking super fantastic for a player that is pretty consistently in the top 5 here in the LCK as far as standings are concerned. That DPM number really does sort of stand out, and damage per gold and things like that. These are actually relatively relevant stats, and having 6th place on the damage percent really shows that they rely on Bertle and they rely on Closer to win games.
I think that when you look at Vital's damage percent here being 3rd in the LCK, his damage per gold being top 5, on a 10th place team as an AD carry that's not given a ton of resources, not winning lanes with Peter hardly at all, it's really impressive. He's done a lot with very little, and he's been able to, as we talked about earlier with that Zeri scoreline, like he's taking games into his own hands. Hasn't always been able to save Nongshim in those losing game states, but he's certainly not messing it up, and that's something that might land you on a different team actually in the future. If you do end up leaving this roster, you might end up going somewhere else. You're proving yourself, but in the microcosm that is Nongshim, he's not going to fail you even from a deficit on some of these late game AD carries.
Yeah, hoping to see some fireworks there from the bottom side. I think Kyle is so good that it's likely to not matter too much, because Kyle and Willa really are sort of the backbone of this team. You've got the weapons, like they're wielding both Bertle and Closer, but it's Willa and Kyle that puts them in the right places, right, to get those critical hits. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. It sort of reminds me of what Damwon was back in the day, right? With top side of the map being the absolute focus, and then the bottom lane just kind of being facility. And we've seen that Envy has found a lot of success on champions like the Varus and things like this that can be a lot of utility to be thrown in there. But Nongshim do have some angles. They do have Vital down there who's been able to put together some really good numbers and stuff like that on things like the Xayah that I've really enjoyed from him. A little bit more defensive there, but when your opponents are kind of running you down, to be able to have a champion that is so good in those moments can definitely work out.
Envy and Live Sandbox here, they are a team that you can see a trend that's similar to what we saw from KT Rolster, where you get to that 25-minute mark, the team fights are good, the objective control is good. Live Sandbox are romantic in how they were last year, and that they will take these really aggressive team fights, but I would say more than aggressive and coin flippy as we've seen in the past, they are calculated and opportunistic. They're always fishing for opportunities, for picks, for better setup on these Drakes, the late game Drakes, Soul Points, Souls, your Baron fights. These are the ways that Live Sandbox win games. Sometimes they're behind in the mid game, but they make a really decisive call. Willer gets a steal, or you get a pick with Willer right before that objective, and that wins you these games. Live Sandbox just so quick to react to a mistake, so punishing.
No, I really like that. It's decisiveness that really does set them apart at the moment, and it was something that we didn't really get to see so much in our previous series. I'm hoping we get a bit of a taste for it here, at least out of the team on the red side. The Ashe going to be the first ban here. Hangman successful so far. As the Elise is going to go, Zeri banned on blue side is interesting here from Nongshim, angling themselves towards Maokai, I guess.
Yeah, especially when you consider the most played champ for Vital is the Zeri, and we were just talking about, even in losses, how successful he's been on this pick. They will ban it away here on blue side. So yeah, maybe hoping for that Maokai pick here. The Lucian is taken away. Don't want to leave that one up here with no scaling Zeri to answer it.
And neither of these teams are really Caitlyn teams necessarily. Kyle's been playing a bit of it in solo queue, which is quite interesting. Does mean that they can flex it around a little if they would like to.
Yeah, we have not seen Vital play the pick just yet, as he will target Closer's Akali. Interesting, and
Smirk.
I still think they ban the Caitlyn here.
No, you have to ban Maokai, right? Is the Maokai going to be left up?
Find out.
That's a scary prospect, because it's been permanently banned all week. We have not seen it. And sometimes when that happens, teams like to test the water, because you've forgotten. There's been so many games without Maokai that you just leave it through. They are going to ban it away, though. As Nongshim, do they consider the Caitlyn? Because it's just not really their thing. And instead, I
like this.
The Varus is up.
Yeah, this weakened so many of the responses we could have seen to Caitlyn. And just straight up, like, yeah, you can get Varus here, but you're not going to be playing Zera. You're not going to be outscaling this lane necessarily. And you can play Karma Caitlyn. You can play Karma Ezreal. And the Varus alone doesn't feel super strong here.
Yeah, I was expecting this because, yeah, like we were saying, Kyle's been putting in the time to make sure that they can answer a start to a draft like this. It's really cool.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out because we talked about this yesterday. And it's a pick that you could take where you're, with the Karma here, able to stave off a lot of that pressure from the Varus Caitlyn. But it depends on what you're able to do with that early laning phase, because the Karma Ezreal is going to really struggle into this.
Oh yeah.
And there's not a lot of other great options here in terms of staving that early pressure and then having the scaling to back up what is a lost lane. They will opt into it anyways here.
I mean, it's the only choice that you have at this point in time. They just need to hope that they don't get ran over completely.
Yeah, I mean, if Maokai is up, you could go Karma Jhin Maokai here. You feel really good about that. You could punish this lane, but the Ezreal is really the only option here with the jungle picks available that feels playable. Doesn't feel great, but see what Nongshim decide to do with that jungle pick here is they already look a little bit defeated here on the player cams, almost as if they just forgot that the Varus Caitlyn could be played as a duo lane, and the whole draft falls apart.
I really wanted Jace, just because they can flex it, and it does throw a spanner in the works. Sylvie has got a relatively deep champion pool, so you don't necessarily need to worry. Instead, it will be Sejuani picked up.
And Willer's just going to almost seemingly insta-lock his Wukong into this, giving you so much power. Like Sejuani versus Wukong, the Wukong gets so much control in the early game, but when you have bottom prio, it becomes so much easier. Obviously on red side, you don't have the same sort of threat that you do on blue side. You can't be going over there and taking blue buffs away and being very obnoxious, but you can still be very annoying, kind of camp the tri-brush and push Sylvie away.
Yeah.
And mid prio is going to be something that Nongshim want so badly to help stave this off, but on blue side they have counter picks, so I mean even banning this Caston doesn't feel great because at least if they played Caston, you'd have some mid control, you know?
Yeah, that's true. The Jace is going to be banned. Interesting that it is on red side. I actually kind of like it to be flexed between Closer and Bertle. We know that Closer's kind of happy to go towards it, and so it does mean you can keep things up in the air. The Gragas angle could be where they're going instead, but they've already banned the Renekton. You don't need to ban Renekton if you do intend on picking up the Gragas, and I don't know whether Closer's put too much time into it. Just have to see where this one is going to be heading, as the Silas is going to be taken away.
Just makes the Azir angle so easy. You're not going to lose prio into most matchups here.
Ooh, how many losses in a row would that be?
You're going to take the Jax here instead, which is pretty blindable. Just make sure you have that counter pick for mid because it's so important in this draft. And, you know, Annie is still available. You know, it could be something we see Fiesta go to here if he wants to get that extra mid prio. Oh, this is brave.
This would be very brave. Gangplank going to be locked in. Gangplank Annie, maybe? Maybe that's where we're going to go. Fiesta, what you got for us, buddy?
Any sort of scaling
there
mid.
Is.
Or solid engage here. And this is why red side is so strong here for Live Sandbox with already bottom winning so hard. You're like, cool, I have the answer. Victor's still available. Orianna? Is it going to happen?
Finally! Someone's an LS fan, I think. Closer hovering it. The classic anti-Annie pickup here.
And before he just was like, nah, and then just locks
and then locks in Victor. Yeah. It will be the Orianna. So finally, we're seeing the answer to the Annie that isn't Victor. We'll see whether it works, though.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be an interesting game here because Live Sandbox have insane engage. They have Cyclone, they have the Orianna ults, they have Jax for, you know, flank into Counter-Strike, and you have Chains of Corruption. There's so many ways that Live Sandbox can start a team fight off and get an insta-pick onto a very squishy Gangplank, onto an Ezreal if he's
well, actually onto the whole team.
Yeah. But
if they're all together.
But if Nongshim can actually outrange this composition, you know, use that Ezreal poke, and kind of play back and watch their flank angles. Their composition is insanely good at scaling. The barrel damage is going to be crazy. Plus, you know, the fact that you can cannon barrage to stave some of that pressure in the bottom lane. I do like what Nongshim put together here. It's going to be very much about execution here and how vital positions in these team fights, because there are so many threats. I think the composition of Live Sandbox is way easier to play, but if everything goes according to plan and if Nongshim could stave off that pressure, this is definitely a solid draft from them.
Yeah, and if this gangplank actually works, right? Because Jax with a free lane is giving me the heebie-jeebies right now. I'm a little bit frightened about that one, just with how valuable the Jax has been throughout the entirety of the game in multiple different use cases, right?
Like, and Willer can play around topside too, because they have the Varus Caitlyn lane. You know, he's going to stick around early, but post level 6 he can come up here and really put the pressure on this gangplank if he wants to.
Certainly could. Let's see how it's going to go. Of course, Nongshim, they've got a lot of really powerful things, but I think the answers are there for Live Sandbox with this red side draft. Been a while since we've seen the Varus Caitlyn. Let's get onto the rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are, everyone. Onto the rift for game number 1 of Nongshim taking on Live Sandbox. There's quite a few wards down here, as everyone seems to be agreeing that they want to do battle, except for Bertle.
Yeah, he's just going to scout around, identifies Sylvia's not here. And you do want to fight for control of the level 1 with Ezreal Karma versus this Varus lane. And we've talked about this, you know, in isolation a few times about how if you hit everything with this lane with Envy and Kyle with double Halo Blades, you win it. But if you miss a few Qs, the trades start coming through for Peter. He hits a few of those empowered Qs himself with the mantra. Then you can actually win this and get control of the bottom side. So bringing everybody down at level 1 to make sure that you get that brush controlled so you can hit that mantra Q, you can put that poke in first is so important. We see it all the time. And already feeling great here for Vital and Peter in the beginning of this lane.
Yep, Fiesta, you can see starting the shield just so that you can trade. Actually, a very similar thing for Command Protect starts on the Orianna, just to avoid taking follow-up minion damage and stuff like that, meaning you can trade with your autos much more comfortably. It's not often the choice, but it's often the choice here in the LCK.
Yeah. Orianna's passive allowing her to do more damage with her auto attacks early. Very frustrating to deal with if you don't have that shield as well, similar to Victor's Q.
Yep. Yeah, there it is. The stun does come down.
First strike versus the Aerie here means Fiesta wants to be getting as much gold as he can with these trades, and once he gets level 3, he can really set up some combos here. Great start for him in this matchup.
Dundon just chilling towards that top side, does not want to walk up to Bertle. You can understand exactly why. Peacemaker will connect onto Vital here as they do take control of the wave for the moment. Certainly good news.
With no comment on this Varus, you know, it's about the auto attacks. So that just goes completely wide.
Yeah. So Peter going to need to get his eye in on that one because these arrows are landing. Some traps in this brush. Peter needs to be very careful. I believe he knows where they are.
Remember that game that T1 played against Nongshim where Nongshim was able to beat the Twitch support? That was when Peter played Karma. Karma in that game was a really great standout performance. I kind of associate Peter with strong performances on these really healy Enchanter supports, right? His Lulu's pretty good, his Yumi's very good, his Karma's decent, his Seraphine's decent. So definitely expect a lot from this player in this game, and he is going to be so important.
Oh yeah,
for the win conditions that they've tried to set up here.
Yeah, he'll need to hit a few of these Qs, absolutely, to try and fight back, because there is that range differential that you run into. Is that Incinerate actually working out very nicely for Fiesta, who's laning very well.
Yeah,
with the
Fiesta,
Orianna
man.
At this point.
You know, you pick the Orianna here, you're like, I'm going to win this lane. You're kind of opting into control versus a player who has specifically been good at lane. I don't want to say at nothing else, but lane has been his game, right? And he is playing it well, getting some first strike value here, forcing that early teleport from closer.
Yep.
He'll go match, of course.
Arrow is going to miss here from, actually going to land from Envy, but he's out of mana now. Might give some respite to Peter and Vital, who are just trying to get these minions low.
This is what Willer wants to do with this Wukong pick here into the Sejuani like we were talking about. Sylvie's going to wait to see if any cooldowns are used. He's got the Annie coming over.
Yeah, this is actually really well waited for. Sylvie will just collect his camp and say thanks for the leash. Fiesta now under the turret. Not going to need to worry about any sort of dives right now, at least. As Closer, see how this Orianna is going to go, because it's not like one of those matchups where you instantly win or anything like that. It is definitely one of the better ones.
You kind of win slowly over time. You start stacking your tier up, your auto attacks give you a nice advantage, and when Fiesta leaves to try to make that play there with Sylvie, because the bottom side has gone so normally here, as you'd expect if those Karma shots aren't going to hit. Envy and Kyle are going to control this, so he had to step out of lane, and now the wave is crashing repeatedly here in mid. Bottom lane, the same case, and drafting losing lanes like this can be a really big problem in the early game. In this meta that's so snowbally.
Oh yeah. Another plate is, well, a plate is going to be picked up here on the bottom side of the map, as Vital and Peter just desperately wanting to get a time to go back home. But pretty relentless is Live Sandbox down here, as you could expect.
And this is what I was talking about with Wukong too, when this lane becomes self-sustaining, you send him topside, and you actually try to make some plays for the Jax, and maybe you get a kill on the Gangplank early. Oh,
ow. It's really starting to hurt, as Peacemaker is going to come through, not looking very peaceful, to be honest.
Wow.
Closer over here, going to be able to push in, and the Annie went for a little bit of a reset. So Closer actually crushing this now after a little bit of a mishap, I guess, in lane management. I mean, it looked like Fiesta was doing absolutely fine, but yeah, that's a couple of waves now in the lead for Closer.
He went to help out Sylvie, and that was the moment that first wave crashed through, and he lost a little bit of control, and Closer's able to chip away with those autos and hit an extra Q on him, and then he just kept catching waves, and while Closer could just hit the turret or auto this Annie, just fell further and further behind. Now he's 10 CS down. Closer gets a free back here. You know, and is just going to continue to have lane prio here. They have bot prio. Bertle has top prio. I mean, you're losing all three lanes, I guess is what I'm trying to say in so many words.
Yep, it is kind of the way. Fiesta does make it back and throws a bear onto Closer here. Nicely done. Finds some disintegrate damage, and now he has a bear. And that feels good here in this mid lane. Closer going to protect himself and just throw autos. But with the Molten Shield, doesn't feel super great trading with Tibbers, who will regen eventually. Closer wanting that 50 gold. As Willer off to the side, Sylvie feeling pretty comfortable right now. As you can see, he's only down like a camp or something like that.
Willer is so close to level 6, but he doesn't have it yet. And Annie has mid prio. No Tibbers, of course, but Flash is up. Got to be really respectful of this Annie roam. They're following her.
Yep, nice side step there from Peter. Keeps his health bar up. As there's a Q. That one's going to connect this time around. As Ward goes in. Live Sandbox really want this dragon. As you can see, with that bottom lane pushing in their favor so often, certainly is a good thing, but this could be a problem as Closer is going to throw down the shockwave. There's the flash forward, flash in answer from Fiesta immediately.
You feel way better about this as the Orianna, no flash Tibbers, and no flash on this Annie. When the Wukong gank comes through, Willer has 6 and flash.
Yeah, Willer will turn up. Does mean that Fiesta can get over to the side and gets the extra movement speed from his shield as well if he needs it. So he'll be all right, even though he doesn't have his flash, but still. Closer doing that Orianna thing where you just take all of the minions ever and, you know, you just slowly get towards that 3-item spike.
Yeah, so relevant here in this early game to get an Annie's flash, because without that, Fiesta just can't team fight. And this composition doesn't want to fight early, but you're going to be giving up objectives now. You're giving up lane control, and you're going to try to take this Herald here on the top side. Has been seen by this Ward. Sylvie knows it. Should be able to still secure it here, but you don't feel safe right now without any vision. You don't know where Closer is. Still have to hold on to this as Envy is going to grab another plate now on the bottom side. This Varus very ahead here.
Oh, yeah.
With an early Dirk, too, into this Ezreal. It's, I mean, 700 gold doesn't tell the story of what's about to happen next.
Yeah, another plate should be going over here. It's, ooh, not quite enough. As it probably will just be a matter of time.
It certainly will with this cannon wave coming through.
Yeah. At least Vital does get pretty close to his Essence Reaver here. Has his tier that's going to begin stacking. It's not, you know, like, this is how things are supposed to go with this lane. I think that how the game is navigated after this is a lot more important for Nongshim. But this is Live Sandbox ticking the first box, right? Like, this is what they needed to do. Done. Now we've got a Rift Herald that's been secured by Sylvie. Where does that go? What does that alleviate here on this map? Because it's sort of delayed advantage that you do pick up with that one.
It's hard to find a great place to put it here because he's not going to be able to get it dropped bottom side before Varus returns. There's no objective cross map here for Live Sandbox to be taken to where he could get value there. Without having flash set up here for Fiesta, you know, you can't threaten Closer. You know his flash is down. Maybe you could, you know, Arctic Assault here with Sylvie, get over the wall and take Closer out with a follow-up stun from Fiesta. You could Glacial Prison. You know, maybe if you get a pick onto the Orianna, you could drop it there. But this is kind of an awkward moment, right, where the answer to your question is where does this Rift Herald get value? And 3 losing lanes, it's really tough to actually find a place without that Sejuani, which is why look at the ward coverage actually just dropped here from Kyle. He's just trying to track this Sejuani so that he can't gank Closer, who still doesn't have flash. And if you can't find a place to get a kill here, you're probably just holding on to this Rift Herald until it times out. And
I mean, you say 3 losing lanes, but I'm seeing a Dundun up here.
Yeah, he's starting to come back a little bit in this one.
Absolutely. And does, of course, have the first strike. You may think that, oh, but he's behind in CS, Atlas. You're a dummy. But he's gangplank, everyone.
All right, look at this Sejuani, by the way.
Money.
He's waiting in this brush, waits for the teleport in from Closer. This could be the opportunity they were waiting for in mid to drop that Herald. He doesn't commit.
Just wants to keep himself invisible on this map. Makes it a little bit more difficult for Live Sandbox to make those plays that they're so known for. Kind of value it, but does still need to be making some moves as Peter doesn't have Inspire, and that is an arrow to land onto Vital as well. They're sharing it around.
Look at how quickly this Ghost Blade is done, too.
Oh yeah, it's nuts. This is a lot of value picked up. But Envy, I mean, he's got Cleanse this time. That's certainly good. As Chains of Corruption will connect. Vital not able to find the W there. Essence Flux does need to land if you want to get the answering damage. As Sylvie is now going to go back home again. But this turret is likely to be just dead. And Vital is probably dead too.
You know, Sejuani just leaves him out to dry, too. He's just down here by himself.
Yep, Closer is going to come in, and he manages to get an assist because he shielded Envy. Feels good.
Well, that's the whole turret. First brick, and all the plates here, obviously somewhat split, but still, you'll take it. You have that early Ghost Blade, and you've surrendered control of mid temporarily, but nothing really lost here for Closer. His flash is coming back up now. He has ultimate available, so...
I mean, it's 3,000 gold, and it's almost as if Nongshim kind of let this happen and we're okay with it, but 3,000 gold is way too much to lose.
I mean, I think you had that opportunity in mid with the Sejuani to try to force something, but they didn't pull the trigger there, and then nothing is happening elsewhere on the map here, so you're just kind of losing out mid. You can't drop this Herald. Like, this back here feels so defeatist, unfortunately, because you can't just walk away from this without knowing where Willer was. Willer's pathing, by the way, beautiful for this. Hides himself. And look at all the wards they set up in River and to the right side of that red buff. They know that Sejuani is looking to drop this Herald, and like this is a, you know, almost like Ocean's 11, like, I'm going to drop this Herald, we got it placed, like, maybe we get some money.
Well, yeah, it does get a charge, so a bit of money does go over.
Like, dropping a Herald shouldn't feel like a heist, but in this game it does. Like, can we sneak it in there? This big Herald maybe should lumber over.
Yeah, not exactly the value that they were hoping for on that one, but the game is completely out of their control now. Outside of Dundun. Old Reliable is exactly that, ladies and gentlemen. He is just, no matter the game state, he's just having a good time. Shockwave going to come down in the mid lane, and Fiesta's going to have to flash one more time. Closer still has his, not a lot of mana to work with though. As Live Sandbox are going to collect their 7th plate here for their bottom lane. Vital picks the gap in between those, but look at this, man. Like, this is the snowball that you have to go for with this one. As Chains of Corruption are going to go max range and land. The heal comes through as it might be a bait. Cannon Barrage comes in. Cyclone going to miss onto Vital, who does have a flash available. And Willow looking to try and get out of there, slowed by the Winter's Wrath, but there is just no response. There's no answer. And there's been one kill in this game, but the lead is still so big.
Fiesta's going topside here, so Closer is with no mana, just getting free plates in mid, stacking up more CS. We're all looking for this.
Yeah, and Dundun just going to eat some oranges. He's K, lights the Jax on fire. And yeah, Dundun, he's the win condition now. He is it. This is the guy that can bring them back into the game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's Gangplank scaling.
Absolutely.
This is a 4,000 nearly lead here. Or actually, I guess it's still sitting at around 3,000, 3,300 or so. But you're in a game state now as Nongshim where you're not ready to fight for this next Drake, unfortunately. And Live Sandbox are like, okay, well, maybe if there's no contest here, Orion is being sent top with no TP. This is massive. If Nongshim just get this Drake here for free, we don't know what soul it's going to be. It's not going to be Mountain or Infernal, so it doesn't feel amazing either way. But still, buying you a lot of time here for your win conditions to come online, and we'll just simply get this.
Yeah, and if it's a crappy soul as well, it's not. We've got some high-value souls here. Hextech going to be coming through, but getting a Mountain is actually gigantic into Lethality Varus, especially. And he's the thing that they have to worry about for right now. So getting any little bit of help is certainly a good thing as Dundun looking to try and lock down Bertle here. Let's see whether he can get out of it. The bear is going to be dropped on top of him. Dodge that, I guess, is the answer. As Permafrost comes in, Fiesta goes golden. Nongshim are going to successfully dive. Now, looking at the mid lane, I mean, like, yes, that looked good bottom lane, but that's just in isolation.
What about the top lane?
Yeah.
Where Closer gets a whole turret. They're going to get second Herald here. So Bertle just is given the command, like, you are going to die for us to get more money. As Closer
die well, good Bertle.
Yeah, and, like, Closer is just crashing more and more of these waves in. A lot of CS is being lost on the map from Annie. You know, she's 20 CS down now as more of these minions get deleted by the turret. Vital isn't getting any farm at all. I mean, he's struggling to farm under turret. He's 40 CS down. So, yeah, small victory. You grab the Jax, which almost cost you your life. You know, as Fiesta, he lost Stopwatch, which is still significant. And what Live Sandbox gain on the map is much larger.
Oh, yeah, it's huge. Dundun feels like the only guy that can stand up to anyone right now. It's actually just insane. Like, look at that damage. He's got his Serrated Dirk as well as his Trinity Force completed. This is a Gangplank living his best life right now.
Yeah, Bertle counter-strikes here early because he knows he's going to be chain CC'd. Flashes onto Fiesta and forces his stopwatch here. The best you're going to get out of this Jax really in this situation, but really it's about the cross map more than anything else.
Yeah, it's actually not that relevant. And as we can see, the CS lead for Envy is just gigantic. That's 50. We've got a 30 CS lead for Closer as well. And Bertle is not that far behind. In CS, he is in gold because Dundun is Gangplank. That's just how that one goes. Inspire going to be used onto Vital. I do feel like the longevity of this Nongshim comp is a bit higher than that of Live Sandbox. Sure. And they're not out of the game yet. You like keep a few turrets alive, things like that, and you deter the snowball. Like this is the time where the game can be grasped once again. And with the Mountain Drake that Nongshim have picked up, that does buy them a lot of space in this one.
Yeah, the Drake, the fact that Orianna is building Rod of Ages instead of Illudens and trying to snowball this game, I mean, the fact that Closer needs a little bit more time to actually really hit his big spikes, yeah, he's 800 gold ahead, but yeah, this Gangplank.
Oh, Dundun. But yeah, it's Envy that's the big problem, right? Like, look at that money.
Yeah.
He is just so far ahead. They are going to be able to take down this turret as well as Shirley's like, where did my target go?
And Closer can put some pressure on in the side here, but he's not going to be doing tons of damage in team fights. So if we see a big barrel chain after a Flash Tibbers engage from Fiesta, team fights are winnable. And if Nongshim can get even just one more Drake, they will be able to survive to the late parts of this game where their composition is stronger, right? So I'm not saying that I think they will win that, but catching Orianna is a good start.
Yep, there's the Glacial Prison. Closer, let's see whether he can get out of this one. Does still have Flash. There's Dissonance for the move speed as the Flash ult comes in. Shockwave is a hula hoop, unfortunately, for Closer. And that is going to be the Annie locking down the kill. Flash held by Closer here.
Yeah. Just hoping that the Dissonance was going to get him out of there. Fiesta has to flash because he didn't have his stun prepped right away, but once it's ready, he flashes and helps secure that kill. So taking the Orianna out, again, buying time in this game. And the Jax split push win condition here, you know, it's going to take a lot longer for this to be relevant. And if we get to that point of the game, team fights become so hard around objectives. As you see, Fiesta is still trying to prep this stun, does have to use his shield here. And then after the Q goes down, he has it prepped, so he flashes. So he did have to flash. Unfortunately, Closer is just going to hold his. And this is not, again, a massive win for Nongshim. It's just buying time.
Yeah, and that's all they really need to do. I kind of think that it's, I want to know what the thinking was from Closer, is I guess how I should phrase it, for not flashing as soon as he sees Sejuani come out. Might have just been that he wasn't quick enough, but also wanting to hold on to that, I think is kind of interesting. As Vital is just getting bullied by this Varus, does manage to get the cannon, so that's certainly good news, but it kind of ends there. Collector done for Dundun. Not sure how I feel about that one, but it's a gangplank. He likes to collect.
It's a very squishy comp, and
true.
You know, Lucidity Boots picked up here for Birdall. You need Merc Treads for your Wukong, for your Orianna. Maybe you can get just enough damage done with a barrel chain here later to where you actually blow somebody up and win a 5v4 fight. You know, I mean, something goes wrong with a Tibber setup, you're going to guarantee that barrel chain. I don't normally like it isolated, but in this comp, I think with the context of how this can be played like a pick comp in the mid game, I do like it in that way.
Yeah, and it's also it's the Trinity Force build. So the Trinity Force build is just into collector generally, and then we'll still build third item Infinity Edge. It's an older build, but it still checks out.
It checks out, right?
Yeah.
Not a meme in this case.
No. Shockwave just going to be used. Fiesta kind of thought that was going to happen, but they're going to trade ultis. Ace in the hole comes through, and Fiesta says, I don't mind. Liv Sandbox is going to be able to grab this first Hex Tech, though, and that is a big prize. Would be bigger if this was Soul Point, but still good.
Nongshim will be able to take this Herald in return. The timing of this, though, it's just spawn. We're talking about Baron here. I don't know why I'm thinking about Herald.
Yep.
A brain fart there. I was like, yeah, you could grab Herald, because they were grouped up top, and I'm like, yeah, I guess they're going to get Herald. No, it's Baron. They cannot get that.
No, not
at
yet.
this stage in time. We are post 20 minutes. That first series took a lot out of me, Atlas.
I was there with you, I promise.
So no cross map is the ultimate result here for Nongshim, and Liv Sandbox here, 4,000 gold ahead, but not a ton of map control outside of that Drake they just picked up here. So the lead that, 3,000 gold feels amazing 5 minutes ago. Now still feels great, but
less good.
Yeah, not like something that you cannot circumvent here as Nongshim.
You want up and to the right. You don't want just to the right.
Yeah.
To the right means that nothing's really happening, right? You don't want to flatline that gold lead. And especially not when it's into Gangplank, when it's into Ezreal, and you do have somewhat of a time limit on your composition. Because, of course, this is, like, you see Caitlyn, you're like, late game win condition. This is Caitlyn support. And she does a little bit less as the game goes on.
Yeah, and, the Umbro Glaive that he has picked up here hasn't led to any deep vision. They haven't been able to shadow this Orianna while she's split pushing and trying to get that rod online. It's just going to take time. Again, behind the curve in terms of Fiesta's rod timing. He's 2 minutes away from finishing that. He has his Zhonya's online. He is going to be the ultimate engage machine here for Nongshim to set up for barrels, to set up for Sylvie's ultimates. If you kill this Varus, who does have cleanse, you feel great.
Well, Shockwave is going to catch the Annie as Willa. He's going to get interrupted. Really nicely done there by Sylvie. As you can see, Fiesta's getting bullied now by Closer. Does have his Seraphs done. In fact, they're on basically the same items, except instead of going for the Seraphs, Fiesta needed to finish off his Zhonyas. He wanted to have that stasis for every fight, had to use the stopwatch early. I respect it, but it does mean that Closer has hit a much bigger spike right now.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have one fight with this, on a big objective, you feel like, okay, this game is winnable now. All you need is one team fight. They're going to check this Baron now. Liv Sandbox trying to pull a bit of a T1 here. They are seeing hard to wrap over here. Fiesta has flash Tibbers, but he's so far away.
It's gone. This Baron just belongs to Liv Sandbox now as Cannon Barrage comes in. Yep, Score is looking on. He's shivered for a moment, but it is not going to be a problem. Closer still getting taken down relatively low, but look at this. Defensive play from Liv Sandbox as Willa able to get over that wall with the Playful Trickster, and the heist is just done. Like, Nongshim had no response, and now Liv Sandbox are in a commanding position. We thought that it had stagnated. That's not going to be the case.
Well, I mean, now it's no longer the case, and Nongshim both saw this late and then still committed after it was too late with no vision. I mean, look at the vision setup here for Liv Sandbox, too. Their turn is amazing, and they have all of this information about the approach angle from Nongshim, and we still saw the flash come through from Fiesta. That is one of your biggest tools on this Annie mid, and you commit it, you don't get a kill, you don't get anything back, and it's just a panic moment, I think, here on the side of Nongshim, and it's going to cost them big because they now are losing so much. They don't have the flash for the defense here.
Yeah.
No Tibbers available.
And the siege was already good.
Yeah.
That's the scary part. Cannon Barrage coming back up, but not soon enough. Yep, another ace in the hole. May as well throw it out. They do get the Inspire, but that now isn't going to be used to stopping all of these arrows and things like that are flying forward.
The poke is real.
Oh, yeah. Nongshim, not a whole lot they can do to defend these, and Bertel just very happily 4-1-ing And the moment that Nongshim had, I feel like there was like a moment, but they lost control of that Baron area for one small amount of time. And then it was, then the game feels like now, it's just impossible to play.
Okay,
maybe walk through here. Okay, let's see whether they can lock this one down. Closer, once again, going to be caught out as Fiesta is going to go gold and getting value out of that. Zonya's really nicely. Cannon Barrage perfectly positioned. As the Cyclone comes in, Dundun, he eats oranges. What the hell? That was absurd, the barrel, and he's just baiting them. Bertle eventually picks up the kill, but look at this. It's an ace. You thought that you'd caught Captain Nongshim, and you did not until the very end, but it doesn't matter. It's still an ace.
I mean, you could have just played this more passively. You were never going to get an inhibitor, and the timing of the Baron buff was 20 seconds higher, or the timer on it was 20 seconds higher than the Drake spawn, so you could have just used that prio at this moment in time and kited back and set up for that Drake, but now you stay too long. You have no peel for Closer, who's just way too far out here. And then Dundun is hitting this big damage. He does not even have his quick blades yet. When he has that, this damage is going to be even bigger. And Bertol's trying to chase him down. Doesn't have enough damage here. But this fight is, I mean, it's the heist is feels like a heist because he gets away and then he eventually dies. But like this fight is already won before this moment where he barely survives. Bertol's going to die either way. Now they get another Drake. They get a whole team fight worth of gold. And the money on Nongshim here, they've just stacked it up, and what looked like Liv Sandbox had kind of secured this game from a Baron is now turned on its head. And we're stacking Hextech Drakes.
Oh yeah. This game just got a whole lot more interesting. Right as I was like writing the eulogy.
But you were like, you were putting the obituary in the papers tomorrow. And
yeah, I was putting the nails in, but I apparently got the wrong coffin. Like it's it was not for us, it was for them. You know, like it's one of those sort of situations. Fiesta now 3-0-3 on this Annie. Sort of casually doing absolutely fine. Has his Void Staff now completed.
He dealt with the pressure in the early game. You know, it was a little bit rocky, right? Like he survived it, but it looked pretty bad. But when he got in the side lane, he was kind of a taunt button for Liv Sandbox a few times. They've caught Closer now twice. And Closer just hitting level 16 off of his rod finally. A more relevant spike for his rod, you could argue, because he's hitting 16 specifically with this, whereas the Annie spike earlier with the rod wasn't as valuable. But he's a whole item down now. This Void Staff is done, and this is going to be Fiesta doing both initiation in these team fights, but a significant amount of damage. The Quick Blades for Gangplank. This is why Gangplank is meta again. Quick Blades are broken on this champion, and he is going to do a lot with them. And now your win conditions are online.
Yeah, you can build basically anything, but the Quick Blades I haven't actually seen with the Trinity Force start. So far, oftentimes you go for that Essence Reaver, you go for the Ravenous Hydra, things like that, a lot more, you know, CC and slow availability. This feels like cake and eat it too, and I love it. Dundun feeling real good. And he's up against just a Sojourn. I think now he can actually comfortably 1v1. He was already having a really good time into Bertle. And Dundun just feeling absolutely at home on this Gangplank, and so unflappable, man. He is just the most unflappable guy.
Yeah, I mean, all reliable. This is,
yeah.
He chose this name, and he's lived up to it, right? And I look at this game state now as one that Liv Sandbox should be very worried about, right? Like, it's not unwinnable by any means, but you're going to have to be hitting those arrows as Envy super consistently. Closer's going to have to be fishing for really big shockwaves. Trying to catch this Annie in a side lane again has kind of been their undoing, I think, in a lot of this mid-game. And once again, Fiesta's just going to back away. He still has his flash up. And, when it's a lull state, you're like, oh, cool. More CS, more time, more farming. If you're Nongshim here, Liv Sandbox are trying anything they can to punish. Look at the vision traps they're trying to set to look for a mid play. Unsuccessful here. At least they're trying to make it work.
Yeah, now these Ace in the Holes aren't really doing the same damage that they were when they were thrown out against Vital, right? Like, as this game goes on, it just gets easier and easier for you to withstand. As Envy doesn't have his flash back up just yet, but we're very close to that point where all flash is going to be available for kind of everyone.
Yeah,
the next Drake going to be in 2 minutes time.
The sickle and why this new 80 carry support meta is so strong, this marksman support era, is because you can build that 1,000 gold so quickly. But after that, you don't get any more unless you're getting kills and you're snowballing the game like T1 do. Now, Kyle is just sitting back like, I can clear those wards really quick, but I'm otherwise not a whole lot of utility. He's set up some really good traps to prevent Nongshim from wrapping around and taking objectives. But right now, you're kind of wishing you had a different support.
Yeah, no, you absolutely are. Like, the use by date on Kyle is unfortunately, it's done. Does still have traps and things like that, and Live Sandbox, they still have closer. The Orianna can be fantastic in these team fights. There's the flash counter-strike. Let's see whether it's going to be enough. Vital gets over the wall as Fiesta. He gets in there. True Shot Barrage does a whole lot of work as Shockwave is massive, but it's not enough damage. Nongshim lose no one. How did that even happen? And now the bear comes down onto Willa. He dives forward. Peter is now having to get out of there. He flashes, and that is the first kill. It's onto the jungler.
The Sandbox have lost control of this game, Atlas. And Fiesta was so close to hitting a Flash Tibbers in that fight and actually wiping Live Sandbox off the map before that ult came through from Closer. Closer's still trying to maybe fish for something here, but no Flash available. He's going to back away. And this could be a barren opportunity here for Nongshim off of the reset. Drake spawns in 30. They're going to try to group there first, then put their attention topside. As you can see, Live Sandbox now on a big back foot in this upcoming team fight. I think they're simply not even going to take it. They could try to sneak another Baron, and there is no vision here for Nongshim, so might actually be successful as they are grouping topside.
Yeah, teleport going to be used here as Bertle knows that he has to get out. Didn't quite have enough in order to stop that one from happening.
Kyle can check and be like, okay, there's no vision. They do not know. They have no idea.
Yeah, this was actually very strangely played, but Cannon Barrage is back up and available now as Live Sandbox just come over. It is going to be Soul Point, but is that going to be enough? There's the Flash Bear. Oh my god, the Caitlyn just evaporates. The Baron is going to be secured here by Willa, but still, they do lose their support. Willa's now in trouble. Nice Arctic Assault, and that's going to mean the Vital can get the follow-up kill. Still, Sylvie is going to die, and it's not exactly the cleanest play here from Nongshim.
Yeah, just really sloppy.
Wave, a lot of value as the Annie is just, she's so tanky, guys. I mean, she's just, I don't know, man. Annie's so weird these days.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's got the shield, right? And she has obviously the Zonias that she built a long time ago. So it's just very difficult to kill her. As we're going to aim for this one.
All right, let's see. Catch anyone on spawn? No.
Nah,
that was a weird move.
A little bit off there, but they're going to grab this turret, and this is really unfortunate for Live Sandbox. They end up losing out on Willer after they take this Baron, but it's very sloppy from Live Sandbox that after this fight, they do not actually secure vision on the Baron. As watch this angle here for Fiesta. He is knocked up by Willer. If that knockup doesn't hit, he flash Tibbers, and all of Live Sandbox go down. The Shockwave actually allows them to disengage. And then Live Sandbox on two different pages here. Half the team is backing. Willer and Kyle are trying to fight for vision here to prevent them from rotating straight to Baron. They get punished. Then no vision is set up here. Live Sandbox try to heist this one away and do get the pick instantly onto Kyle. And then Willer dies on the retreat. But they still secure Baron. Still, it feels like you're grasping at straws in this composition now as Live Sandbox when you had such a lead before.
Yeah, I like Dundun's Tibbers teleport to stop Tibbers from getting in there. But everyone was out of that pit anyway, so it didn't actually matter too much. It was just very funny.
Very cute.
Yeah, Lord Dom's now completed here for the Gangplank. And yeah, Dundun is just one item away from being his true self, as we could say. And in it does go. And Live Sandbox do have the second Baron, right, which is good news. They're still 4,000 gold in the lead, but I do feel like Nongshim are going to win this game.
I do as well. You know, Closer's had his moments with these big shockwaves, but the follow-up hasn't been there. It hasn't been with a Varus arrow, you know, soaring through it to finish everybody off. It hasn't been with a big, you know, Peacemaker or a Counter-Strike engage. It's been kind of disjointed here. And even though Live Sandbox have had this Umbroglaive spike for so long where you can get deep vision, they haven't been able to set up traps or catch anybody in the side lane. And it feels weird to say this, but Live Sandbox have been reacting to the plays here this entire time off of this lead. And Nongshim have been the ones who are making the better plays, the more proactive ones, and just punishing Live Sandbox every time they try to make a move, which has been rare in this game.
And I feel like it all just comes back to that one drop of the ball, right? Like, this is what happens if you stop snowballing with a Caitlyn composition. I know normally it's about 80 carry Caitlyn, but it works also with the support variety, right? Because, yeah, you've got an Umbroglaive and all that sort of stuff, but you're still extremely squishy, so you can never face check anything ever, and so then you can't actually get in there to actually clear anything out unless you just want to die. As Bertle looking for a little bit of a flank angle. Sylvie just going to walk past him. Frost Armor is going to make sure that the Sejuani is absolutely fine.
The combo.
Okay, yeah. Yep, that's Gangplank, everyone.
Yeah. He's been getting a ton of value from First Strike all game long, plus his passive. Gangplank gets money.
He's been bullied, man. Dundun is... I thought he was a nice guy. I mean, I thought he was just a nice guy.
He has First Strike, obviously, and then he has the Parlay Gold. And what Gangplank normally does in this meta is build Quick Blade second, and you have a big spike there, and then you try to use that across the map while you're also getting utility from your ultimate. He went Collector second because he was like, oh, this game state is really bad. We need to play this comp like a pick comp. We have an Annie, we have a Sejuani. The Collector, execute is going to be nice. That extra damage, the lethality could be huge in this comp where they don't have a lot of armor. Didn't really end up turning the game, but now he has that plus LDR. As you were mentioning earlier, he does so much damage with the extra gold he gets, and the longer the game goes on, he gets more and more and more of it. He has a stopwatch now, too. Could just build GA for that final item.
Yeah, that's probably what he's going to do. Sylvie can come over here, just tank up an ace in the hole, and doesn't even really notice. Bertle in a side lane. But Dundun really did tell him a bit of a story last time around. As Sylvie might be caught out, does throw an ultimate as there's the shockwave, but he runs so fast. What is that? Okay, well, they're going to be fine. Cannon Barrage does come out, though. That's good news for Liv Sandbox. Means it can't hit them in the head later down the line. They do get a couple of summoner spells. As Sylvie can't be caught out like that, but he's got a GA.
Yeah, they have a flash down on this Wukong. Going into an objective really hurts. Willer, no Cyclone either. I mean, this is going to be the fight you want. Is Dundun?
All right, let's see whether Dundun can survive this. He eats oranges, but is he going to be K is the question. Doesn't even get to press his stopwatch. That could be disastrous here as Chains of Corruption come in. Fiesta's going to go golden. But Kyle getting over that wall gets the trap down, and Fiesta's going to flash. Okay, Bertle finds himself into the backline. Fiesta will be taken down. True Shot Barrage, that's massive value onto 4. As Angry Tibbers, not going to quite be enough. Vital, you need to be the hero here, but it looks like it's going to be 3 Drakes apiece at the end of this one.
Yeah, Vital just not willing to chase further over this wall. Bertle's still here. They could actually close the door on Nongshim if they try to push through any further. It is going to be 3 Drakes apiece. Bertle just going to take the Hex Gate out of here. And Vital not bold enough. He has the Duskblade here, so if he gets that first kill, that first reset, he absolutely can carry the fight, but if he's just instantly deleted as Dundun is here, it's disastrous. And he just walks straight across here without any sort of vision set up here. Bit of a big oopsie, let's say.
He thought that Closer was making the oopsie. He thought he could catch him while he was teleporting in towards the rest of his team, but this wasn't the case.
Yeah, and Nongshim in this ensuing fight set up a lot of damage here. The True Shot Barrage is amazing, but Vital's like, I can't go into this. I can't go into that brush. I can't chase them here with any ease because I'm just going to instantly get deleted.
Well, Baron is now live, and we may actually have our first Baron fight. It's been Nongshim with their Baron takes. That's what we've seen. Liv Sandbox with their Baron takes, and Nongshim with their watching the Baron be taken.
And sometimes getting, exit kills.
Yeah, true. But the Baron hasn't really been their battle.
I mean, with the trap setup the way it is, Kyle is not really blocking anyone from getting to this Baron, and if there's no Jax flank here, they should be able to burst this down very quickly, and the barrel defensive setup here for Dundun is actually amazing. If he wants to just go ahead and start taking this down, it's very difficult for Liv Sandbox to approach, but Nongshim just not willing to pull the trigger on this. They're waiting so long, they're giving Liv Sandbox a wraparound angle.
Yeah, not wanting to wait for a turn. And of course, Cannon Barrage means that if Liv Sandbox are in the pit already, they can do a lot of work there, but Nongshim can't just do nothing and then hope to win. They need to try and start flexing their muscles, utilize the later game composition that they do have.
I like putting Vital in this side, just pushing the wave, pushing Birdall away, as now they feel like they've cleared the vision enough here to where they can take this. Willer, no flash, but does have Trickster.
God, this is going down so low, but the steal from Willer!
Every time!
This is why they didn't want to start it. Cannon Barrage coming in, but he's already dead. Shockwave lands onto 2, is now Vital. He's the one that has to carry this fight. Kyle is chasing after him. The Qs are landing as Fiesta. He throws down the Baron. Vital's going to take down the support. Not exactly the target that you're looking for here. As Dundun and Sylvie, can you protect your AD carry? The answer is absolutely not. And Nongshim, oh, they was all going their way.
We could give credit to Willer for another steal. He's 0-4 this game, but you had vision on this. Chains of Corruptions go down, and Willer just goes through. There's no attempt made to block this jungler out. They're scared of the Jax flank, but this was a great play from Willer, but also very allowed by Nongshim here, just not shutting it down. And then when the steal comes through, they collapse in. The extra Baron buff damage here, and how much Kyle and Envy could do in this fight really just stacks up against them. And this comp needs to be played at this point like either a pick comp or a protect the Ezreal comp. They didn't do it either way. Awkward chase here, very messy. As Willer's just like, I'm gonna go steal this. Yeah. Got it. Stopwatches.
And when Cannon Barrage is then used right on top of the dead Wukong, you know that things are really going to go the wrong direction afterwards. Not out of the woods just yet, Live Sandbox, but with a minute 30 on the Baron buff and a minute 30 on the on the Dragon, does mean that they should be able to at least guarantee a soul, if not break open the base as well.
And we haven't really been able to see Nongshim utilize their great turn. This is a Gangplank Annie composition, you know? It's been all Baron is the problem for Nongshim, whether they didn't put vision on it, they didn't secure there, or they went slow to the Baron, or they didn't turn, or they didn't block out the Wukong. I mean, there's so many things that we can talk about that could be improved here, and what is otherwise a great late game state for Nongshim, but they're playing against these Barons that Live Sandbox just keep taking from them.
Yep, that's the third one.
That stupid purple worm.
It's a lot of Barons. They've just got a lot of those Barons. And we're into the 400s when it comes to 80 carry farm as well. GA is now completed here for Dundun. Yeah, we're going to go home, we're going to grab some more items, and we're getting to the territory where Orianna is doing ridiculous damage, right? Like Void Staff, Deathcap are now completed. Still needs to get a Zhonya's, but that's absolutely fine. Definitely, if anyone gets hit by one of these shockwaves, they are probably dead.
The cool thing, too, is what you could do with Orianna. We haven't talked about this too much, but you can put the ball onto Birdall. You can, like, flash Leap Strike in, and you can counter-strike as everyone gets Shockwave. Like, it's a nasty combo, and we have seen it work before.
Works with Cyclone as well. Like, this is something that they could definitely set up. They tried to force it in that mid lane. That was when we were like, oh, Nongshim, they've made sure that Live Sandbox are having to take these fights that aren't necessarily the best.
Here's the wraparound here from Nongshim. One more chance in this game, one more fight.
Yeah, as the traps do come forward, Sylvie possibly in trouble. As standing on a ward is the Gangplank here. He's going to group up with the rest of his team. Control ward is down here. And now we'll see whether this Phalanx is going to be enough. Live Sandbox understand that Cannon Barrage is one of the most important things to look out for.
Vital has to hit some poke here, but he's so scared of getting caught by one of these shockwaves.
Yeah, Sylvie happily tanking this up as much as he can. As Fiesta, can he get to that bear angle?
We're playing dodgeball.
Oh, seriously.
Like, there's a line of traps here. That's the no man's land.
Okay. We're grouped around another objective, guys. I wonder who's going to be able to take it. See whether Sylvie can stand up to this one. Hextech Soul is actually just massive. The ball needs to be respected. Sylvie locks it down. So they lose the Baron, but they get themselves the Drake. Tibbers goes into the air, though. Still, Closer caught off to the side. Vital's ganking the Orianna, and she's dead. Remember, no Zhonya's was built. And now Dundun is fighting against Birdall. He's going to have to flash away, and Birdall dives on in. He has to flash out, though, afterwards.
Vital?
Ridiculous fight is Vital is going to be able to find one of them. The arrow's going to connect, though, as Envy locks down that final kill.
Not a lot of juking and jiving space in that choke point. It looks like Birdall is going to get away here, or will he?
Yep, 3 each on both sides as Dundun going to speed himself up. He's like, that is my backing position.
Hextech Soul Atlas, they pick that one up, and that is so huge. And that is the moment when that smite hits. They are like, all right, Cannon Barrage is going down. We are going for this fight. Look at Fiesta's positioning here. Second, the smite is secured. He goes in. Great flash from Kyle. Closer.
Was that like all the flashes at once?
Yeah. I mean, they parted like the red team in this case, as they are on red side.
You're right, they did.
And you know what? That reaction is what saves this fight here for Live Sandbox, because if they get caught, this fight is so easily cleaned up. It's still very 50-50 in terms of you say who wins the fight. I say give it to Nongshim because they got the soul, and that's going to be relevant for the rest of these objectives. The Baron that spawns in 45 seconds, when Vital is back up and online, that poke becomes so much more deadly, and all these flashes being down all across Live Sandbox means that they won't be able to make that same defensive play again.
Man, this game is this game's wild. We've got 4.5 minutes on the Elder. See whether they can actually get towards that, as Live Sandbox setting up around this Baron buff.
Yeah, that will put us, if that Elder spawns, it will put us to the longest game of the season.
Yeah, as Envy is going to be able to eat the ult, and Shockwave comes in. Explosion! Whoa!
Well, that's no jungle for this Baron.
Yeah.
And Nongshim can't just give this up, though. They can't just be like, well, unfortunately, like, I guess we just have to give, we'll defend. Because this Baron at this point in the game with all of this damage will just rip through the base. You have to somehow look for a fight here. Fiesta has no flash here. He's going to try to flank. Closer.
Yeah, Dundun was on vision. He does have GA, so it's going to take a while for him to die. His Vital comes on over. Now Bertle able to get out of there, and in the meantime, it is 3-man the Baron. That is just gone. 4th Baron!
Wow.
How many Barons does it take to kill a Nongshim? At least 4, Wolf.
Yeah, that's the new Tootsie Pop slogan.
Yeah.
How many layers of this Nongshim team? You're like, oh, okay, I thought it was going to be a 2-0 today, but, you know, like, how many Barons does it take? Like, how much value are the ticket holders getting tonight? As, there's a lot more gameplay to be had. As Live Sandbox, they have the siege to push to end, but they are simply not doing it, as it looks like we have a freeze here. Okay.
Yeah, checking out the freeze frame.
It's all good. It was just an error with our replay file. As we go into this pick, leads to a Baron. You've been talking about the siege all game, but I mean, full build on some of these champions now coming up online. The Live Sandbox should be able to just walk down whatever lane they want, take out the inhibitor, force a fight.
Oh yeah. It should be pretty comfortable. Still, Nongshim have found Live Sandbox in this position before. And it's 45 minutes, right? Like, as soon as anyone wins a team fight, you kind of just run it towards the other side of the map and kill the Nexus. So, if the defense is good, there is a chance, but it's just not likely. Hopefully, Sylvie, now that he's back alive again, doesn't throw an ult immediately into an Edge of Night Shield.
Fiesta, his flash is coming up fairly soon. He's probably got about 20, 30 seconds on this, getting very close to respawning. Once that's up, that's a really nice engage angle. Live Sandbox respecting the flank so much that we're down to 90 seconds on this Baron. They have not even touched or cracked this inhibitor turret. And we're seeing resets come through. Items are being purchased. This is one of the least decisive Live Sandbox games we have watched in a long time. And you know, leading into this series, we're like, that's what they do. They're decisive. Mid to late game, they're making the right calls. They're super quick to look for a pick. We did see that on that pick onto Sylvie that led to this Baron in the first place, but now very timid.
Yeah. Envy leading off to the side. Chains of Corruption will connect onto Sejuani, who still takes a fair bit of damage from that charged up Q. But this is Live Sandbox taking control of this area. They want to make sure that they can get to an Elder. They're actually utilizing this Baron to get control of the Elder Pit. Yeah. That's the main thing that they want to do here.
Just want to make sure they have that. An Elder flip is definitely a way to Nongshim just wins a team fight and ends the game. Like, one barrel on an Elder buffed or debuffed Live Sandbox, so like the whole team just disappears. So gotta be so careful as Fiesta's got that flash up.
Yeah, Vital taking a lot of damage there. These Qs certainly doing work.
Good true shot, gets rid of the Edge of Night.
Yeah.
Man, this game is on a knife's edge. This is so tense. I'm kind of like holding my breath right now.
It's like a 7.5k gold lead at a point where gold just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So Live Sandbox, they understand that they've got this Caitlyn support. It's like a little bit less value, but these traps have actually been very good.
They're not even going to have prio for this Elder if they're not careful here. I mean, this is just a push around. Dundun's here in mid. He's got GA. And he's got good wave clear. He can hold this by himself for a long time.
He's trying to. He's getting zoned away, though, as the minions are still here. The backs are starting to come through as Bertle gets that big old shield. They do break open the base.
But no inhib.
20 seconds on the Elder. I actually kind of like this from Live Sandbox.
Longship stop these backs, actually. They decide not to recall here. They're clearing some vision. Dundun can clear this up. He has teleport. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. It's hard to siege this base against the Gangplank. And now you just look for one final fight here. Fiesta on the flank. He's cleared this vision. That blue trinket will be cleared. Oh, should have been cleared. Did not.
We're flipping for another objective. Last time it was a game this long, it was Bro versus Live Sandbox. Live Sandbox were able to win out in the end.
We've just crested that.
All right, let's see how this one's gonna go.
No flank for Bertle here either. TP coming around.
Oh no, flipping an objective into Willa. That's where we're at right now as Closer gets the orb into the brush. Fiesta has a big old shield. Now going to blast cone his way over. Bertle looking for that flank angle. We've seen Jax's find this one before. He does get interrupted, but now can they find any more? Envy immediately cleanses the Glacial Prisoners. Bertle just wants Peter. Vital throws everything at him, and the kitchen sink is now Closer and Envy together. Shockwave lands, but only onto the Ezreal, and Dundun is looking to clean up. No one's dead.
I think Liv Sandbox are doomed, though. They've got no way to play this.
Bertle is going to try to do something, and he's the first one to go down in this fight with air quotes.
I mean, Nongshim, they can't just let this go, but I don't think they can win a fight. They're just hoping that these inners are going to be enough to hold here for this Elder buff, because this one's going over to Nongshim.
Yeah,
and Bertle, he tries to make the play, he tries to have the wraparound, but he's pushed back here. The Shockwave is not great. They need this to be a combo. They need to actually pick somebody instantly, but nobody dies. Vital has so many shields, it's so difficult to kill him. There's a Mikhail's, and now this is going to be Exodia here in 50 seconds when that Baron spawns, but I think you could push a little bit harder before then, as this game just seems like it is never going to reach its conclusion at this point. Look at Bertle's wraparound right now. Dundun isn't here, but he's blocked from hitting that counter-strike, and then the follow-up damage is so good here for Vital. He's just chipping away. Sylvie takes almost none as the Elder also on Team Nongshim here. And the slows are so massive as Liv Sandbox are just like, oh man, Hextech slows. We don't have the engage. We've got to get out of here. The Shockwave wasn't good. We need to leave. Bertle's the casualty here. But you've given up Elder, and that Elder leads to Elder Baron, the Exodia win condition.
Well, you say that, but how many Barons have actually been secured so far by Nongshim?
That's a big fat 0.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and that's what a fight looks like, guys. When Cannon Barrage is actually used in the right place, it stops anyone from Liv Sandbox walking on over to actually follow up on Bertle, so he looked silly. And now Nongshim, with the control that they have, with the lead that they have, they are going to be able to get this one as the Whirlpool swallows the minions whole as the Baron is taken. So
that's 5 Barons. It's the most Barons we've had in any game this season.
Well, how many? So it's more than 4 Barons is what you need to take down a Nongshim, but how many do you need to take down a Liv Sandbox?
Yeah, that's the question. As so far 1 might be looking like it's going to do the trick with this siege. Bertle is split pushing but doesn't have TP. They know this. Dundun with the TP advantage could just defend. He can basically one-shot this bot wave.
40 seconds.
1 barrel.
40 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
That's how long Liv Sandbox have to hold on. Right now, though, it's looking real dangerous. As there's another beautifully placed Cannon Barrage. Kyle, he's burning and he's going to be taken down. The Gangplank able to get that one. Envy's also dead. And Nongshim after 51 minutes.
I think they've done it, Atlas. I think they have finally done it.
Oh my goodness, this is such a marathon. And it's been so difficult for this team to actually win a game all season. This game has been so hard. As Dundun, he's going to get taken down to the GA. Willa will be taken out as there's no more Elder, but it doesn't actually matter. The celebration on the Nexus now for Nongshim as they'll take down Liv Sandbox. And this was the most Barons taken so far in a game, especially like there were 9 Barons taken in the SKT versus Jinair game. But this is the most Barons that we've had this season.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. And they staved off all the Baron pressure. And like I said, least decisive Liv Sandbox we have ever seen. And Bertle trying to set up for the flanks here. The Gangplank damage in the late game is just so high that if you try to flank against him, if you try to win that, you'll just get chunked down. And they could not be decisive when they needed to be. And man, Liv Sandbox lost this game too. I think at the beginning of the early game, Nongshim had so much power, but it took 20 minutes for them to pull this off because this team is still so young. This team is still so inexperienced. It takes literal Exodia for them to end it with Hextech Soul. Exodia with Hextech Soul, and they're like, all right, that's enough.
Yeah.
Like, we can end with that with slows and Elder buff burn and everything else.
You can look at it that way, but you can also look at it as a game that Liv Sandbox had full control over. They're the team that's on the upper side of the standings, right? Nongshim, they're used to being beaten on. They're used to having to just weather through all of these games that are so difficult. This time they just said no. They're like, no, we're not going to stand for that. This time, like Dundun, we saw him the entire game. just a god on that top side of the map and just chilling out. It was as if he was telling his team, like, no, guys, we got this at 52 minutes.
Fiesta also played a great game of Annie, always threatening, and then, yeah, his laning phase wasn't amazing after that initial stage. The beginning was great, but then he was in sides oftentimes, shadowed by Sylvie. Dundon gets free farm, and, like, Nongshim defended so extremely well. Look at the gold graph, the one spike there at the end tells the story of this crazy game we had here.
Just nuts. I'm very much looking forward to what the Space are going to have to say about that one. We're going to need like highlight 11, I think, for this series. I'm not entirely sure, but we're going to need a break. We'll go to one of those, then it'll be the Space, and then we'll be on for game 2.
던질게 이거.
야 바로스.
바로스 쪽. 바로 잡았어. 천천히.
야 우리 잡을만 하거든 이거? 키버라? 아니 못 잡아.
우리 높여.
키버 내려올게 나. 이거 잭스 있어. 텔바가 할게.
야 포킹 해봐.
앞라인부터 때려. 그냥 앞라인부터 때려는데 지금은 그냥 빨리지 마 이거.
천천히 해봐. 잭스 노플이야.
우리 공 계속 위치 봐. 우리 공 위치 봐.
우리 공
돌았다.
없어?
우리 공 있어.
우리 공 있어.
오케이. 나 만트라
잭스 방역
이거.
빠졌고 잭스 방역 빠졌고. 타워 쳐봐.
타워부터.
야 잭스 노플.
잭스 스턴데.
이지 맞게.
이 살리면 이겨.
나이스.
끝내자.
제발.
나이스.
아 미안하다 얘들아. 그런다.
나이스. 잘했어. 이거 어디야?
나이스.
And welcome to the space. It's me, Valdez, with Karani Cackler over there. That was a game number one to never forget for Nongshim versus Live Sandbox. A really fun back and forth that seemingly never ended and gave us a lot of hype moments, a lot of highlights. We should have had about 15 highlights, but we can only choose 2. What do you think, Chronicler?
This is where sometimes you want good League of Legends. We got that in game number 1 with expert macro and really clean decision making. Sometimes you want a 2 a.m. bowl of noodles with extra spice that you shouldn't eat, but you're gonna do it anyway. And that's
Dr.
what this
Pepper.
game was. Yeah, throw some soda in there, you know, maybe some Spam and cheese. Really make yourself regret it in like 10 minutes after you've eaten it, because this game was wild. This is just draft. I'm not going to talk about builds in case of Gangplank. I'm not going to talk about execution in case of closers Oriana. But in theory, I think Gangplank is a great champion and is very underutilized at the moment, particularly the Gangplank build. As long as you don't die in lane, you can outskill almost everyone. And then the Annie counter finally did come up. The closer was also clearly not very adept at piloting it, but the draft from Sandbox should have an incredible amount of power in the early stage of the game and should then be able to snowball that to the rest of the map, get their side lane ahead and still have a pretty beefy team fight. But if they get to late game, they should run into some serious range issues. And as it turns out,
they did.
They did.
They did. So let's go to highlight number 1. This is 24 minutes into the game.
Everything according to Blind Valdez. We're chilling.
Yeah.
Everything is looking good. And this is when you decide to eat the spicy bowl of noodles. Ult, Zonyast was only one person. And Dundun, well, you know, the first 2 items weren't great, but the third item he really hit the mark. And completely blows up. They're fighting in the choke point against Annie and
Gangplank.
and Gangplank and Ezreal. You can't do that. And it is a testament to both Nongshim's tenacity and what I think was Sandbox, who are, when it comes to overall setup, still a much better team, that the game lost as long as it did, because from that point on, I think as Sandbox, you should just lose. Like, you can't, like, getting the game back from that point is really tough. Didn't happen because...
Well, it did eventually. It did take about 30 more minutes after that. So let's take a look at the second highlight, which is the Elder fight 24 minutes later at 48 minutes into the game.
And this is what decides the game, because up until this point, either team can win, but you are in a severe disadvantage. I don't love this engage, but you are so severely outranged, even with Lethality Varus, that poke damage doesn't really matter anymore, that if you don't try the hard force, you're not going to win. And the tragedy is that if Birdo backs here, and they don't count on Nongshim making a mistake, he might be fine. But because he gets spotted out, he ends up dying, and with him dying, there is no possible follow-up, right? There is no way that they can ever contest this Elder, so then they lose the Elder, and they lose the subsequent objective, and neither Karma nor Caitlyn were really champions at this point in the game, so it really comes down to who hits the big teamfight ultimates, and it was Nongshim. They got the Elder, and then just to make sure that they really couldn't lose the game, they also got the Baron, because this team is not the most macro or.
It was very cute to see them try to go into the top lane
didn't
and
want
push.
to lose.
They're like, oh, we got the Baron now. What do we do? Oh wait, the wave's so far behind us. We gotta run and get the wave. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Like
we gotta sing.
It was very cute. Obviously, this team very young. They don't have a lot of experience winning, and they did. Eventually.
And crucially, like, this is not a team where there is like one experience. There is no one. Like, all these players have very little experience.
Hey, what? You forget about Peter.
Sorry, and Vital went to OC. But when it comes to macro, ideally you'd want someone who's played a little bit of time in the LCK. And, well, that's Peter with like 30 games. So.
I mean, it's better than 0, right? So we do have the POG ready. Let's take a look at who did pick it up here for game number 1. I can imagine there is one Pirate. Yep, there he is. It's Dundon.
And I actually ended up going with Vital. I think Vital's team fights were incredible, but Dundon to me was where it all started to go wrong. And this is a testament to really the power of Gangplank, a champion that has been criminally underutilized on this patch, even with the preemptive nerfs that were thrown against him. Oh my god, yeah. I want to reiterate as well, this was a Gangplank that was substantially set behind, as he gets trolled by a minion here, by the way. That one caster minion is just like, nope. But the amount of zone control the champion has was so debilitating. You saw that this was a problem for the entirety of the game for Sandbox. Their hard engage was like, okay, not amazing. And then you have to somehow dodge the barrels, you have to dodge the Annie stun, and you can't really do all of that. And as a result, man, what a... Yeah, perfect, yeah, love that.
The analyst desk all together. Nice.
Yeah, for Vital's,
Good job, guys.
Vital's team fighting was like very aggressive as well.
It was great, yeah. And that was Nongshim taking game number 1. So we don't know how far this series is going to go, but a very interesting start to it. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, I have an inkling as to how far this series is going to go.
I do too. I have a feeling. I've got something. Every time I see Nongshim take a win versus Live Sandbox, my knee feels funny, tells me it's going to be... Well, my knee feels funny, it means it's going to be game 3.
Yeah, it's raining outside or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but...
I was shocked there were no Sylvie votes, actually, because I thought Sylvie played some of those ults in the late game extremely well. Also, just in the mid game. He was just very consistent. Also, shadowing the Annie, allowing her to side lane. Yeah, she fell massively behind in CS, but still got the items that she needed to be relevant. But yeah, I mean, great game from Vital. Dundon, my vote, but it was a crazy game.
I'm a bit sad that it wasn't the Dundon 11 out of 11, just because that one team fight that they won was the entire game. I know it's the longest game that we've had, the most Barons that we've had, but ultimately it came back to that moment. And he killed everyone and stayed alive for way too long. And then they were in it. Here we are, though, into the draft. Annie not going to be seen. No more Annie Oriana situations.
Yeah, I think Closer didn't have his greatest game there. They weren't able to set up any combos. And the Annie just creates too much flexibility on red side, especially between mid and support. So we'll see the Ashe and Maokai here, and we'll see if Caitlyn is left up one more time here, because the Varus Caitlyn got a pretty nice lead. Didn't work out ultimately in the end. It feels like it was a million years ago. We were talking about the early laning phase, but I think as Nongshim here, you probably still don't want to go up against that Caitlyn, because obviously in the last game it was a problem for you, despite the win.
I think if there is... So Karma is available now. Nongshim can go Varus Karma. So it's not like the red side situation. And so they're going to leave it up. And so Live Sandbox sort of now trapped in the Karma first pick purgatory is what it sort of feels like.
Yeah, because I think you don't want to give over Karma Varus or Karma Caitlyn, if you wanted to first pick Varus here.
Yeah, maybe first pick Varus is the way to go.
You could like first pick Sejuani here and see what happens. But I think the Karma is a much stronger pick.
Yeah. Those are the choices, right? And they go with the Varus side of it. Now, Caitlyn Karma should be the answer here.
Yeah, I do think that is going to be the way. There's not a whole lot else you want to play into this. You don't want to play Ezreal into the Varus. I mean, you can, but it's much stronger to play the Caitlyn Karma. You can play Caitlyn Lux, but then you give the Karma over, so... I don't think you want to play Karthus. Yeah, there we go. That's the car we were looking for. When you type it in the keyboard, the Karthus does appear first, so that's why you see this a lot. If you ever see a Karthus hover, don't get excited about jungle diversity in the LCK. Just know that...
Or bot lane diversity or something like that.
It's just a Karma pick. And then we'll see the Caitlyn alongside of it. Almost certainly, right?
Well, no. So Nongshim are allowing Live Sandbox to do it again. They're happy for the run back, which is a little frightening.
It is, but if we're trying to be like results-based analysis, we're like, well, but
they won.
It did fall off. But I don't think this is the right approach.
I would have much preferred to see the Karma there, but Nongshim are not a team that really like to play it. So it does kind of fall to the wayside. So there it is, Live Sandbox once again with the Varus Karma lane.
And it's going to be an Ezreal lock in here once again for Vital. See what jungle they want to play with this. The Wukong, the strong option. The Vi, a little bit more aggressive here to try to lock down that lead even harder on the bottom side. I actually prefer this to the Wukong in this draft.
Yeah, I kind of like it as, ooh, okay, this would be Vital going back to a pick that he has played before, but not going to be the case. Ezreal going to be locked in once again. I have a feeling a certain pirate is going to be illegal.
He is going to be unplayable. He will be in that box just to the right of Zeri, and that's okay, but it does hurt Nongshim's late game win conditions quite significantly. Because this time they have no Annie. They're not going to have Gangplank. They're not going to have a free mid game where, you know, Liv Sandbox are kind of running around chasing them down, but not actually finding success because the Annie is difficult to gank. And, you know, we saw the shadow there from Sylvie of the Annie, where Liv Sandbox were able to just kind of survive and then get to those 3-item, 4-item spikes when we get to the late game. I don't think that's going to happen again.
Yep, I've already written in the Silas Akali bans for Nongshim. We'll see where Liv Sandbox are going to go, though. First, the Crocodile. And so Renekton Jax would be the normal bans, but Renekton Gangplank is what I'm expecting.
Yeah, just because, I mean, Dindon had a great game of Gangplank. Bertle looked a little bit shaken in the later parts of the game, wasn't able to make the same impact, wasn't able to set up for Orianna.
Ooh, Kassadin instead, so the Akali going to be left available. Jace is another big one.
Yeah, I think we may be, as commentators who survived Game 1, which we need to get t-shirts made for this, but
yeah, I think we do.
I think we might be delving deep into this best of 3 and, you know, not looking at the big picture meta here. Is I would like to see a Gangplank ban, but if you do that, you do leave the Jax open here for Nongshim. They can just R forward. It feels pretty safe. It does give you a split push win condition to elongate the game in a completely different way. They'll ban the Jace, so we've seen this before, and now Nongshim, are you going to just go ahead and grab a mid here and save that R5 for the GP, or are you just going to blind Jax, which is the LCK standard?
I like blind Gangplank, but Akali is going to be the choice.
Okay.
And
now it's Jax.
Yeah, I don't really like blind Gangplank, but now if you pick the Jax, do you pick Jax Gangplank, or do you just run into it one more time?
Looks like Closer potentially looking for a LeBlanc pick here. Into this Akali, a lot of power early with a winning bottom lane. You have the Vi set up here. Very strong pick. We're seeing this pick very niche right now in the LCK, but it's doing very well because it is so specifically used for these niche situations. One of Fiesta's favorites, in fact.
Yeah.
He's 1-0 on it.
Certainly one that he can... maybe that gives him some ideas as to how to pilot against it in this matchup. Can be difficult, though, as Bertle.
All right, Dindon.
Back to the Nah.
Camera's on him. He's going to be playing the Jax this time around. So no Gangplank this time, but still a really strong split-pushing win condition here. You have a Sejuani. Can play a little bit more around top side here. And bottom, like we said last time, you can stave the pressure off for a little while, depending on how those Karma Qs hit or don't hit, and then eventually the Varus Caitlyn will start to get control. But there's a window of time here where you could survive there, maybe play around top side, get this Jax ahead. But I mean, it's LeBlanc against Akali. The bot lane is looking very difficult to win here for Nongshim. Top side as well, Gnar with the range advantage against Jax. It is Bertle who's piling this, who has a lot more experience. It is a pick that he's done well into the Jax on in the past. I think that if Liv Sandbox play this as their form from weeks ago, I really favor them here with this draft.
Yep, even if they play with their form that they had up against T1, you know, that would be enough.
Fiesta fan or possible family member here. Actually, see the sign.
I know Dundad was in the audience as well earlier on. Nongshim families actually always seem to be turning up for their games, which is extraordinarily cute.
The Dundad.
Yeah.
As some Sandbox fans here, Willer fan there on the top. Says the top left sign says you're the main character for today, Willer. And with that steal we saw from him, I thought he might be, but wasn't ultimately enough to bring it back. This series is one that you just gotta let it play out. You know, I'm not gonna try to draw any
along
conclusions.
For the ride. We're along for the ride, Wolf. We just have to enjoy the experience. We might be here for a little bit longer, unless Nongshim show us that after a victory, they have the power of Snowball, and they can show us the devastation that Noodles can bring. Let's get onto the rift. All right, here we are. Onto the rift for game number 2. Fiesta does really like this Akali, so I'm kind of feeling like maybe there's an avenue. He did have I think the last time Live Sandbox played, it was a bit of a roughie. Sorry, the last time Nongshim played, it was a bit of a roughie for Fiesta.
He's 0-5 on the pick, but it is his most played.
Yeah,
as you point out.
Does like it.
He likes it. He has often given it, but falls apart early because of Akali's weak early few levels. As we did see a big commitment here to control the bottom level 1. And see that Envy is heading back to lane now. We'll be able to get there, and they should be able to control that push there. As Closer here, looking for that LeBlanc ward.
Yep.
All the time, every time.
Get it in there. You can see Sylvie's towards that top side. Ooh, backflip's going to be taken for the extra damage. Kind of like it. Chain connects. But yeah, I mean, I'd say that it's a decent trade, but now you don't have 5-point strike for the lane.
Yeah, I actually like that he takes Airy instead of Electrocute here because he's just like, nah, if you want to do any fancy stuff, I actually just win. Your melee.
Ooh,
you're dead.
Connect. Yeah, the Ignite is now down, and he's going to flash. Tower Shot is going to come through, but now with no flash and no Q, it's going to make life really difficult here for Fiesta.
Does have a pot he can chug through, and he does survive, but now level 2's up. Yeah. And this is where things get really scary. Just going to be zoned off of CS.
Yeah, so you just saw the 0-5 that Wolf was talking about before. Nice connection of the backflip there, but Fiesta does get level 2 now, so is allowed to queue things, which feels good.
Yeah, once Closer hits level 3, he can also queue this Akali, and will be able to be very annoying while, you know, just proccing Airy constantly. Sylvie coming over here for a punish play, potentially. Level 3 here first for Fiesta, and work out.
Yeah, let's see whether they can get themselves a flash, as Fiesta does want to land a backflip. And does manage to connect it there. And now...
Bait is real.
They come. There's the flash. Really nicely done there, reading the fact that Sylvie was going to do that. And now Willa, he's coming forward. 2v2 in this mid lane. The Frost Armor goes down, and it looks like Jungler is just going to be here to sort out these minion waves to make sure everything is okay. Another backflip connects. Fiesta actually playing this quite well, outside of some awkwardness at the very beginning.
Yeah, certainly. Willer going to help hold this wave here for Closer. And, you know, I mean, this was played well by both junglers, actually. And the read was great there from Closer. If he does not flash as well as he did, he might be dead. But it's a flash trade. Willer's still having his. Fiesta losing his early on in the game. So you still feel pretty good about this as Dundun's coming down.
Yep, Chains are going to land, though. And there's no flash, remember. Into the Shroud goes Fiesta. And Dundun's like, all right, well, if you can't fix this lane, then I'm going to come here and help you. All right, there's the flash forward. Oh, the backflip! It's going to connect as Fiesta. Where are we going, buddy? I think he's dead. And there he goes.
All right,
that is another kill.
Do not adjust the antennas on your TV sets. This is not a solo queue stream. This is not challengers for the record. This is the LCK. Okay, Peter.
All right, and that's a drive-by Ignite onto Envy. He's taken down to about 200. Oh, Vital. Does he have Arcane Shift? There it is. The heal comes through. Can he find the Q? He can. And now Kyle's in trouble. Vital, can you lock this one down? There they go. The double kill in the bottom lane for Nongshim.
Okay, 3-1 kill score. It's a 400 gold lead here in this Ezreal lane. He's 15 CS behind, but 2 kills picked up here. He's got a kill and an assist now under his belt. This becomes a lot easier to play out. You got that kill bottom side, and yes, Dundun is losing a lot of CS for it, but hey, they got some money. It was cool. It was solo queue-esque. It makes you feel like, you know, you're living the dream. Yeah. It's just like my solo queue games here at the LCK. It could be me. And, yeah,
Willard, just a bit of growing pains here, just not quite with the reach that he needs to actually help this one out, and Fiesta just walks it out here.
And if Fiesta didn't want to get a assist there, he could have possibly survived.
Yeah, maybe.
But it was also a bit of a dire situation. He didn't have a lot of health. Here on the bottom side, though, this was a large stack of minions, and Vital sneaking that 1Q forward.
Yeah, that was crazy that actually hit like that. That's actually what wins it for them, is Kyle wants to get that extra Q off. Interrupted. Good heal, though, just in case.
뭘 어쩔 건데?
What are you going to do? All right. Now, the Nongshim, this was moments before the Nongshim staff saw the CS score.
Yeah.
Which is still not great, but hey, it's a lot better than it was.
Fiesta's also dead as we come back to live. Pretty understandable if you've watched Nongshim games with Fiesta on the Akali. He does tend to spike in the mid game.
His name very appropriate for the type of series we are watching.
Yes.
He's right at home.
As now Sylvie is going to find Willa, but doesn't connect the knockup as they have a battle for the honey fruit. Oh, that's 3 versus 2 for the honey fruit battle. Willa, he's going to get permanently frosted here.
It's only temporary, really.
Oh, sorry, yeah, temporarily frosted, but it's
yeah, it's poorly named, you know, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't sound cool if the passive for Sejuani was Tempa Frost, you know?
Yeah, and then he could have just called it Frost, but then maybe that's just Ash. So it's hard to work out.
They're going to get a Drake out of this. Fiesta has level 6. Okay, don't leash that too hard.
They're going to get a Drake out of this. Yep, does go down. So there it is. I liked the zoom from Jonah Strong to keep us on our toes.
Because that would have been the least crazy thing that's happened so far in the series if it was stolen.
Yeah.
But like he's still there for it, you know? And, you know, the kills going down in that bottom lane doesn't change how Varus works. So this is what happened here, is taking a backflip you shouldn't be taking, and
he thought he'd broken the chains, I think.
Yeah.
Or just knew that he was dead. One of the two.
Either way, it's a dead Akali there in the mid lane. And gold lead is pretty small when you consider that there was a traded back kill. Where the gold is more significant here. Birdall.
Yeah, there's Counter-Strike here from Dundon. Does get the stun as everyone's sort of stunning each other, but here's Willa. Really nice timing here from the Vice, saving the game, honestly, for Live Sandbox right now.
It really is. That was, you know, depending on what if you're a fan of, you know, which team of these two teams you're a fan of, depending on that might have been a sick moment there on the top side. But for Dundon, you're like, whoo, got him, outplayed, and then did end up getting Vied there in the end. Willard does have his ult available.
He should have known, because it's Here Comes Vi.
Yeah.
We've listened to that song a few times.
It's my favorite song, Bat Chest.
Yeah, it's not mine. 2012 really did it in for me with that one. It's just one event that I did. They played it every break. Here Comes Vi every time.
But I mean,
it's not a bad song.
But Arcane though, and
yeah, that's true. I mean, here comes that.
Remember Arcane? Arcane was great, Atlas. You just remember Arcane, and they're like, you know what? Actually, I did always like it.
Yeah.
I don't think you could say you don't like it.
No, I don't. It's nothing against Arcane. It's more against the Here Comes Vi song.
All right.
That's the one that
We'll let it go this time.
I'm not a huge fan of. No, I'm sorry. For any...
he's a fan of it. He's just not a huge fan, guys.
No, I'm a huge Arcane fan. No, I promise.
No, I mean, Here Comes Vi. He's not a huge fan of Here Comes Vi, but he's kind of a fan of it. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, back to the series.
We missed
mode
so
here.
much League of Legends, Wolf, while we were having that discussion about Here Comes Vi. Envy has a lot more farm now than
he's still ahead in farm despite those kills. And this moment here, Dundon's like, oh yeah, I still leap strike for the counter strike. I should be getting out of here. Turns around. Oh no, that's Vi. That's really unfortunate because he played it really well. He held the counter strike to the last possible second there, and that was about as well as he could have handled that. But unfortunately, it's not enough.
Yep. Dun 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 dun.
All right, so how do you feel about other Here Comes songs like the Speed Racer theme? Here comes Speed Racer.
I'm a huge fan of Speed Racer. Don't you worry about that. As Fiesta, he's in his Shroud. He's a big fan of that as well. As all right, that is not the one we were looking for as far as the Glacial Prison is concerned. As Fiesta's going to burn down. That is more Ignite value here for Closer. Sometimes you take Teleport and you're really happy about it. Sometimes you take Ignite and you then up another couple of kills. You're feeling real good.
Are you, okay, topically though, we're talking about theme songs. where are you at with Ignite, the world song? Because it seems people are love or hate on this one. I'm a love on this one.
Yeah, I used to not like it actually. In my first listen, I was like, this ain't my world song. But then after like 3 or 4, I was like, this is actually dope.
I mean, the video is so good too.
Yeah.
For me, I love it first sight or first listen, kind of both. You know, so I was listening while watching it, but. This game definitely looked very good for Nongshim at its outset, but it has since fallen by the wayside, the lead here quite substantially, with Vi making those big plays, Willer making the plays on the Vi, right? 2-0 and 1. 2 kills for this LeBlanc as we're setting up a dive here potentially, but look who's here. No TP. You're not going to expect this one.
Yep, closer here at exactly the right time. Does show himself maybe a little bit earlier than they wanted to, because that's a full wave that he's going to be missing. Willer does secure the Rift Herald in the meantime. That is certainly good news, as you can't hit the turret with a Mantrid Q, Peter.
I mean, he can. You can't hit it, but it can be placed on top of it, you know. Visually.
That is true. That is true.
So, like, you know, it's really up for debate whether he hit it or not.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't even think about that.
Can you damage it? No, we know that.
Yeah, no, you cannot.
You cannot damage it.
Yeah.
So.
But it did exist within the pixels of the turret. And so then I guess you can theoretically say that he hit it.
Yeah. Well, topside under complete control now for Birdall. He's starting to take a even bigger lead, got that plate earlier, and now, you know, I think this is why Closer felt comfortable with the advantages he had in mid to drop a wave to come bottom side there to prevent the dive. And this is something you don't expect as Nongshim, because you know it's going to take the LeBlanc a long time to come back. You know he doesn't have teleport. Just another chain hits. Yep, some extra damage. You know he doesn't have teleport, so you're like, all right, well, LeBlanc probably just calling back to mid, right? He shows up there, stops that dive. And now Sandbox have taken quite a substantial gold lead here.
Oh, Envy trying to fight this one back against Peter, who went very aggressive. He has to flash for it. The heal comes out, though, and Vital may have baited him. In the meantime, we got another battle in the mid lane as Closer is going to get taken down by the Winter's Wrath as Envy sniped out by Vital.
Clean, and suddenly 2 more kills go back to the side of Nongshim. And this is a game I want to talk about win conditions. I want to talk about game states. I want to talk about some CS advantages, a little bit of macro, but seems like this game just might be decided by some good old-fashioned ganking, some scrappy old-school Live Sandbox romance.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of skirmishing in my early game here before the plates fall. You'll love to see it.
It's a little bit of a fiesta. And if anyone's surprised, it's a bit silly. You know, Nongshim going to be taking this second Drake. It's going to be their second of the game. Vital collects another plate as well. Look at this, 4-3. The Varus and the Caitlyn not actually able to outplate the Ezreal Karma.
And Dundun has just given up on winning against this Gnar. He's like, I'm just going to help win mid. He's like, I'm on Team Fiesta.
Yeah,
we're going mid lane.
What's the laning phase, man?
Yeah,
Dundun's not about that.
Who cares? Plates are falling, you know? Envy dodges this and then hits the Q. Root comes through, but Peter's like, I am so fast. I'm Karma. The heal comes through, and then Envy is punished. As I got scared by that pip coming up, but it's just a top lane that's sitting back doing nothing. Great Q there from Vital. Walked past the minions.
Yep. Birdall did have to flash here towards his top side. Like, I'm not actually quite sure how Dundun's kind of winning, but also not winning, but kind of winning, you know?
I mean, Birdall has had, you know, we've talked about it so much, but he has been a very emotional player and, you know, sometimes kind of flashes at the less opportune moments and panics because he doesn't want to lose. It feels like...
No, but Cool Kids never panic.
I know, but except Birdall, he does sometimes. But,
oh, no. Cool Kids
that's okay.
sometimes panic?
Let's say this. Cool Kids rarely panic, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean,
we should
it's
talk
not the
to
motto,
Sandbox.
but yeah.
We should have a discussion. Because I think you're allowed a little bit of panic.
Yeah, and the
like,
flash,
never say never, you know?
The flash there when you're kind of winning this lane is not going to feel too bad, but in terms of the setup for this next objective, it could come back to hurt you because obviously the Gnar relies a lot on flash to set up for some of those big Mega Gnar plays. So not having that could be massive. It could be Nongshim, you know, taking that soul point fight. Again, I don't like to make predictions in this series based on what we have seen so far. It just feels like it's a silly thing to do.
Yeah, and we wouldn't be doing anything silly here in the LCK.
Never. Especially
not after Game 1, which was, you know, 52 minutes of serious.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to continue striving for here. As the gold, irrelevant. It is about 100 Doesn't really mean too much. Plates have gone down a minute ago, and they were relatively even. Of course, the mid lane was where a lot of the value went for Live Sandbox.
If you look at where the gold is, a lot of it's on the Vi here for Live Sandbox, which doesn't feel great. You know, the LeBlanc you feel much better about, but kind of situational. Vital having a massive lead over this Varus, though, is allowing things like this to happen. And that's where you're like, okay, small gold lead for Live Sandbox, but where is it? You're very happy if you're Nongshim about the 80 carry getting this accelerated, already having an Essence Reaver halfway towards that Muramana here with the tier stacked up to 250.
Yeah.
Mid.
Oh, well, the chain is once again going to connect. Backflip not going to be opted in for here for Fiesta. He's been able to land quite a few good ones, but not necessarily able to actually capitalize as Dundun he's still swinging his staff, having a good time.
He has flash advantage. Brittle should respect it.
Yeah. But Dundun just wants to hit minions, you know? It wasn't the time that Dundun decided to fight, and therefore he won't. Feels like the way.
All reliable.
He is a different type of player.
And I think that he's a player who, in 2-3 years' time, might be considered, you know, one of the greats. You know, I think he has the potential. Yeah. Much like our spacers today. We'll get there one day.
Yeah, I know. No, and look, they absolutely have potential, both the spacers and Dundun. And
he's so young. He clearly has a great mind for the game.
But I think the work, like, because I know a lot of people don't like being like, I got a lot of flack, right, for my segue, where yesterday, just to clue you guys in on what we're talking about, I was talking about a team that had potential. And I said, oh, speaking of potential, I know two gentlemen who have it, and I was trying to segue to the space. And then afterwards, they're like, that's not a nice thing to say to someone. I'm like, if I didn't have potential, I'd be very sad. You know, like, if this is it, if this is my peak, and I'm never getting better than this, then that's way worse, right?
I really do think Valdez and Kronk have potential.
I think they've got potential
I
as
think
well.
they do, you know, and
if I didn't, that would be worrying.
Yeah, exactly. I think they have great potential, and eventually they will get there, you know. Where there is, I'm just going to keep to myself. Okay, now this Jax
is going to be fighting him. The Ignite goes down as Dundun flashes, but so does Closer, and just picks up the solo bolo.
Okay.
That's a lot of traps here. Sylvie's he's in the pen. He's in the pen now. He's still trying to fight this one out. As in goes Fiesta as Envy going to avoid the backflip, but he can't avoid the prison. And Fiesta's going to pick up that kill, the blast cone. Not going to quite work out here for the Akali as he gets out. There's a cease and desist, and they asked him nicely, and he said, yep, I will definitely stop. As Peter not going to get slowed down by the house.
Oh man,
back away.
Imagine if you just decided, you know, I watched my T1 series. I think that's enough LCK for tonight. You just turned it off and you didn't watch this one, man. I look at how much they've missed out on already.
I know.
Watch this.
There is so much League of Legends yet to be had at the highest level.
Envy almost escapes because he's able to dodge the backflip, but then is caught then by Sylvie's ultimate. And this fight is not over off this Herald. Wheeler's sticking around.
Some say it's going to continue going.
Yeah, it should be over.
All right, it's a Cloud Soul, by the way. Wow, it's there must be a lot going on for me to not notice that it's a Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
After it's been alive, but there it is. People are going to be walking fast, which is cool.
This game has not been about the macro. It has not been about really the win conditions of both of these comps. It has been about individual plays and mechanics, which is not something that we've really talked about for Live Sandbox in a long time. You know, you think back to like spring last year when Live Sandbox's synergy wasn't there before Prince was picked up on the roster. We talked a lot about how this team is a scrappy team, not unlike Nongshim actually in this spring season. As okay, we'll get there. The potential conversation was had a lot. Look at these mechanics, you know, Closer's very good. Yeah, but we'll see. And feels like Live Sandbox have kind of reverted back to an old saying we used to say about them. They play to the strength
of their opponents. I was thinking about that between the games, you know, because after this, we were like, oh, wow, this was a different experience than watching, you know, T1's incredibly clean macro play where they dismantled KT in the series prior. We came off the desk and we're like, oi. You know, like it was just a little bit different as we check out this replay. And I think playing to the strengths of your opponent, that came to my mind as well.
Just try to turn onto this Akali. Fiesta will be picked here. And then Birdall, he is flashed. Vital gets out, so They lose control of the Herald for a little bit longer, and then Nongshim do pick it up inevitably. As Dundun, once again, we saw this last time where they make a cross map as he defends. See if he defends this time.
Yeah. Doesn't have Counter-Strike now. They're underneath the turret. Leap Strike's in, though, and they're going to run out of minions. So Dundun, it's just fine. I don't know why we ever doubted him.
Yeah. Last time it was Birdall under the turret while they were making a cross map with the Orianna. It's a similar situation where Fiesta pushes a wave in, but he's not going to get the whole turret. They're going to drop this Herald in mid. Have a lot of poke with this.
Yeah, Birdall's going to come on over. I don't know about that. He is Mininar, as there's a Glacial Prison, but Chains of Corruption are going to connect onto Vital. Wow, that burst damage is just insane. Not quite enough to take him all the way down as Fiesta's looking for the overextension. Can he get in onto Willa here as he dives into the backline and just dies?
This game is out of control. Sylvie's caught now.
Yeah, he's very fast, Piggy, as Birdall's going to throw a house at him. Once again, this tower is still up. So Sylvie's going on an adventure. See how Sylvie's adventure is going to go. Cut the video. Cut the video.
Cut the video. It's fine. He just went home. He just recalled between the turrets.
Yeah,
peacefully. That's what my mom always said.
Yeah.
What happened to that guy? Oh, he just recalled between the turrets peacefully. It's okay. Birdall's flash here after this ult is actually, you know, what gets him out of harm's way. Vital is then turned on. He survived just barely here. But there's just so much follow-up here in this composition when you have a LeBlanc to chase, you have this Varus in a choke point, Liv Sandbox win this fight very handily. So a lot of gold injected into LSB here now. Unfortunately, none of it really onto Envy here, not picking up any kills on this Lethality Varus, which is one of the things that I think is going to fall off the most in this composition. Yeah, that being said, there's not a whole lot of tankiness here. You have the Sejuani, who's got the steel caps and does have the Warmogs, but Liv Sandbox still with a composition now that can be played like a pick comp, and I think it will continue to do so with all of that Varus damage, the follow-up there from the LeBlanc.
And I think Liv Sandbox need to keep it scrappy. They need to keep it weird, right? And that's what their composition does so well, right?
Yeah.
LeBlanc Vi works very similarly to what we saw from Ari Vi in the past, right? Like single target lockdown, things like this. And this is now Closer's time to shine. He's already been shining. Couple of deaths there, but the 4 kills. He's the main character of this one right now. Large reason why they are, 2.5K ahead.
Nothing against that fan sign earlier that said Willow was the main character.
Yeah, I mean, he was the main character of... he might be the main character of Game 3.
It could be.
Yeah. There's still opportunities. Main character opportunities.
Closer on the flank here. Vital exposed.
Yeah, there's the ace in the hole. Everyone just piling in to protect the Ezreal. As Birdall with Meganar threatening.
And that's the mid turret going down here. Still a long time before this Drake spawns, 80 seconds. So Liv Sandbox just going to try to clear some waves up, go back to sides here, but you almost get a pick. You are successful at taking down this mid turret, and LeBlanc becomes so much more deadly when the mid turret is down because she can wrap around so much more easily without being seen, and of course, clear some deeper vision. What that sweeper is trying to catch the LeBlanc here. I think optimistic.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing whether Fiesta gets to like a 1-in-7 power spike or something like that and then really starts popping off. Because we have seen that he's had really rough early and mid games and then has some surprising moments as the game goes on. This is going to need to be one of those games because if Nongshim wins a team fight, it's going to be around being able to actually set up for it correctly, right?
Yeah.
Getting Dundun in there, having Sylvie start it correctly, and then Fiesta getting himself into that backline to take down this mobile, sort of more turret-like Varus.
Vital here too. Okay, Sylvie.
Sylvie's a tank, by the way.
Yeah.
Kinda. He does have his warm-ups. There's Vital. Ace in the hole comes in. Cease and desist going to be there. Vital shields himself a little, but he's going to get punched back, and now Closer is looking to take the ball for a walk. The flash does come through to avoid that. And now Fiesta is in a lot of trouble. I feel like I've been saying that quite a lot as the Shroud comes through. And he's going to try and perfect execution his way out. That ult needs a different name, though, for this game, because it's been all sorts of crazy. 5-point strike to slow down Willer a little, but he will have the Vault Breaker back. Doesn't quite get that knock up as... if he survives this, I would... okay, that was Birdall.
He's alright. He doesn't break his stopwatch. He's just trying to buy time for some of those respawns. Vital in particular coming up in 5, but it's still not going to buy enough time for this Drake. So 2 clouds here for Liv Sandbox. And the ways in which this game is won for Nongshim are almost all going to involve good flanks from Dundun and a nice counter-strike, or Ezreal popping, right? And Vital getting caught like this with no vision cannot happen because there is targeted CC, there's targeted damage here. Like, it's really easy to just blow this Ezreal up if he gets caught by anything at any point in time. So Vital is going to have to be a lot more careful. You know, credit to Live Sandbox for actually setting that up, because the Ezreal is just, he's like, I'm just trying to farm mid, man. This is what I do, but if you get caught like that before a big objective, it's going to go down. This time, it's second Cloud Drake, so relatively useful objective, but it's not sole. It's not the sole point. Got to be careful about when those picks could potentially come through, though, because Nongshim need him so desperately. He's the one champion on their side of the rift that had a gold lead, and he still does, but it's diminished quite significantly.
Yeah, and Envy being able to pick up that kill as well gets a little bit of extra gold, as now Fiesta, he's in trouble, guys. He has been for quite some time, but does have a picky with him this time. Cease and desist comes through, does go golden, but is he actually going to be okay? Is the question. The answer is no, because the cupcake is going to be too tasty. Nongshim just going to have to back away.
Yeah, it has been quite troubling, but if your 1-7 power spike theory is to be believed, maybe in 30 seconds here, the whole game state changes.
Exactly.
At this point,
teleport, blank angle.
At this point, I'm leaning towards second item Zhonya's on this Akali. We can hope, and I'll keep the optimism a little bit longer. You know, when he goes 1-8, then I'll be like, Atlas. I don't know. I mean,
I wouldn't go as far as to say optimism. Maybe you could say like hope. A bit of like.
Give me that hopium mask. Yeah. Pass that over here.
Yeah.
I'll take a hit, because right now it's looking, like this Ezreal, the last real win condition here in a longer team fight, is just so vulnerable to a Vi ult, a Gnar engage, Birdall's level 16.
Yeah, and Closer's existence really does make things so hard for all of Nongshim, because right now, like, I feel like he just bursts anyone.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, watch how quickly Fiesta is going to go down here. And Akali can shroud for a while, but instantly the ult comes through the second he can click on that Akali. He does, and the damage follow-up is there.
Yep, and Zhonya's doesn't really give you too much value when Caitlyn exists.
Yeah. It's really just not going to be that great. I mean, normally you don't see Zhonya's built second on Akali ever, because you're trying to get through a mid-game where you spike with that second item being additional damage of some variant, usually the Shadow Flame. But he's going to be struggling a little bit this game, as look at Live Sandbox doing their due diligence to make sure no 50-50 comes through here.
Yeah, Closer is going to look for Sylvie. Oh, Glacial Prison goes entirely wide as Fiesta. Standing behind this pit now, they're sweeping things out. It looks like Live Sandbox doesn't want to go for the flip. Oh, Kyle is very low. But you were talking about main characters. Kyle is definitely not theirs. So it's not the hugest of deals, but still, they have to break away from the Baron.
Yeah, if this is an anime, Kyle is the one that you, like, all your friends really love drawing Kyle. He's like your favorite side character. He only shows up in Act 2 of the anime, but he's definitely not the main character, but,
He gives some advice, off to the side, you know, but it's really poignant. Like, it's really poignant.
He changes the arc of the main character quite substantially, but... but ultimately probably dies in Act 3, but is everyone's favorite to draw. That's Kyle.
Spoilers? I didn't know that. I haven't seen the Kyle anime.
Well, I mean, we're still not in Act 3 yet. That's why he lived.
Oh, right.
Didn't die. It's okay. But he had a really life-changing experience when he got hit there by that True Shot barrage.
I'm pretty sure they haven't written Act 3, but
well, I read the manga, so it's ahead of the anime a little bit, No. The anime is still catching up, so...
Yeah. No, fair enough. I have to concede. Nongshim still trying to get some semblance of control back in this game, but I think running your boar into the enemy is not going to do it.
Unfortunately not, but he's just trying to get vision, He's just trying to find out if they're doing this Baron. And unfortunately, he found out not yet, but now that he's dead, the answer is they will be doing it immediately afterwards, and there's just nothing that Nongshim can do about this. Dundun's off inside here, and might be building a Zhonya's third here. He has a stopwatch available. He's going for Shojin's, so he can team fight better, as
Okay,
All right, we're just chasing after them. The Baron does go down, but what about this fight, guys? This is the fun stuff as Peter gets a big old shield. There's Meganar coming down, though, and Vital gets in the way. Oh, no, he gets thrown into the wall. Now, Fiesta, can you save Peter? The answer is no. That's a house to the head, and that one generally hurts. As a rule, as Fiesta's going to get out of there, presses R the second time.
This Vital almost able to catch Closer there. You know, and that's how this all starts off, is he gets a little bit greedy. He has a few Qs before his True Shot Barrage comes back up. Maybe he's hoping he's going to be able to snipe him there. Not quite enough. Is taken out, and that's going to be the third Cloud Drake here. So we're really stacking up that movement speed here. Is Sylvie, like I said, he has no vision whatsoever. He's just trying to clear some up, and it's just deleted. Warmog's not going to be healing anything if you're dead.
Yep, and Kyle being here with Willa, like every time a Vault Breaker goes off, the trap is always going to arm. It's just really, really difficult.
They didn't have any vision of Birdall here either. As they even commit to teleport to this all goes wrong. I mean, Birdall is like, I am the AD carry in this game. Look how much damage he does, it's insane.
Yeah, it's nuts. Also, like, Vital does a lot of work as well. As Fiesta, he's going to go golden one more time. True Shot Barrage over the top of Liv Sandbox here. Fiesta lives. As now the Baron is paying a visit towards this bottom side. Dundun, can you find the flank angle? Look at all of this vision. This is just nuts.
You know, we talked about, okay, hold on, TP, flank, or that's not a flank, it's just Birdall coming back in. But I was going to say, Birdall, we talk a lot about his laning phase and sometimes how he panics there, but...
All right.
Okay.
We'll see whether Nongshim are panicking now as Closer is going to get taken down extremely low. That was the wrong one, though, Fiesta. As Closer somehow survives for way too long. Finally, Fiesta collects that kill. And now, Liv Sandbox are going to try and back away.
Yeah. And they should be able to get out of here, but this means no inhibitors are broken.
1 and 7.
Now 2 and 7. Okay, hold on. He was the one. He was the only one who could catch that LeBlanc. Fiesta, maybe.
Yeah.
His destiny is to save this game. I was going to make a point about Birdall, especially on Gnar, where sometimes the laning phase is shaky, but he usually doesn't mess it up too bad. You know, sometimes you'll see something puzzling, but then he'll come back and actually carry the late game because his Gnar is so insanely good. This is another one of those examples. But Closer gets caught by this, distorts and distorts back. With the ultimate, gets an additional one, then goes back to that. It's okay.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, Birdall is about to hit Mega, and now the Vi is going to turn up as well. Fiesta diving on in. Winter's Wrath is good. Birdall's going to be taken down. That is a pick-off here for Nongshim. Nothing to take on the map, right, as far as like an objective or anything like that.
Nope.
But they do get a kill on a Gnar.
Yeah. One more. This is first kill on to Birdall. I cast her, cursed him. I was like, yeah, that guy's really good. You know, he's just not going to mess it up once you get out of the early laning phase. Snar's so awesome. Is out here at level 18, taking Gromps. And there is no shadowing. Dundun teleports for this. So, fortunately, even with a Vi rotating up, there's no saving him. As Meganar buys some time here, True Shot Barrage going to land. He is taken out. And Willer, coming up here, does have to flash away, as they're not going to push this any further without any minions. Small errors, small steps back to potential victory here for Nongshim.
Indeed. Look at this. Bounties. Bounties, everyone.
Yeah, bounties picked up. Secured bounty.
Yeah. And remember, like, Liv Sandbox have got at least 3 more Barons to go before they can beat Nongshim. We know how many it takes. It's more than 4.
No, don't do it to him. No, don't do it to him. Look, I think Liv Sandbox have some good win conditions. I think Edge of Night is going to make Envy able to play a little bit more up in the front line here. The Ezreal can do a lot if Vital has time to do it, but his comp is so explosive and how it just deletes the Ezreal. It can be ulted, of course, 2 Qs from Envy, and it's a dead Ezreal, right? Could practically be one shot at this point, has no resistances whatsoever, so I think Liv Sandbox can do it without getting 4 Barons. I think it could be possible. I'd give it a pretty good chance, Atlas.
All right.
I think this is going to be a 3-game series, if I'm honest with you.
I think that, you know, you might be right, but let's talk hypothetically on the other side of this game.
Sure.
How many Barons do you think Nongshim would require in this game if they got to a position where a Baron was available?
2.
2 Barons?
I think 2 Barons. The first Baron, you open the base maybe, at best case scenario. I mean, they're picking up more bounty gold right now. Still a minute before that spawns.
The Baron secure was pretty good last time for Live Sandbox. They dropped the Baron aggro, they reset, and then picked Sylvie when he was going to check vision again. So, easier said than done here for Nongshim, let's just say, to get this Baron, but it is theoretically possible. You get that. There's a lot of standing gold on the map.
The gold, I think, is going back a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we have seen the bottom of the trough, you know, the gully.
Yeah.
As it were. I feel like Nongshim are able, you know, to get a couple of bounties here.
It's very similar to the last game, but also very different, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like we're 35 minutes into a game of League of Legends.
No. Mainly because I think now we're programmed for games of League of Legends to go for 52 minutes, not around this amount of time.
This game is so important for Live Sandbox to win too, by the way, for their standings and playoffs, so I think that's why the nerves are coming through a little bit. As Birdall's not afraid.
Yep, and in fact it was important for Live Sandbox to win 2-0, right, to take a look back, but now we need to see whether Vital can survive this. He's flashing, the chains are going to miss as Closer goes back. Birdall finds a decent little gnaw there as, okay, Peter's flashing, there's the Vault Breakers, into the backline goes Dundun, breaks his stopwatch now, but yeah, Kyle, he puts the cupcakes down and now Vital's in there. Okay, he'll go down first and Vital is now okay. Oh, Willa! Oh dear, now Birdall has to fight this Ezreal as well. Will these Qs actually connect? He stands his ground as now Closer dives in one more time. And there goes, what? Okay, well there is the 5-point strike and he's dead again.
Well, I mean, look, it
what?
It almost looked like Vital was going to be able to carry that team fight. There's no Vi ultimate anymore. Closer used his entire kit, his ultimate, and Vital survived. And you're like, all right, I think this Ezreal has got it. I think he's going to win this fight. And then Birdall's like, no. My 80 carry can't get it done. Envy's hitting some of these arrows. Not all of them are coming through. I'm going to get it done. Guys, look at Vital actually survive everything here. He's being burnt down. Willer also here just not able to get on top of the Ezreal. And you can see Dundun buys a ton of time on the left side here. Once Willer stopwatches, Vital's like, oh, okay. This is my fight to win now because there's no more threat. But he forgot about Gnar. And, you know, some of these Qs coming through from Envy hurting his health bar, and then Burrow comes over as, okay, there's too much happening on this map.
Yeah, Closer is just going to execute Karma, trying to put wards down.
I'm going to ban replays from this game.
Yeah.
Actually, no one cares about what I want.
Yeah, that was, that game was, that whole fight, that whole situation that we saw is we do have Cloud Soul now collected. Now you can have Kyle throw out an ace in the hole and then catch up to his target immediately afterwards. Kind of like it.
Pretty quick.
Sylvie is, yeah, that's Narnia. That is not LeBlanc.
Oh, I always thought Narnia was in the wardrobe.
Yeah, it is. It's not in the Persona universe, the cafe, unfortunately.
It's actually just right at that point in mid lane, huh?
Yeah, it's right there.
If you dig down,
yeah,
go hang out with
There's actually, you'll see, there's a wardrobe right there. As Fiesta gonna get into the Shroud. Okay, Closer actually tagged this time around. Fiesta, can you find the angle? The answer's no. As Perfect Execution gets him out of there. Dash Cannon as well. Wallop is going to miss. And now Closer's diving forward, looking for even more. Does get a Q, but that is just a sigil.
All right, I mean, they're staving this Baron off pretty well so far. As Live Sandbox need a pick, they need more. They need to make sure this Jax at level 18 with the Zonias at the ready, Asterax here too, is not going to be able to set up a flank that can win them a team fight, because we are getting to the point of the game, just like last game, where one team fight win opens up the base of Live Sandbox here.
Oh yeah.
And potentially even more. I mean, there are 3 inners up, so it's hard to say they'll be able to end at this point, but still, Dundun looking for the flank.
Yeah, can he actually find it? Chains of Corruption are avoided by the Arctic Assault. The traps are set up, though, as now Birdall looking to wrap around. Closer in here as well. Oh, that is brilliant poke onto Dundun. Ace in the hole going to be tanked by the shield, but they are going to break the base in 2 positions. And Live Sandbox this time will find the correct Baron. The play's going to work, and it looks like maybe it's just 2, Wolf.
That might be. Nexus turret still surviving here. Birdall going to the bottom lane, and he's just going to push this through as they try to take out all 3 inhibitors and set up for that damage.
All right, Nongshim, can you do it? Can you pull the rabbit out of a hat? As 3rd inhibitor is so difficult to come back from.
Stacking it up.
They're still going to go for something here as they do manage to land the Glacial Prison onto Envy. Throws his ultimate the wrong direction as now Sylvie is trying to tank. Fiesta gets into the backline, but he's put on a chain. Goes golden. In the end, as Dundun gets into the backline, he finds himself the counter-strike, and then he goes golden. But Vital, can the follow-up actually be there? Envy's going to lock down the kill. Ace in the hole onto Vital does a little bit of work there. as Nongshim now limp back towards their last remaining turrets. Envy, sorry, Kyle, takes a fair bit of damage. True Shot Barrage not going to land onto the Caitlyn, who would have surely died. And now Closer looking to close this one in. Oh, Envy locks it down.
Okay,
Now
Vital's still alive at full health.
Vital's there, but I mean, there's an army of minions. These minions are there's just too many. The Baron buff is buffing them as well, and Vital is having a battle with about everything. He finds himself caught in amongst a big ol' Gnar, and that is the Nexus going down. Liv Sandbox will bring us to game 3.
Oh man, Willer popped out of his chair like he was Jack in the Box and ran straight to the coaching booth because he knows there's a lot to talk about with how that early game went, and a lot of it he saved. This game looked like it could have gone Nongshim's way. We could have seen a 2-0 because that early game really favored them, and he got those 2 kills, which turned the game back around. But man, this game was absolutely crazy. Non-stop fighting, non-stop aggression, and Liv Sandbox just not able to identify quickly some of those win conditions, and the game kept extending. We got to a point where this Ezreal could have won subsequent team fights. Like, if that Gnar doesn't, if we don't actually see Gnar catch Ezreal on the top side there, Vital survives, maybe you win that fight, maybe Nongshim come back. If you don't have that many minions in that push, Vital's damage will eventually end the game. There's too many minions blocking his Qs, and he has, unfortunately, pretty poor wave clear, even with the Hydra, so he's just unfortunately unable to carry that final moment, but he tried his hardest. He was so close.
Yeah. This time, only 2 Barons were required. It's actually pretty crazy that there have been 7 Barons in this series so far.
And there's going to be more?
Yeah, there is the opportunity to get to more because we're going to a game number 3. This one going the distance, absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, do you know what we have? We have 2 gentlemen waiting alongside.
They got potential.
They've got so much potential. They are ready to take you to the space. But for now, we're going to go to a short break.
봐줄게. 들어오면
팔
봐줄게.
빠졌어, 밑에
일로 와봐.
빠졌어.
세줘. 오케이. 빠지고. 빼면서 봐봐.
아칼리.
빠져서 봐봐. 야, 덱스 봐봐.
덱스.
덱스 물어봐.
더 깔았어. 대고.
천천히 가보자. 미드. 라인 하러 가자. 에이지 비전 봐줬고.
얘 아칼리 노공이야. 아칼리 상승
돌겠다. 비전 돌았어. 타워 쳐봐 얘들아. 이거 바로 스탄 다 뺐다. 라인 넣고 해야 할 듯? 미즈 궁 썼고. 계속 바른 버프로 그냥 밀자. 바른 버프로 줘. 이지 도공 무리하지 마.
아칼리 여기 있고. 설마 잡았다.
바른 버프
3초.
천천히 더 하자 이거. 나 아칼리 물어줄게 잠만. 야 세주.
세주. 아칼리 조심.
괜찮아 밀어. 나이스. 나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the space. That was a game number 2 that also went the distance, but this time Live Sandbox were able to get a handle on it relatively early on, and they were able to hold on to it and kind of show. Although it wasn't clean, they still were able to kind of show, you know, this time how they were able to get the win. So Chronicler, what were your thoughts on this one? I just see your face over there. Seems like you have a lot of thoughts on this game too.
Yeah. So, let's start off with the good parts, which was Varus' first pick, and then the Sedge Karma. I want to go into a little bit more detail about the Caitlyn, because the more I see of this, I think that one of the big reasons why Sandbox look as lackluster as they do today is because KL is on a champion that has very little agency. Obviously, the shove is really powerful. The reason why it's yellow, not red, is because I do think there is a ton of value in denying Kate Karma. Can't give that away. So it's a necessary evil. But the problem with Caitlyn is that outside of having insane shove in the laning phase and providing some follow-up with like traps, a little bit of poke, it doesn't really do that much. And we know how reliant Sandbox is on KL being on something that like even like a Nami where he can have a lot more influence in fights is really, really important. Lux is another example, or just any engaged support, right? Like we know how important this player is. It was a really big reason of why they were as good as they were last year. So to me, that is a big reason of why Sandbox looks so completely uncoordinated today. It's because right now it's just Wheeler. And Wheeler generally is calling a lot of the shots, but he does have a lot more backup, and they look really disjointed right now. And the Akali, you gotta blind something here, but why not blind Jax, which we know is a fine R4?
Yeah.
And if you do want to pick mid and you want to give counter pick over, then go for Azir, which is notoriously like not really counterable, especially with Kassadin bans, but instead going for the Akali, which is already, yes, it's good into 2 AD carries, but it's really rough into Vi, and then you get bullied out of the lane early, get kind of salvaged with like some early ganks, but yeah, what like
if you go Jax and then you see Azir, then you can pick Akali.
Yeah.
You know, like instead they blind the Akali because it's comfort for Fiesta, which, you know, I get. He's played it a lot. Obviously, he likes the champion, but he hasn't seen a lot of success on it. Like, honestly, the guy is not doing well on this champion. We did not see a great build or even great play in this one. He got very far behind early, which was to be expected when you blind Akali, which we have also seen not work a lot in the LCK, not just with Fiesta.
No, we've seen like a few elite players get away with it, but it's very rare, and also you can just
like Chovy.
Yeah, you can let you can let them pick Akali and then just go Lissandra, which like very straightforward champion, works well with the comp, and it was a mess. Gameplay was all over the place, but there was fortunately one shining light. Well, Brittle,
there was one guy. Let's take a look at that one guy, Willer. He did have a lot of great plays in this one. Certainly did have a fun time bullying in the mid lane, which, by the way, this started off actually sort of well for the side of
this one was
Gnome Shim.
A little questionable. I actually would have loved it if he went for the flash there. Could have done that, but did go for the comeback and then was able to apply so much pressure. Again, yeah, it's just Fiesta. It was not a good time. But this continuous pressure on the Vyman, that even with the very obvious issues that Sandbox are having today with ending games in an even remotely clean fashion, these continuous pickups on the Vi were a really big step up, much more forceful than, say, a Wukong, which is what he was playing in the previous game. A little bit less team fighting power, but these games are so messy that I think Vi is a champion that's perfect for situations like this. As I swear, this is a Wheeler highlight reel. This is not a Fiesta having a pretty sad game reel.
It's not a pull bay reel from Challenge.
We've also seen Fiesta really struggle with this. Well, like he's had some pretty decent games. He was performing a lot better in some games than I expected. But when it goes bad, it goes like really, really, really poorly. And we only have one reel because, again, there was a lot of back and forth.
That was pretty much it, right?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty clear as well that the Sandbox have kind of lost their confidence, and maybe T1 just sapped it away from them. They're like, no, thank you very much. We're the only team that's allowed to have confidence in the LCK. Guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2. It will be closer on the LeBlanc, setting up a lot of those picks onto Fiesta and also doing a hell of a lot of damage.
Was very much a topside story in this game. The bot side was okay, but not really the focus for the game, as it is. A lot of it came down to what extent do we get this LeBlanc ahead. Also, as much as I didn't like Closer's build in the previous game, and his play on mages is kind of questionable, when he plays a assassin, all of a sudden it becomes a lot better.
Yeah.
Now, LeBlanc is kind of in that gray space where she can also be considered kind of a poke champion, but went for full damage, went for ignite, went for very lane-centric runes, and was continuously blowing people up. And it was him and Wheeler that to me were the big difference maker this game. Both of them non-stop finding people to pick off, which was the only reason why Nongshim never were able to find their footing like they did in game number 1.
Yeah, so you see Closer able to pick it up. He's right behind the two T1 players, Carry an Owner, 8 out of 11, which, yeah, I mean, that's fair. I was telling you, I was thinking maybe Closer would pick it up. Either way, guys, we are done here for the space for this second segment. Let's go back because we have a very juicy third game on the way. Let's go back to the casters here for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of Willa being robbed. Extraordinarily robbed.
Yeah, I did appreciate the Closer highlight reel, which was actually a Willer highlight reel. And then he killed Peter. No, I mean, look, Closer played a good game.
He did.
But for me, like, Willer saved the mid-game. He saved the pressure when things looked really bad there in the early parts, and then set up basically all the picks onto the Akali. You know, I mean, I voted for Willer. I was on the same page as Cronkler, but no, we'll take the Closer votes.
Yeah, and I think that, honestly, like, the sad reality is that Fiesta had an absolute stinker of a game. We tried to have fun with it on the cast because it's better to not just, you know, beat a dead horse, but it was not really Fiesta's moment. The pick of the LeBlanc worked out very well, but I think that Willa really did take a lot of control in that game. And it's really good. It's
bizarre because, you know, he's 0-6 on the Akali now, but he really enjoys playing it, and Fiesta has had some great lanes. You know, it is kind of puzzling, the performance we did see there. I think perhaps getting a little bit frustrated with how the early game went. Willer kind of having his number there. He falls behind and building Zonia second. You know, it just tells the story of the game as Nongshim will be blue side for this final game in this best of 3. Unsurprising. We'll see if we'll see that same bottom handshake of the Varus Caitlyn versus Ezreal Karma one more time.
Yeah, so the Ashe, Zeri, and Akali were the bans the first time around. Can understand kind of why the Akali was there, because yeah, they're scared of Closer having it to the point where they'll pick it once again for Fiesta, who has been having a lot of trouble with it. The Annie going to remain on the ban list here. That means that Elise, Lucian, or Maokai will be getting through, depending on what Nongshim actually do here. As the Caitlyn finally will get banned away.
Okay, so we're going to see a very different game this time around. As here for Live Sandbox, still got to think about that Maokai ban.
Yep.
And the Karma actually goes up in stock quite a bit here. I think with this, especially if you ban Varus now on Nongshim's side, you could still play the Lucian. You play a Lucian lane into whatever is left up, and you could be like, oh, if you leave Varus open, we'll take that. If you leave the Karma open, we'll take that. They will ban the Karma instead.
Might be a, you know, like an Elise angle or something like that.
Yeah, could be if Live Sandbox leave it up.
Otherwise, that Varus, like you talk about, does get through. Or the Lucian.
Yeah, the Lucian seems like it's going to be the best answer if it's just an Elise ban. Varus not having anything to pair with. Nope, Karma's banned. You can't, you can't do that, Jindin. It's already taken away.
Well, it's Karthus, close enough. You know? Starts with the same letter.
I was explaining to everybody, like, yeah, you type it in the same way, but they're going to go for the Lucian. And it might just be that Lucian Zeri handshake here with Sejuani Wukong.
Oh,
feeling it,
yeah.
Feeling it right now.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because I don't think you want to play Varus into the Lucian without a Karma.
I just really like that we're getting the variety, you know, because, you know, you just don't get to see Lucian Zeri face off.
Not in this best of 3.
Yeah.
You don't. Until now. Oh, he locks it in.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
And Zeri, you know, 68 picks here in the LCK. I mean, that is a lot. But you can see just below 50% win rate as it has been the teams who've been able to first pick Lucian and dominate the mid-game with this pick that have found more success. Wukong will be coming over with the Zeri here. Sylvie gonna lock in the Vi actually instead of the Sejuani here, just for a little bit more dive potential.
Kind of like it, especially into Zeri. We've seen Vi into Zeri many times.
Yeah, the Sejuani becomes a little bit more situational based on what your solo lanes are looking like to set up that permafrost.
Yep. Like it. Lulu. Surprise.
All right, so Jax, Gangplank, still relevant here in this series. The Jace that's been banned every game, I expect will still be banned here one more time.
Yeah, Jace, Renekton, some possibilities. Live Sandbox now not having to ban the Jace on their side, although they did last time around. I find that very curious. As Renekton and Jace were their red side bans in game 1, I don't know whether you need to ban the Jace. Yeah, although I guess with Wukong it's harder to play, but I don't know.
Yeah, Jace also a champion that Bertol is very good at, so it's not a lack of proficiency.
Yeah.
Very strange decision here. He's wanting to play some of the other stuff that could lose out to Jace early, it looks like, as we'll see an Akali ban. So once again, keeping the focus on not allowing Closer to play this pick. You know, we talked about Fiesta 0-6. It's his most played. It is Closer's third most played. He's only been allowed to play it 5 times this season. A surprisingly low number, but when you consider how much it's banned here this season, not that shocking.
Oh yeah. It's one of the highest banned champions against Live Sandbox, am I right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
It is. And LeBlanc now taken away from Fiesta. Interesting ban here. It might be potentially, you know, that blind Jax for Bertol this time around. R4 Jax it up.
Yep.
And then wait and see. Save counter pick for Closer. This is the power of red side here in a draft like this. There's another Kassadin ban. And Jax just seems pretty easy here, but willing to play the Azir. The Sylas is still available.
So, Azir comes in. There is no Sejuani for the Sejuani Sylas value.
Is that lava? Is this the answer?
Oh, I like Veigar. He's fun. Puts down a cage. I'm into that. It's been a while since we've seen it.
It makes it very difficult for Zeri to play the game when you do have that. But going to be a quirky game, it looks like. We're really showing some diversity here in this best of 3 of all the different types of draft. And Azir Corki will make the cut here in game 3.
Yeah.
And what comes with this is the last question mark. Something that side lanes that could buy you a lot of time.
I mean, Jax is the most obvious one.
Fiora.
I like Gangplank. That's what I want.
I'd love to just see Jax here and go, oh, yeah, you could play Gnar into this, but we'll play around it. And they're going to do that. And I think it's going to be Bertol who does play Gnar in this draft here once again, unless he's willing to pull out the Fiora to try to answer this. Ooh, not as big of a fan as this. This is, by the way, Dundun's comfort pick.
Oh, yeah.
This draft, I think, loses a lot of power without a strong side lane win condition here, though, for Nongshim. Like, your draft is trying to do 2 completely different things. Scale up for the quirky damage and fight around those objectives with package. And win in the late game, but also win in the mid game with the Lucian. With the K'Sante that's not going to be able to link the mid game Lucian power with some of that quirky package power into late game quirky value. And K'Sante, it just feels really disjointed in this draft in that way.
Yeah, we saw it work out for T1 in our previous series, but I don't know whether the victory was on K'Sante's shoulders or whether it was other things playing a part. This is something popular in Challenger. We mentioned this in our previous series when K'Sante was picked up, but we have seen it find some success still, despite those nerfs. But it is much more difficult to play, and especially more difficult to blind pick now.
Yeah, very difficult to link the timings at which these champions, the Lucian and the Corki, are strong, but also picked blind here. And last time we saw the Gwen come through as the answer. This time it's going to be the Gnar, which was the early response we saw so much this season. And it just gives so much power here to a composition on the side of Live Sandbox that is just going to naturally get to this late game feeling very good with the Zeri online. Not a great way to shut the Zeri down right now in terms of CC. K'Sante Q3ing a Zeri is like rarer than, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't think of anything else.
A Dodo or a Unicorn.
Yeah, there we go. Unicorn. Big, like, we've seen more Bigfoot sightings than this.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be about that. It's going to be about the Vi and some rocket damage here on the side of Nongshim to lock this late game AD carry down. Because I think late game we are certainly going to reach. We've already done it twice. What's one more?
Yeah, no, exactly right. I agree with you. I think that, you know, Corki does do some pretty cool things. We saw Faker picking up the Corki and just packaging people to death. I believe that was against Live Sandbox, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. I've kind of lost my mind this series. Let's hop onto the Rift for Game 3. All right, so already straight out the gate, it's Corgi Corgi. So that means that I think Nongshim have a bit of an advantage, especially in the emote game.
Yeah, the emote game is going to be strong.
Yeah. You can wiggle that butt, and it just feels real good at the very beginning of the game. As already,
first strike value.
Yeah, there we go. Just Gatling. Love to see it. All right, there we go. The ward still goes down. Closer will naturally regen some health.
But first strike value.
Yeah, precisely. 5 gold in the bank.
+5. That's when you ping your gold.
Uh-huh.
You know, I always do this when I play support Lux and just hit 1 E.
Yeah.
Before and I just spam like 20 gold, 20 gold, 20 gold.
Yeah.
I'll let everyone know.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You got to make sure that you tell them how dominant you are.
Spell Thief's Edge value early, you know?
Uh-huh.
First strike value early.
Uh-huh.
Let your team know.
That's exactly right.
Don't be like,
you got to do.
Don't do that.
No, you should do that. No, you gotta do that. I want to know. Even if I'm not the one with either of those things, like I want to know that you got the value that you were looking for, especially. So do it for me, everyone. You can you send me screenshots. I also like those.
Yeah, he's a big fan of it.
Yeah. Even if I'm not in the game, still want to see it. Fiesta naturally going down to 50% health here in this lane. Dealing with these Sand Soldiers as Dundun. See how this one's going to go. You mentioned it's his comfort pick. It absolutely is.
We have seen Fiesta play 2 games of Victor, 2 games of Kassadin, right? These are really the closest champions to late game scaling that we have seen for Fiesta in his LCK career, right? Azir is still on a loss streak. We'll see if Closer can remedy that.
There's a few things as far as streaks are concerned. Sorry to interrupt just
for a moment, you're cool,
but like
cool.
Based on those, like Envy and Kyle, 0 out of 3 on the Zeri Lulu. And the Azir hasn't won like at all this week. It's a worrying sign. But do continue.
Yeah, I mean some streaks could be broken.
Yeah.
As Fiesta.
You may have to flat. You may have to flat. Oh.
I mean, if you trade the flash on the Wukong, you feel at least better about this, but
that's not the butt wiggle that I was talking about.
No, it's a very different butt wiggle. Well, he is going to be able to teleport straight back to lane. See how quickly he can recover if he can. He has those dematerializers. It's the early matchup into the Gnar. Can play very aggressively as Dundun is, and Dundun is a great Cassante player. We dislike this pick because it was blind and also because it is significantly nerfed on this patch. So if he's going to come up here, they're actually going to try to turn this into a potential gank, but still level 3 on this Vi. How much damage can he get done, Dundun? There's the Gnar expired.
Yeah, well, he's ghosting. Well, looking for this one. They jump into the wall. There it is!
Clean!
Smackdown. Love it.
That was well played there with the charge and Vi coming through, and only a flash expended here with Ghost. Birdall also flashes, does go down, so play around your top side win condition. Sure, you lost your Corki early. You found some success on the top side of the map as red buff here on this Wukong and Fiesta. I mean, he's caught by the first part of the red buff. I think he just realizes, like, I don't want to flash this.
And with flash available for the Wukong as well, I guess you just get flashed on and die.
And with a Q extension, maybe he's like, oh, he hits me anyways if I flash. He's scared of that and just doesn't make the decision fast enough as Sylvie.
Well, there is the Blast Cone and Vault Breaker. Let's see where he actually decides to go. This is actually pretty cute. He was trying to get over that wall. You can't actually do that. This is an execute angle. How he got here is kind of the big question for me.
And I really, you know, at this point, I just don't want to know.
Yeah.
I just don't want to know. Yeah, peaceful execution.
Yeah, like that.
Between the turrets, like my mom always
wanted to go back anyway. Wanted to go back anyway, man. As Envy taking some damage, as the bubble has to be flashed. Okay, that's massive. Nicely done by Peter.
Because they still have an Ignite here in this lane, and just one combo from Vital and another bubble hitting with no flash up, and that's a dead Zeri.
You can see they're playing so aggressively here. Ebb and flow value absolutely massive. Tycall's Blessing coming forward, but Peter is way too far up. That was just not
it. If you're going to flash it, you got to hit the bubble, you know? And he flashed for it, and he didn't hit the bubble. I'll say it again when we go to the replay and watch it one more time, but it's as simple as that. You know, you have the Ignite, you already used heal, so you're flashing to try to get in the bubble range. But you put that pressure on, you take the trade and you look for the bubble, then you follow up. But he flashed for a bubble that wasn't going to hit there, and
Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason I jokingly say I don't want to know what happened and why we saw the execute for Sylvie is because it's probably going to be a really long replay and we'll miss something else because this has been an action-packed series where there's just kind of action all the time. That's why I was joking I want to ban replays in this series because we're just kind of living in the past as we are going to skip that and go straight here. Flash is down, and Peter, ebb and flow, flashes and misses the bubble.
Oh no. And I don't know what...
It was already kind of in bubble range.
Yeah.
Very peculiar.
Yeah.
Fans frustrated with this one.
The head tilt, I did that. My expression was a little different. Yeah, not exactly what you want to see, but there is a lot of pressure on these players right now, right? Like, and it's been a very long series. Nongshim feeling this series slipping away from them after the marathon of a game number 1. Fiesta really struggling here in this lane, down 20.
None of these players, you know, I mean, they played through it as kids, but they never lived through the pre-Elder era of really long games.
Ooh, that was kind of cute. Sylvie almost catching the flash.
When you think about it, though, like with the addition of the Elder Drake, games like that just don't come around too often. You know, these players are just not as used to playing in that game state as players like Faker are, you know, who played through that insane Jin Air game. And you think about some of our older veterans like BDD as well, because they've lived through some really long games of their time.
Yep. We don't have too many left from that particular series.
This series, you know, you're looking at very young players who still are relatively inexperienced, and it takes a lot out of you, for sure.
Don't know whether Dundun really wanted to say hi to Bertle there, but the house is going to miss. Interesting that you can hit, you can miss someone with a house. It feels like it's relatively a large thing to be throwing.
Yeah.
Okay, Dundun going to be able to find the third Q there. Really nicely done. Still has his all-out available, but not going to use it here.
You know, it's wild. I mean, I think it's kind of, if you're talking about like a house falling from the sky like Wizard of Oz, pretty unrealistic, you know, that actually landed like that. Like,
and also being able to throw it so comfortably.
I think that Dorothy was definitely a Gnar main for sure.
Yeah, no, I think so. I agree. Or maybe the Wicked Witch of the West was. I don't know. It's been a while. My Wizard of Oz lore is a little bit lacking.
Nah, Wicked Witch of the West was LeBlanc for sure.
Ah, yeah, true.
But she didn't have distortion at that time, so.
This is before. Wait, hang on. She didn't get a rework. Like, she used to have a silence on her Q. That used to happen, but I think the distortion was already there. So maybe this is like pre-League of Legends. Oh my goodness. It's all right. This bottom lane has definitely fallen away from Nongshim, but not entirely, as you know that CS is still within touching distance somewhat.
The thing that if we look at the map here that looks really bad for Nongshim is the lead that Closer has over Fiesta. He's got a 20 CS lead. You know, tier is stacking here, but it's going to take a very long time for this Corki to come online. And the Lucian is not in a great game state here. You've lost first Drake, so you're not snowballing the bottom part of your map. You're the early part of your game from the bottom side with this Lucian. You're not accelerated in the late game win condition in this Corki, so it's very disjointed. Again, we talked about it in draft, but you know, this lead is pretty massive. And if Fiesta continues on this path, doesn't build Hexbreaker, he might be killed. You know, there's a lot of ways to pick this Corki on these upcoming objective fights, and if you give Liv Sandbox 2 Drakes early, feeling really bad about how your Lucian draft is going.
Oh yeah. Closer is going to face check Sylvie, but Sylvie's not going to pull the trigger. He's in cease and desist range, but they saw Willa coming over, didn't want to take the 2v2, which is understandable.
Yeah, I mean, also if Closer has dash and gets under turret and then Empress divides you,
yeah, you could be.
You could die.
You could be in the inner turret at that point. As flash forward, but that's the ulti, and they're in wild growth range. Still, culling is going to be really good as Envy goes down to about 200. So loses out on the trade, and Willa going to have to back away from this one. Sylvie in position as backs immediately come in.
Yeah, we'll see if they stay. I don't think they will. And they're not going to even test the control ward. Is over here.
Okay. Not going to find that. Just dashes away. And not going to get hypered, so he should be fine.
Package ready.
Immediate teleport.
We're looking for a package fight here on Herald. This is very rare because it's usually picked up before this.
Hey, yeah, and with a delayed game state. Maybe Corki was actually just the most
big brain
decision ever. Because
brain.
this was the nerf that kind of took Corki out of the meta, right? Was the delayed package, the fact that you couldn't play around these objectives as comfortably.
Because if you got, like, the old package allowed you to get first Herald or first Rake pretty comfortably, which really slowed down your opponent's game state. So Corki just kind of comfortably got to 2 items, usually with that extra time that is bought. But
yep,
this case he's actually looking to find value elsewhere. Dundun.
Another one. Okay, the hop going to be used, but there's the ulti from Dundun. Brings him towards his own turret. He's now dashing around. That's a solo kill. K'Sante apparently just not nerfed, man. Like, I don't know.
Well, not when Dundun's playing it, as Flash is used from Birdall too, so this really hurts. Willer was coming over, but he's too slow. And
package delivered, Emperor's Divide, but there's the cease and desist, and they dive on top. Nongshim have come alive!
You just don't see the 11-minute, 10-second package mid-timing coming. You just don't see it coming. You're like, oh, they got the Herald.
You
maybe.
could barely even say it.
Yeah, no, it just comes up. It comes up on you fast. You know?
Does.
It comes up quick.
Well, this was also coming pretty quick as well, as the tidal wave is decent. Bubble's going to land this time, but yeah, Vital's just like, nope, I don't want anything to do with this. There's the flash out. Peter's going to speed himself up. And
I feel like I just watched
this. Impressed.
I just watched this exact exchange. This time, though, guess who's here?
Sylvie's here. I didn't need to guess. I could see it. And so's Willa. So that is some, yeah, dead fish towards that bottom side. And now Sylvie's going to have to try and break some vaults to get out of this one.
Slow?
Just the very edge of the Glitter Lance is going to come through. And Envy's going to be able to grab some plates.
Almost a triple for Willer, who has 3 kills in this game now. And they are going to grab plates here. So Liv Sandbox striking back after what was a crazy Valkyrie mid, as we're going to watch this one more time here in the top side. Yeah. Goes in here, gets the knock up. They have the slow, actually, with that Frostborn Gauntlet, or Iceborn Gauntlet. And that's that. He's got Ghost, gets the flash too. Feels good about it.
Yeah, easy.
And over here, Fiesta didn't use the package because there was no contest on the Rift Herald. And the knockback is enough to put him into range here of Sylvie's ult. So dead Azir, even with a nicely timed ult. And I think this bottom lane is 2 teams, like 4 players who are all extremely nervous about how much this series means, and some mistakes are being made, but
Vital's just a bit too late on that culling. Otherwise, I think Envy's just dead.
Yeah, I think so too. And ultimately, with Sylvie re-engaging here, Willer is like, cool, thanks for baiting them in. He is not able to pick up a triple, but he will get 2 off of this play. Almost 3.
Yeah. So, the bottom lane, absolute disaster for Nongshim. Elsewhere, things going just fine, especially here towards the top side as Willer going to be visited by Sylvie. Taking a fair bit of damage. Divine Sunder is done for both of our junglers, but a cheeky extra longsword there for Willer shows that he does have a slight lead as far as that is concerned.
Ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly. In fact, a longsword's lead, some would say. As Fiesta and Closer meet up towards this bottom side. It's like the mid lane, but a bit longer and to the side of the map.
Birdall here on the top side, down 20 CS, down a flash here. Ghost is back up, so he has to play very respectfully. And you know that kill onto the Azir does help speed Fiesta up. Didn't have to buy the Hex Drinker, already has his Hydra online.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say who is in the lead here, because based on compositions, I really like the fact that Envy has a significant advantage over Lucian, but it's these 2 teams, right, that have given us some... Let's just say they haven't followed the traditional rules of game states in this best of 3.
That's another culling to come through here as Kyle's taking a lot of damage. Envy tanks the last little bit. Bone plating helping him out there, I guess. And Nongshim, they sprung the trap. And Liv Sandbox have, you know, if they have a band-aid, they'll be fine. Willer now just going to take his blue buff before we look for our next objective. So 2 minutes on Second Herald and 3 on this Mountain Drake. So Mountain sold this game.
A
huge deal.
Do not have vision of this Wukong. Now they do. Just gonna say it doesn't have flash, but could collapse in. As during this back in mid, Poser's gonna try to grab a turret. Willer to block any punish.
Well, Willer is just going to engage onto the Vi here. Bubble is going to miss once again, and Cease and Desist comes forward. There's the tidal wave, but he's already dead, and now Fiesta has to Valkyrie to try and get himself out. Kyle and Willer, just the teamwork once again. These guys, they've been heroic, to be perfectly honest.
They really have. And a bit of a delay here from Fiesta as this next wave is going to crash into the turret as Dundun is relentless on the top side of the map.
Just doing battle over and over again. Has All Out available. Couple of Ruby Crystals as well as... Yeah, I mean, Fiesta is starting to do some work.
He really is.
Seriously.
He can clear these waves so quickly that it's hard to actually finish the turret off. I mean, we have 3 players down here committing to this, and Fiesta alone is drawing them off. Bertol had to back, so getting free farm and mid on your Lucian, it's not like a Lucian is going to be suddenly stronger than a Zeri later on in this game, but still, you have a lot of power top and mid because of those resources committed that fail to kill the bottom turret. So Liv Sandbox messing up a little bit in the macro here is... This was just a great call from Willer. He's over here because they want to push that bottom turret. They know they can collapse under the Corki. They find Sylvie here. And even with the tidal wave, it's not enough to save them.
Yeah, Peter is not exactly having his best game here today. Misses yet another bubble. He's going to go back home now. And I think Mandate should be done.
I really do think, like, you know, going back to what you're saying about Peter, I mentioned it earlier, is there's the Mandate. Yeah. Yep. Mandate. Sounds like I said mandate. Or mandate.
It's kind of like what we're on right now.
Yeah.
You know? But it's on a cast desk and we're at work. But still.
But yeah, I mean, I think these 4 players in the bottom, 2v2, are, you know, not playing their best because there's an immense amount of pressure. The series means a lot for both these teams. Arguably means more for Liv Sandbox, but as Nongshim here, you're like, oh, we were so close to winning this series, right? And now it's the 3rd game, and you do not want to mess this up. You want this win because it puts you potentially 1 step ahead of DRX. Maybe you don't get last place in regular season.
Oh, 100%. And also, you're playing spoiler. Every win is really important for even if you're not going to make it to playoffs, right? Even if that dream is very close to not being even possible, it doesn't matter because you're playing for getting yourself into better form for summer. You're making sure that you're having the best games you can possibly show on stage. And Kyle going to take another culling, dealing with Vital, who is... I like how aggressively he's playing. Does need to be a little bit careful here as Extendo Beam flies forward. Vital just trying to act tasty. As 2 seconds, and that is going to be the Mountain Drake. Fiesta just going to put down the package as Dundun casually
He put the tape on
over.
the floor. He's like, don't cross this line.
Yeah.
It fades away, and they will cross that line. Here comes a tidal wave.
Yeah, tidal wave going to come through there. They do manage to get Envy's dash relatively early as Bertol does have a bit of a Narbar, but not very much. And Nongshim, if they can play in the neutral right now, they can utilize these rockets, but they have to hit.
Yeah, they do need to hit, and they don't have any big ones. One is just regen here. This is the opportunity they're looking for.
Yep, Closer gets into the backline, finds an Emperor's Divide. Where's the follow-up is the question as Envy is ulted. Fiesta trying to get damage down. Bertol going down very low, but it's Dundun that's going to be able to get that first kill. Closer going to be taken out as well as Willa. Going to have to get out as best he can, and he is going to go south. That should be the Drake going over to Nongshim, and a big swing back in their favor.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, the compositions here is going to get the
executed junglers this game.
Yeah,
yes, I don't know
what's happening. The win conditions here of Nongshim's comp are kind of on display here. Yeah, the Cassante is nerfed, but he's very ahead in this game and can do a lot. And the Fiesta poke with these low health bars is just really putting the pressure on Liv Sandbox. I think Liv Sandbox is almost like, oh man, we're losing control of this game very quickly. This Corki is becoming a problem, and I want to force this fight, but this is not it. You know, you forced into so much damage. There's no follow-up for the Emperor's Divide, and yeah, Willer is going to get the execute here, but that was not the call. You're 2 Drakes up. You can afford to give just 1 Mountain.
And Bertol was really struggling in that particular moment as well. We saw it. The Nard didn't quite work. He tried so desperately to try and get value out of it. Ended up only hitting 1 person. There was so much CC knocking him around.
Yeah,
could never get into position.
Yeah, never in the right position. Not enough damage. The Emperor's Divide into Gnar can be a combo that saves you there, and that was definitely the call from Liv Sandbox, but they're doing it right into a Cassante. You're doing it into Fiesta, who can then escape over the wall on the other side and do so much damage. You've committed in. Closer now has no flash.
It's so interesting though, Wolf, because we spoke about this at the beginning of the series, and that is that Liv Sandbox plays around their solo lanes. But now, their solo lanes are 0-3 and 0-2 respectively, right? And it's the bottom side of the map that has the positive strength here for Liv Sandbox. We'll have to see whether they can play solely through Envy and Kyle, like some of our other teams are capable of doing, right? Like there are teams that do live or die by the bottom lane, and it's not Nongshim. They're going to have to change things up.
Dindin is just, he's got Brittl's number this game.
Yeah.
No Ghost this time, but he's getting the slows. Wants that Q3.
Yeah, is going to be able to find it there. The Mini Gnar is going to charge up the Gnar bar somewhat, and there it is. So Dindin's not going to be able to find the full win as Polymorph comes through. Tidal Wave in answer as Cease and Desist is going to come forward. Envy just diving on top of Fiesta and Peter. He finds the bubble this time as Fiesta has to get out of there as Vital not going to be able to find it. Envy somehow survives with about 0 health. The Sand Soldiers are set up and it's a dead Lucian. Oh man, that's gotta feel real bad for Vital.
He's just not hitting these cullings this whole game, and Envy just keeps escaping, and in the laning phase you're like, oh, okay, this is a little bit annoying. Wild Growth comes down and he almost gets the kill. But this time it's in a critical team fight where the Zeri needs to be killed. That extra damage has to come through or Envy just has free reign. And this is going to be Liv Sandbox picking up the Baron.
Yep, this is going to be Baron number 8 for the series. Starting it off pretty early this time around as we have a look at how this all started.
Yeah, missed Emperor's Divide here, and Nongshim are like, all right, this is my go button. I want to actually force this fight here. We have Fiesta with 2 items, and he's doing a bunch of damage. And the engage here from Willer is really nice, and Envy just has so much space.
Yeah. Beautifully played by Envy, actually, being able to get that first rotation.
The flash here is so good. The Vital just cannot get the last hit of damage in. If he's there just 1 second early, half a second early, just one more tick of the call, it doesn't matter. Because the flash here, or the Dlash, you could say, as Envy is a Dlasher, is just so clean. Look at how much damage he does, bubble hits. And then he sees the culling come out, and he just instantly flashes back and survives with like 60 health. Crazy plays. Man, this Zeri's so hard to lock down.
She is. Liv Sandbox now with the Baron. Their first of this game. Perhaps the first of many. We'll see. Currently, they have about a 4,000 gold lead. A little bit under that. That will get to that point pretty quickly. As Nongshim on the back foot now. Corki towards that top side. Does manage to get that wave shoved out. As you can see, Bertle here towards the bottom side. The Baron certainly helping get that shove against Dindin. Inner turret will go down. That lead extending here for Liv Sandbox.
Bertle, got to be careful, but he's got a lot of friends, let's say. His whole team is down here. Corki is just left to freely side lane on the top side of the map. Trying to siege up this turret, but it's full health, and you're just allowing Fiesta to get more money here. Well, I say that, but he's not actually going to commit to grabbing that topside turret. He keeps canceling those recalls and is going to get up there.
I like the idea of just sitting up there and grabbing it.
Yeah, because I don't think he's going to offer much with a teleport down here.
Well, there's a flash out from Willa, who was tanking the turret. It is going to go down, though, as now Nongshim needs to try and defend Envy. So much damage here with a couple of items he has built up. Sylvie has to get out. Dindin 50% health as Liv Sandbox. They still have minions. Not that many. So they are going to back away. This inhibitor turret in a bit of trouble as Bertle gets over there, and the package is going to be picked up immediately. Liv Sandbox, they get out.
Yeah, they want to fight this super hard. Nongshim, the Drake spawns in 20, and package is up here. They're rushing through mid, and I mean, this is a very quick turnaround here. Fiesta just backs after grabbing that top turret, has his Sork shoes available, and he's ready. One good Valkyrie here, and it's 2 Drakes apiece, 2 mountains stacked. Is pretty huge here for Nongshim.
Well, I think Liv Sandbox will be able to get over here, but can they actually win the fight is the question. Bertle's Narbar is in a great position, but this dragon is going down extremely quickly. Willa has definitely stolen other ones. As into the team fight goes the Vi, who isn't going to be able to do too much. Emperor's Divide is massive, and Nongshim, I don't know what that was. They went all in on trying to kill Envy. They'll be able to do that, but the rest of Liv Sandbox will fight back. That's the ace. And Liv Sandbox, they should be able to win this game.
Yeah, that's Soul Point at the very minimum, but they want more. They're going to actually split here to take out some inhibitors. The respawn timer is still fairly quick here as we're only 24 minutes into the game. But watch this fight one more time as they want to commit so hard to getting this backline kill onto Envy because he's the long fight win condition here. You see the package is committed with the ult coming through from Vi, but there's a Gnar here, there's a Wukong. You're just not able to quite get into the backline there, and yeah, you kill him, but at the cost of your entire team. You could see the shot call was clean, like you knew your target and everyone was on the same page. This wasn't the right page.
Yeah, and hard engaging when none of these rockets had actually hit yet. Like everyone's at full health, closer in position to help protect. Was kind of baffling as Nongshim, they're going to give up that Drake. It is just going to be that one mountain, the first one that Liv Sandbox have picked up. So like you say, Soul Point now secured.
And I want to say this because it's been a wild series, and the level of play that we saw in this series obviously paled in comparison to the first one, but I think, in my opinion, it pales in comparison to what these teams have been doing all season and what they are capable of. If this is your first time watching these two, you're like, oh, I tuned in for Telecom War, it was over pretty quick, I guess I'll stick around and watch this. Both of these teams are playing better, or normally playing better than this. I think this is Liv Sandbox's cleanest game of the 3 so far, but I think there's just so many nerves here, and we're seeing these bizarre team fights and shot calls because emotions are through the roof right now, because I think this is some of the weakest play both these teams have shown us this season.
Liv Sandbox especially. I mean, we have begun to expect a little bit better out of them so far, but something that you said earlier really does strike a chord, and that is playing to the strength of your opposition.
Absolutely.
You know? As Kyle, speaking of which, is going to have to run his way out of this. Does have Shirelius, so he'll be fine. Closer taking a rocket to the face.
It's not over till it's over, right? I mean, Baron spawns here in 1 minute. Dinda's going to grab some bounty gold here.
No inhibitors dead yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're staving off this pressure. There's the bounty gold.
Yeah, Tidal Wave comes in. That's going to split the Red Sea, like you like to say, as Bertel finds the back line. Cease and desist going to come forward so he doesn't have a good angle, and Sylvie is going to go down the flash. Gets him out of the way. Bertel yet to find a really big ultimate. Was able to find that triple kill in the last team fight, so we'll forgive him for it.
This is really unfortunate, though, for Nongshim. They wanted to ult with Tidal Wave there to clear this so they could keep this turret alive and then rotate over to contest Baron, but now, without Sylvie here, Liv Sandbox get a free back, and they will have that fast track when it spawns in 20 seconds here, and they have plenty of damage to rush this down. As you Tidal Wave here to help clear this wave, but you have no idea where Birdall is. You know, you should have been tracking him back there, but Sylvie just becomes a punching bag. And yeah, Fiesta gets out, but he has to expend his flash. And now Liv Sandbox again in prime position to take this Baron. No package available for Fiesta, no flash. This is a very dire situation.
Certainly is. And now you've got Quick Blades done for the Zeri, and you don't have a third item on the Lucian, as Bertel might be in trouble, but Dundun not going to be able to lock him down just yet. The rest of Liv Sandbox, they turn up. This Baron now available. As Nongshim are at least grouped up. That big one was good, and they get the Mega Gnar early. Certainly good news. This is what this Nongshim comp needs to do.
Play it slow, play around rockets.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, you know, once this Tidal Wave is up, you can turn and hard engage when you've done that chip damage. Got to also be wary of the Wukong, right? Who can turn this around. Bertel's Narvar being down means, okay, you've got that under control, at least for this moment in time.
Now that rocket going to connect as well. Fiesta starting to get to the swing of things here as Dundun dashing around, having a good time. Spots the fact that there is a Willer in the brush. And yeah, he's just pressing his buttons, having a good time. Is Dundun?
Yeah, he's still got his ult, he's still got Ghost.
Envy just walks on in with a huge shield.
Yeah, he is just doing so much damage with these Qs and extendo beams here. And the rockets, if they hit, can really shore up some of that, but not getting the most impactful ones is, yeah, he hits this one onto Willer, but no real turn angle here because you're still playing a Lucian. It's very low range follow-up. You have to kind of all in with this buy.
Yeah.
So here comes Fiesta. I mean, this is your last chance, Nongshim.
They get the bad news, and Sylvie is seen. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Bertel immediately follows him. Blast Cone is now going to be taken away. Is now Envy possibly caught out, has to flash. There's the cease and desist, so can Nongshim get on top of it? The Cyclone is gigantic, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Envy's still going to be able to take down the Lucian, though. And yeah, I guess Fiesta gets something done, but Envy's still alive, fighting against Dundun. And he will be able to take him out. That's going to be the triple, and that should be the end of this one. Man, Liv Sandbox find a beautiful team fight in the end.
Yeah, Willer playing it so well, and that's the end of that. You can see some of the Nongshim players here having a bit of a chuckle. They know this was a close series, but ultimately not one they'll take. Willer, big up in his team, as he always does. That was his heroic play. Broke the stopwatch. He does die, but his Cyclone wins the game. And that's it. 2-1 victory here for Liv Sandbox.
Beautifully done. Peter is going to go down as a bit of a formality here as the minions are already in position. The Nexus goes down. Liv Sandbox, they take a difficult series over Nongshim.
Certainly do. Envy really playing a phenomenal game of Zeri here. Yeah, some of the laning phase in those 2v2s, he could have played it a little bit better, arguably. Could have been a little bit more pristine, let's say. But when he got his items online and he was zipping around team fights, his positioning was phenomenal. His flashes were good. and they just could not lock this guy down. Didn't really like the draft of Nongshim that much, but still they got to the late game. Still the Corky Rockets had their value, but the hits weren't consistent enough, and Live Sandbox with just so much map control. What a wild best of 3. This already hurts because of the +1 rather than +2, as you were talking about here in the standings, but at least they took the W. You lose this one, and you're dropping big time in the standings.
Oh, 100%. This was honestly not an acceptable outcome for Live Sandbox.
Really not.
They need to actually start building that differential if they want to be able to stay away from D plus Kia, who's right there. Even KT, who took the loss today, with the fact that this is only one extra point that they need to worry about for Live Sandbox, there is definitely other advantages that they can get. As it was a victory, guys. It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, a lot of Nongshim fans here, family here tonight as well, and you get so close, right? But it's not enough in the end, and you fought valiantly. It really hurts. On the other side, of course, a smile could be had here.
Yeah. Make sure that he puts it back over his face as well. I like that.
He put it back on to clean up his stuff. I'm like, well, that'll be hard. You can pull that back down.
Kyle having a pretty good day. Eventually, his Lulu play in that one was absolutely fantastic. Being able to find some key polymorphs, especially that one onto Sylvie earlier.
Yeah, was a series to remember, Atlas.
It was. It was a series in the LCK today that we bore witness to. It was definitely. I don't know how much we can glean from both of these teams, because we know that Live Sandbox can do better, but we also know that they lost to T1 earlier this week, so obviously that's a shaking type situation. They do then also have another day where Bertle's struggling a fair bit, and he has been a real strong point for this team. If it wasn't for this bottom lane and some of the heroics that they were able to get done alongside Willa, could have been a different story, as Dundon had a great day out here today.
He really did. Live Sandbox, their next match is against Kwangdong Freaks, actually. So a tough one coming up here. If this series is to be any indication, right, then they face off against KT Rolster in that tough matchup we've been kind of hinting that KT has coming up. So I think that if you are going to draw conclusions for this, there are no happy conclusions for Live Sandbox, but I personally think there were a lot of nerves today. I think that after game one, everyone was a little bit shaken on this roster. And I, for one, am not ready to call this the collapse of Live Sandbox.
No.
I think it's...
I mean, they won,
a bit overblown,
so it'd be a bit silly to say that.
Yeah.
But it's certainly been a rougher week, and not being able to get those 2 zeros that you really want at this point, that is a little bit difficult. However, you know, a win's a win, and you're happy to see it. As this team fight fantastically played from Closer, and this is the first win for Azir in a really long time. The first ever win this season for Envy and Kyle on the Zeri Lulu.
Finally pull it off, and Envy's positioning really fantastic in a lot of these team fights. And this final one here, you can see he's just locked down by so much CC, but there's no follow-up damage because the peel is set here for Birdall. Willer is here with a great Cyclone. Man, Envy's the last one, you know, he's like, oh, still alive, still shooting, still doing Zeri things. Great play from him. I think he'll probably pick up POG in this game, although there's an argument to be made for another Willer vote because the guy was phenomenal on Wukong too.
And he's just been great all day long. I just feel like, yeah, Willer definitely deserving, but I think that it's probably either Envy or Closer, I guess, that is going to pick that one up. Fiesta did do the Corky boom boom damage, but honestly, it wasn't really his day. What didn't seem like he was able to quite recover after the Akali incident.
Yeah, it really wasn't. It's not his style of play either to play these scaling, poking AP mids. You know, that's not how he likes to play the game. Veigar also was one he considered. I was worried about that one too. I'm like, ooh, this could go very wrong.
Yeah.
But ultimately, yeah, like you said, not his day.
No, it wasn't, but it is other people's days, and 2 of those are Valdez and Chronicler. So take it away as we head to the space.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that awesome cast. We are the other people here at the space. I'm Valdez with Chronicler, of course. And
Noodles are cancelled.
Oh no!
I'm very sad. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
The noodles were cancelled.
Noodles were cancelled. As a Challengers fan, I was hoping for it, but no one can eat noodles anymore. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. If you have them I have a whole cabinet at home. Gotta throw them out. Not allowed. Can't do it.
Well, Chronicler, what did you think about the draft?
I personally thought the draft was neat. I didn't love the Lucian Nami Seri Lu handshake, and I'm happy we get the close up because I've been talking about that a lot. So I'm not gonna do it again. We know what it does. We know how it works. The first rotation and even the second rotation of this draft was not great. I didn't love Cassante. Dundun was really one of the few saving graces, like his team fighting.
Yeah, he
got
great.
The 1v1. Really, in my opinion, by a large margin, the best Cassante actually uses both parts of the kit very well. He's traditionally a tank player, but he also uses the displacement. But in the draft, I hated it. I thought it should have gotten punished. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to drafting, right? That's the main thing that I'm looking towards. But it's kind of tough because you have to blind something. But I think Gwen is just so incredibly good and would have been a great pickup here as well. It was Nara instead. Brutal struggle in lane, but actually amazing team fighting. And the Corki, I'm not a fan. It just takes too long. If you have a crucial fight, which they did at 2.5 items, then Corki just doesn't do anything. The difference between Corki actually being online and an Azir that yes, he scales, but it's so colossal.
It's pretty massive
Such a
in
big
terms
difference.
of team fights.
Just what it
impact,
does.
Basically. Let's take a look at the first highlight. This is kind of what we're talking about, these early fights. As we're going to take a look at this
was good.
Win on the Drake.
This was good. Again, look at the Dundun here, actually zoning away Brutal. Really well done, saving his team some crucial time. But what the real error here is Live Sandbox, why? Why are you contesting when Wheeler is already down? And then you also see that in general, Sandbox is just going to go for a skirmish. And it's the reason why, when they're playing against good teams, I actually think they skirmish really well. But when they're having a bad day like today, this could have also lost them the game, right? Envy not actually being able to sidestep here, and if Fido is a split second earlier and gets the kill there, and then cleans up, you can just lose the game there. So Sandbox today, extremely high volatility gameplay in general, but today was particularly egregious into Nongshim, a team that you should be able to dispatch of, because this is the one situation where I can see Nongshim actually winning against teams, is if you just 5v5 them the whole time, which is what Sandbox did.
Sometimes, Live Sandbox, they have a very specific style. It's a little bit different from last year, but they still kind of hold the torch, right? Sometimes it can be what wins you games against better opponents, but also it can be what loses you games against worse opponents.
Birdo has such a big redemption moment here because his laning phase was pretty bad. But then here he immediately kills Vital. And then this is what we were talking about. Fiesta goes in there. If he has 3 items, I think he shreds the backline, and I think that might win this fight. But he doesn't, because he's Corki, and the game-deciding fight here happens in 24 minutes. So, what do? You go in and you die, you do nothing. Because the champion just isn't that good right now, unless you can guarantee that it's an R5 pick into a full scaling draft. But when's the last time you've seen one of those win? Right? Early game is so important right now.
Yeah, well, we do have to select a POG here on the side of Live Sandbox. So let's see who did get it here for this game number 3. It will be Willer.
Not Rob.
400 points. You could have said that he was robbed earlier on, but this time he does get it in the end. I'm sure the votes will be a little bit split on this one, though.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It was a team effort.
Absolutely. I think the big brain vote, the one that I almost went for, was the Birdo one. Envy had a very clean set of teamfights as well, but definitely did make it a high variance. And what really impresses me with Willer is how much stability provided by the team while simultaneously salvaging a lot of bad fights. Willer's willingness to go for these team fights and his ability to find the enemy backline, buy crucial space. This is Birdo and Willer really good team fight. Yeah. Right here, if Birdo and Willer don't do their job the way that they do here, they won't lose the game, but they could, right? Baron is up, there's a bounty, and you have a Vi diving on top of your, Oh, it's fine. I would have loved the cheeky Birdo vote, but yeah, the 80 carry votes I think were okay as well, but happy to see.
I don't know if the 80 carry votes are okay in my mind. It did feel like Willer and Birdo really tried super hard to make him do his job, and Envy was extremely aggressive, so I think that it's bound to happen this way where it's like, oh my god, he did something crazy again, and then it like worked out. But
hey, I know
I think
you
that
would
Willer
have
and
voted
Bird
for it,
really,
which is the actual best vote, which is Kyle. Perfect
Yeah.
KDA on Lulu.
He did press some buttons and keep his members
Build
alive.
Future Fire, which it doesn't work that way anymore. Please don't buy it.
You know we don't read patch notes here.
Don't do it. Maybe on Nami where you can like activate it with the wave. That's okay. Not on.
Guys, we have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Closer and Willer for the PUG interview. Congratulations. You guys just picked up your 8th win of the season. How do you feel, Closer? Well, it's a bummer that we lost the first game, but I'm so happy that we were able to close out the series with a win. I was not feeling well today, so, you know, I'm so glad and relieved that we actually managed to get a win. And Closer, now you are on the 3rd place on the PUG standings with 700 PUG points. I'm not happy with my performance today, so I'm not sure if I actually deserve the PUG, but I'm so thankful that everyone voted for me. And I just want to say thank you to my teammates as well. Congratulations once again on hitting the 2nd place on the PUG standings. And Willer, we had the longest game of the Spring Split in game number 1, and all 3 games were not easy. Yeah, I mean, we were not able to put up the performance we were looking for. So as a whole, it was not an ideal performance. And I mean, we did get a win, but still, it doesn't really feel like we actually got the win. And also, I think GP any comp was really hard to deal with. How did you kind of discuss this after losing game 1? I mean, we started off the laning phase pretty well, so we were not too worried about it. As long as we don't make any mistakes, you know, we would be fine. So we just wanted to remove that in game number 2. And then we were able to just see a great performance in LeBlanc. You got 3 solo kills, you were dominating the lane, and this time around you took Airy and Ignite, which means you're strong in lane, but later in the game you will not be able to exert many pressure. But how are you able to overcome that? Well, if you are picking LeBlanc into Akali, winning the early game is so important, so you have to take Ignite. So it's all about the early game, so I just wanted to go for the Ignite in order to get prio. And then, well, because of your performance, yeah, the opponent Akali was not having a great time, but they were also camping mid a lot together with the jungler. Yeah, I mean, you know, they were, you know, making a lot of actions around the mid lane, and I was aware of that, so I just wanted to, you know, match the tempo. I was also calling for my jungler as well. And then Closer, you played Azir in game 3. Well, Azir was sitting on an 8-game losing streak so far. Were you aware of that? Not at all. So I guess you did not, you know about the win rate here in the current patch of Azir, but, you know, LCK was known for a very, you know, excellent Azir performance. However, right now, Azir is not having a great time. Why is that? So right now, the meta is all about having a lot of fights, skirmish, but Azir is not like that. Do you think it's also because of Annie coming back to the mid lane? Yeah, I think with the uprise of Annie, I think Azir has gone down the tier list. And Willer. So in game 2 and 3, bottom duo was not having the best laning phase, but you are always there to help them out. Was that Envy and Kyle's call for help, or was that your own decision? I mean, even after the pick and ban, you know, and even in scrims, we know that this Zeri Lulu Lucian Nami matchup is really, really volatile. So any action can break out, and then, you know, it can decide the entire game. So we were aware of this characteristic of this champion matchup, so I was able to kind of play accordingly. And you were able to get a POG on Wukong. This is your third POG on Wukong this season. Are you confident? Were you confident as soon as you locked in Wukong you're gonna win POG? Not actually, but I was pretty confident that I'm gonna do a great job though.
오늘 잘할 수 있겠다라고 생각하셨던 것 같습니다. 그리고 저희가
And
마지막에
moving on,
보이스를
at the end of game
버돌
3,
선수가
Bordeaux
사실
actually
초반에
said in the player
라인전
comp,
단계에서 조금 많이 힘드셨던 것
it was,
같아요.
I mean, I guess we
수학에
all
마시지
know that he was
마셨다,
struggling a
이런
lot
이야기를 하신 것
during the
같은데
early
정확히
game.
어떤 이야기 나누셨는지
So he
좀
was,
들어도 될까요?
you know, talking about the call choice. It was not the best idea. What actually happened?
자세히 말하진 어렵겠지만
So I cannot really go into all the details, but so Berto said, you know, if I go call, you know, I have less HP, which means I have to lane really well. I mean, he's been doing great job of that during scrims, but today he was not able to showcase that correctly, so I guess he was a little bit bummed about that.
좋습니다. 이렇게 해서 리브 샌드박스 오늘도 또 승리를
However, Liv
거두셨는데
Sandbox in the end managed to get another win.
기다리고 있습니다.
Your next
피오도
opponent
선수
will be
각오
Kwangdong
말씀
Fricks. How are you going to prepare for that series? I think Kwangdong Fricks is really good at early game setups, and their performance is looking pretty good. You know, they're on a decent momentum, so we have to be fully prepared for that match. Yeah, I've seen their recent matches a lot, and then I think they're doing a great job. Their performance is on point, so we have to be ready to go up against them. And Closer, any final words for all the Liv Sandbox fans? Thank you for watching this such a close series, and thank you for your support. And next time we will get a clean 2-0. And this will be the end of the interview from Closer Willer from Liv Sandbox, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings and see where is Liv Sandbox amongst everybody on the west side. At the moment, they are one step ahead of Hanwha Life Esports, but they are also one game ahead of Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
And as the casters pointed out, what is crucial is that when it comes to game score, Hanwha, Sandbox, and KT are so close still. Yeah, KT is one game behind right now, but when you look at how much Sandbox struggled here today, that's not going to feel like any reassurance whatsoever. As tomorrow, Hanwha Life gonna have the opportunity to try and get some games as Bro versus DRX. Both teams have been struggling a lot, Valdez.
Yeah, and the first time around, that went to 3 games. Bro was able to take it. It was very interesting back and forth series, so that should be an interesting one to start off tomorrow. Hope you guys join us, but we're done on the LCK today. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the last day of the week. Have a good night.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free.